Hello, everybody, and welcome one and all to a very special complete history. It's been a short time since I've restarted this series, but I've decided to loop things back around to the very beginning. A couple of years ago, I did a little project called a Kingdom Hearts lore stream, where I gathered Leica and a few of my Twitch friends at the time to hear me tell the whole story of Kingdom Hearts up to Kingdom Hearts 3, to build anticipation for me streaming that game. That never happened, and it still has not happened. The Kingdom Hearts 3 stream, I mean. I got distracted by other things. Ironically by, Resident Evil 2, which is kind of funny. But, recently I looked back at that old script, and this opportunity to do this charity stream came up, and I thought, why the fuck not? So, I've extensively rewritten it, gathered these three labos here, Spitzy, Dot, and fellow preservationist Dion.
Hey, that's me.
Hear it all from the beginning, with a bit of an updated priority and updated format, and going into Kingdom Hearts 3 now. So we're going to get all the story that exists, and all the games. And boy howdy.
And I'll finally know who Ansem is.
Oh, you say that, I honestly don't think that's going to be true by the time we're done.
Me neither. I was trying to foreshadow that I wouldn't at all.
Oh my god. So let's get into it for real. So we're going to start with a little bit of, let's say, historical background about this fun little series before we get into it proper. So, Kingdom Hearts is a real once-in-a-generation kind of game series. So rare is it nowadays to see such an ambitious branding crossover between such unlikely pairings as Disney and Final Fantasy. Rarer still to see such bizarre design impulses extended across decades. Its creator and director is so obviously concerned with tone and style above mechanical novelty or narrative cohesion that it's no wonder that Kingdom Hearts was created by a character artist. Tetsuya Nomura is, in a way, the answer to the question, what would Y2K fashion be if it was a game designer? Going back to the first game more than 20 years later, even looking at the remastered versions, also released on the PS2, it's no wonder the franchise has endured so much in people's memories, especially when you move on to the sequel and the later handheld titles. The games have the look and sound and feel of a fantasy epic drama, with character work that is shamelessly overwrought, but somehow compelling if you can ignore the truly alien dialogue style. And yet, all the way up until August of 2022, when Kingdom Hearts 4 was announced, no one can deny the level of excitement among fans of the series, the sheer sense of joy invoked by these games. Which is ironic, since perhaps the least compelling part of Kingdom Hearts is the very fact that it is a game. So, it all began at the turn of the millennium, with the shift to full active 3D for most games, and the dawn of the Nintendo 64. Half-Life would create tremendous milestone in the first-person action 3D regard in 1998, but Kingdom Hearts traces its own lineage back to 96, with Mario 64. Now that game would be viciously cannibalized by countless development houses as the 3D platformer was born, but Squaresoft, which is now Square Enix, had a different vision. Now, they wanted to create a Mario clone of their own, with RPG elements lifted straight from their Final Fantasy franchise, right down to the spellbook. In their eyes, however, they could not compete with Mario 64 or its descendants, given they lacked a mascot character that was so iconic as Mario. Now, people liked Final Fantasy VII, which had just come out, especially in the West, but only gamers knew Cloud. Everyone knew Mario. Now, Square was actually in a shockingly good position to pull this off. Because at this point in their history, they worked in the same building as Disney Japan. They figured they could design a game based around none other than the mouse himself. They would have had basically a Mario 64 clone where you play as Mickey Mouse. And that game, that probably would have been the game, were it not for an eavesdropping Tetsuya Nomura. Now, as much of a goon as Nomura looks like on this slide, he is and he is much less of a goon than Michael Eisner, also on this slide. His character designs in Final Fantasy VII were pretty brilliant and iconic, and they gave him a pretty strong reputation in the studio that he managed to talk his way into leading this project. His one condition was that he designed the player character, and after a few kind of odd drafts that show his strange obsession with lions, Sora was born, who still remains, to this day, Tetsuya Nomura's single favorite character he has ever designed. Like, if you... Now, I want you to take a look at this little concept art on the bottom left. This is a very famous old image of Sora. We'll take a little look at this real quickly and ask yourselves, what the fuck is happening here?
So this guy's supposed to be like Squaresoft's Mario?
So yeah, they're trying. Well, no. The idea was that Mickey was going to be like the iconic, like recognizable character that would help this game like do well. But Nomura got involved and pretty much was like, "Hey, I want to make the player character," and they're like, "You know what? Fine, you can have the keys." The idea with Sora, like in the early stages, and even still, was that like he is supposed to epitomize the blend of the Squaresoft and Disney house styles, right? Like, the reason Sora has the giant-ass shoes is because it's supposed to evoke Mickey Mouse. The reason he is so goofy and kind of, like, silly isn't necessarily, like, a shonen anime trope, right? It's more like he's supposed to bring the lighthearted energy to his own, like...
Yeah, you can see. Look at his hands. They're big gloves.
Yeah,
they're big fucking Mickey Mouse Mario gloves.
Yeah, even like now, like Sora has like, you know, so like Sora is meant to blend perfectly with Donald and Goofy, and with like the more edgy Kingdom Hearts original characters. Like he's supposed to not be out of place when he's next to Riku or Goofy. So, because of this, Disney's mascot ends up taking a backseat role to the Disney supporting cast, Donald and Goofy, plus a menagerie of casts from recent Disney films, classic Disney films. The distribution of these characters into distinct themed worlds got Nomura thinking about Disney theme parks, a magic kingdom, if you will, with a story themed around hearts. So Kingdom Hearts as a series title. It really, and then it gets integrated into the lore. So what will happen a lot in Kingdom Hearts is there will be just like a vague idea for like calling something or theming something after something else, and then when they have to actually like make it a part of the game lore, it gets very confusing. None of these things are what people actually remember about the series now in 2023. Fans and detractors alike will acknowledge that the overarching lore and story of Kingdom Hearts is, to put it mildly, absolute bugfuck crazy. The more you try to unravel the story into a logic that follows distinct rules and linear thinking, the less any one's character explanation of those events actually conforms to something that resembles material reality. Today, we are going to be looking at that story, at all these games, with the goal of nothing less than engaging with the story on its own declared terms. Simple and clean. Let's get into it, guys! Our very first game, Kingdom Hearts 1, released 2002 on the PlayStation 2. Resident Evil. Stop that.
I don't think that's what that's called.
That's not what it's called. So, following the most lush and beautiful AMV ever used to open a video game, Kingdom Hearts throws you right into a tutorial which can be described as strange and dreamlike. You learn the basic combat mechanics, answer some cryptic questions that will end up determining your rate of experience gained, and choose what attributes you will emphasize, and not, among strength, defense, and magic.
I'm sorry, you answer your questions that determines how much experience you get?
Yes.
You... Pretty much, yeah. You start the game and they ask you a couple of questions, and they'll say your journey begins at daybreak, midday, or dusk. And that will determine at what point in your levels you start, like, gaining your abilities. So, like, if it's daybreak, you get a bunch of stuff really, really early, and your progression slows towards the end. I usually
Speaking of
try-
progression, if you don't mind me saying,
So,
I
so
hit another
basically,
100.
Oh shit! Hang on a second. Let me check on that real fast.
Thank you so much.
we're gonna-
I
we're
get
gonna
the
save
distinct
our-
feeling.
We are going to save our donation callouts for our little breaks here, but right now let's acknowledge another 50 from Scroozy. The amount of this dono is how many Xehanorts there are. God damn! Thank you so much. Yeah, 200. I mean, y'all get a tier list, everybody. Congratulations.
okay, so basically, this mechanic is kind of like a difficulty in that, like, if you begin at daybreak, you're front loaded with a lot of abilities that'll make things a lot easier for you earlier on.
Yeah, but
Is that correct?
Kind of, but like, it's supposed to be generally balanced because like when you get to the end of the game and the enemies scale at the consistent rate that they would otherwise, you're gonna kind of want some of the higher level techniques that you are gonna have to grind a little extra hard for. Yeah, so if you're skilled enough playing with Dusk, where you get all the abilities towards the end, you can pretty much just blast through all the early worlds and end up pretty overpowered when you're fighting the later bosses. And it's which is why it's not quite like difficulties, because there is still a difficulty slider for this game. So I always find this first game to be pretty experimental, like, given its nature as a crossover, but also just as a game, it's kind of trying to tread some new ground, right? As a result of that, it's a very floaty game. It's not very responsive to your player input, not like the later games will be. There are some chunks of this game that actually push you in your mechanical engagements, but as a whole, it's pretty slight. I usually pick kind of a straightforward performance build. I pick up the sword, I drop the shield. It's kind of I try to get weird with it in other games, but this one, I always kind of bounce off that whenever I try to experiment. For the tutorial sections, you're mostly going to be sparring with your friends with a wooden sword and doing foot races to name a boat. Those friends are Riku, this broody, swaggering bad boy who's effortlessly cool compared to Sora, and Kairi, the new girl on this tropical archipelago, who both Sora and Riku are falling head over heels for. Your other friends on Destiny Islands are Titus, Selphie, and Waka from Final Fantasy titles.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's a character named Selphie?
Yes, Selphie. That's this girl with the jump
okay.
What? So, Nomura had a bit of a insistence that all of his that he'd be able to include a bunch of Final Fantasy characters, but only the ones that he designed. Like, he only wants his own special little boys in these games. So you're not going to see a lot of guys from like early Final Fantasy titles in this. Only when Nomura gets involved. It becomes immediately clear in this intro section that Sora and Riku are very close friends and have an impassioned rivalry. The two get into petty competitions in the middle of constructing the raft that they will one day use to leave this island for other worlds. Now, that line doesn't mean too much to you at the gate. You pretty much assume that you're gonna like go see what lies beyond the island across the sea. That is not the case. You learn this after we're whisked away to Disney Castle. Now,
no fucking way.
Right away, we get to
no fucking way. That's what it's called.
Yeah, I mean, it is named Disney. They use Disney as a proper noun in this series. It does not refer to Walt.
What?
Yeah. It's weirdly loaded. That never gets addressed. So, ironically, Kingdom Hearts 1 was praised at the time that it tends to pretty effortlessly blend these two contrasting tones, the more dramatic and broody anime bullshit tone of Final Fantasy, with the silly and lighthearted, goofy tone of Disney's media. The Disney Castle... Oh, you are so chunky right now, Dion. I'm so sorry. Now, this section in Disney Castle showcases a bit of the Disney side. We get to see some very good, actually pretty good visual gags, as we get to see the court of King Mickey. King's out of town, though. Donald discovers a letter explaining that Mickey's gone away to investigate missing worlds. Now, Donald and Goofy are now to venture forth from this world and search for someone holding a key, and to maintain limited contact with everything they come across. Can't have the mysterious villains learning about other worlds, and all the kind of power that could give you. Now could you? Otherwise,
No.
this bullshit might happen.
No.
Now, there's a little cave on Destiny Islands where the kids like to draw on the walls. Sora draws a flying star between he and Kyrie's faces in an earlier section during the tutorial, and he's interrupted by a hooded man with no face. He tells Sora that this world has been connected, and when Sora asks him to explain that, he says, "Wouldn't you like to know?" and leaves.
Is that a direct quote?
No. But that might as well be what he says. He just kind of fucks off. Tells Sora that he's a little piece of shit. That very night, a storm hits the islands, and the first of these little black bug boys, actually I have a visual prop here, besides just the one here, called Heartless, show up. They spawn in an endless wave as the sky goes dark and Sora whacks fruitlessly with his wooden sword. Just as Riku gets sucked into the darkness, seemingly willingly, he reaches his hand out to Sora, and as he disappears, a Keyblade pops in his hand. The moment this weapon connects with the Heartless, this is the only thing that could hurt them. Sora's wooden sword does nothing, but now he actually can hurt the Heartless. The moment he does pick up this weapon, the text Keyblade starts crowding the screen, and it feels immediately important and special, because it is a very important and special weapon. Now, Sora was originally going to have some kind of chainsaw sword, as you saw earlier, which is more in keeping with kind of the extravagant, like, gunblade-looking ass designs in Final Fantasy. But I don't think Disney wanted the flagship character for this new title to have such an insane weapon. So they gave him a big key. Definitely not a sword, right? It's a pretty excellent choice, though. Like, right now, the Keyblade is a special weapon that chose Sora specifically as its only chosen wielder. Now, the iconography of the Keyblade, though, ends up propelling the world of this franchise backwards and forwards in time by eons. For now, Sora just uses it to find his way to Kyrie in the cave. She goes, "Sora," as she gets sucked away by a gust of wind, phases through Sora, and launches Sora to one of the early boss fights. Right before the entire world of Destiny Islands vanishes into a giant black hole in the sky.
Submit!
Yes, accurate. Sora wakes up in the game's kind of hub area, a kind of metaphysical halfway world called Traverse Town. This is the place where you go when your own world has been destroyed. It's getting a little overcrowded. You get a good sense of scale, how the unseen destruction is growing across studios right away. You find wayward Disney and Final Fantasy characters. Sora gets directions from Sid, runs into the scattered 101 Dalmatians, and fights Squall, or Leon? I actually don't know why.
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, literally. His name is Squall in Final Fantasy VIII, but there's a lore reason why he goes by Leon now. I didn't play that game.
I can tell you what I believe the real life universe reason is.
Yeah, tell me.
Squall is actually really close to a pejorative term for Native American women.
Oh, that's true.
You say
So
that,
that
like Disney would ever be sensitive to Native people. But that is probably right, actually.
Yeah, so I think they also, as you said, the creator has an obsession with lions, so they went with Leonhardt.
Yeah. You'll actually notice Leon's little charm here was the one that Sora wore in the concept art because he hadn't figured out the crown motif yet. That's probably accurate. There's an excellent section here where Sora receives an explanation of the crisis, parallel to Donald and Goofy, who are also getting a rundown by Aerith from FF7. Both of them learn what the Heartless are, what's special about the Keyblade. and about a scientist who discovered the Heartless, named, Ansem.
What?
It is, yes,
You mean to tell me he was? Are you meaning to tell me he was a scientist this entire time?
He's a big scientist, man, yeah. It's only at this point,
I thought he was a wizard.
he looks like all the wizards in this game.
Alright, I'm done. Like 5 whole minutes.
Yeah, all the wizards of Kingdom Hearts are also scientists, and all the scientists are also wizards. They just happen to look like each other, you know? Even
One and the same as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, even the Disney ones. It's only at this point where the three of them, Sora, Donald, and Goofy, do unite. They agree to work together in accomplishing their parallel goals. Find Riku and Kairi and King Mickey all together. Now, before we go any further, I'm going to be saying the words hearts and darkness and light and whatnot a lot, so I think I owe you guys a little bit of an explanation as to what a heart is.
Look me in my eye. Did you draw this?
Did you fucking
No.
draw that?
It looks like I did. No, it's my buddy Cody. This is an old one.
All
Leave
right.
Cody alone.
Yeah, he did this special for me. This series has a weird and alien use of vocabulary, so we should actually explain that. In
Oh,
Kingdom
God.
Hearts, everyone has a heart. A sort of metaphysical representation of that person from which their emotions and their personality are born. Hearts contain varying amounts of light and darkness, which are tangible, almost physical manifestations of good and evil. Hearts also have a memory of their own, distinct from the memory of the person the heart belongs to. Now, you might be wondering, this is just a soul, right? No.
Yes.
A soul also exists in Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
Yeah.
People are equally represented by hearts as their souls, or wills as they're usually shorthanded to. To make matters even more fun, every world has a heart, hidden behind a keyhole, which can only be sealed by Sora's Keyblade. Now, the reason this is all relevant is because a person can become so consumed by darkness that their heart... Where's my prop? Yeah. So... it becomes so consumed by Heartless that their heart leaves their body and becomes one of these little guys, a Heartless. They're these little guys causing such a fuss. That's, pretty straightforward. You should probably stop them from doing that, bop them pretty good. But given the sheer quantity of Heartless you fight, it seems highly improbable that there are that many people who are so evil that they've become these things. There's just not enough darkness across all living creatures. So they must be coming from somewhere. We'll talk more about that later. But for now, let's look at what the Heartless look like if they were in Tarzan.
Woohoo!
So, I always love...
Excuse me for dropping in.
Not now, Winston. I love... Something I love about this series is that every time Sora shows up to a new world, he immediately looks for ways to start messing around with their business, even though Donald and Goofy always tell him not to. The worlds of Kingdom Hearts are constructed around the narratives they're themed around. No more, no less. There is nothing in the Hercules world outside the bounds of Olympus, a world that will receive many, many tweaks over this franchise's history. They come back to Hercules in just about every single game. But it will always be a Hercules-themed space with no knowledge of any other world. Only the Little Mermaid's Triton knows about other worlds, but this seems to be in thematic keeping with his in-universe protective personality and agenda, right? Each world abides by its own rules, so the Heartless change, the Keyblade gets new forms, and Sora gets fun little costumes, like this, Nightmare Before Christmas looking one.
Woo!
Yeah, it's actually probably one of the best fits he ever gets.
He's very
My
sweet and
favorite
dapper in
is-
these little fits.
Yeah.
My favorite is when he's a little mermaid.
Oh man,
Half
we're gonna
dolphin.
see- yeah, we're gonna see his mermaid one later. Now, Disney. So it's kind of a shame that these monkey Heartless that are right here. It's kind of a shame that we never see them again. Disney did lose the rights to Tarzan shortly after the first game was released, so the series never returns to what is admittedly one of the better
rights?
worlds in that first game.
Was it not in the public domain?
The rights reverted back to Edgar Rice Burroughs' estate shortly after this game was made.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they did nothing to they didn't like do their intellectual property capture scheme like they've been doing these days.
Really? I would have
Yeah.
assumed they'd done something to hold on to the Disney's Tarzan, not unlike
No.
they still own the rights to Pooh Bear when he's in a
but
red
they-
shirt.
But they released
tell
like,
you why.
like sequels and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell us,
yeah.
You're welcome to take
The
us there.
sequels, no, that's it. The sequels sucked ass, basically. They just
So
they
then
got
they
bored
let
with
those
it.
lapse?
Yeah, it was sort of like Disney started like undervaluing their traditional hand-drawn media. They
Yes.
kind of put Tarzan in the same bin with like Atlantis. They just stopped giving a fuck, and the sequels were shit. They were
That's
really
kinda
bad.
wild. That's kind of wild considering Tarzan is like of like the later like 2D animated movies, a much higher production value all around. Like,
They have Phil Collins.
yeah, Atlantis doesn't have Phil Collins.
Goodness no.
Yeah. Now, as a whole, the world design in this first game is pretty creative. Like, the size puzzles that happen in Alice in Wonderland, or the maze inside Monstro in the Pinocchio world, or rather, Monstro the whale is the Pinocchio world. He's a whale flying around in space, and the world
What?
is inside of him, and that's awesome. It's so
Leviathan.
yeah, literally.
To arrive at him, he intercepts you while you're traveling in between shit. It's not on your terms that you visit this fucker. He
fuck?
eats you.
Yeah, it's the most creative thing that the first game does with the world. It's awesome. Besides, later I think Peter Pan, you find Captain Hook's ship flying around, but it's not quite the same. You do like board it. So the worlds unfortunately are pretty visually sparse. This was the PS2 era after all, and it kind of it lends to feel like your game experience is being loaded in a literal box. Like, literally, you can, in the Alice world, you're kind of loaded into, like, a square room every single time that they add, like, wall decorations to at a poor attempt to suggest a larger size. You kind of wonder if this game is actually putting the PS2 through its paces. Actually utilizes the technology to its fullest. Like the next numbered game does. Kingdom Hearts 1 is kind of generally a pretty big slog in Disney worlds, but they are saved by the grace with which they integrate main story content into the worlds. So it really feels like you're moving the plot forward every time. The themes of the game really shine here, as you fight massive waves of Heartless all at once in the basic combat loop, culminating in bosses with very, very imaginative designs, like the Trickmaster over here in Alice. He gave me a really, really hard time when I played this game when I was 6. I really like him now. You always feel like one against an overwhelming tide of darkness, the only source of light and hope left in this world, successfully opposing an overwhelming tide of evil, corruption, greed, and lust for power. The basic combat loop of this game is pretty good at establishing Sora's, outlook, his character, what his struggle means in the greater scheme of things. Especially when the darkness manifests in this game's secret cabal of Disney villains, who are led by Maleficent. As you travel between the worlds in what are some really, really, really awful ship sections, which are basically just a bad ripoff of Star Fox, the full extent of Maleficent's evil plot becomes clear. You see her kidnap Alice, then Jasmine. Eventually leading to you eventually learn that she also has a comatose Kyrie in her clutches.
What is this nefarious lesbian up to?
What is she doing? Now, this is probably one of the only times that tertiary Disney characters play a significant role in the entire series. This kind of crossover truly was only possible under Michael Eisner's Disney. Especially when Maleficent grants Riku, in his own competing search to save Kyrie, the power to control the Heartless, manipulating the latent darkness inside of him to slowly turn him against Sora. Now, could my co-host tell me what Sora says to Riku when he admits that he can control the Heartless?
You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
stupid.
Thank you.
You're stupid.
It's fucking incredible. So, We eventually arrive at the climax world, Hollow Bastion, the apex in the first game of aesthetic design and narrative content. Its only weakness is some pretty insufferable platforming sections, but that doesn't really set it apart from the other worlds, which also have some pretty god-awful platforming. All the disparate aspects of this game really collide here, with combat against the most vicious, heartless, yet set to one of the game's most iconic combat scores. I don't have a lot of clips of the basic music here, but the Hollow Bastion main theme is wonderful. It's in Smash. The introduction of Beast as an AI companion also really helps for those big enemies and the sections where Riku has your Keyblade. Yeah, so Sora wasn't actually the chosen one. Riku's come to claim his dues for himself. He shows up and just takes the Keyblade out of Sora's hands, and that's, kind of shocking. Not as surprising as Donald and Goofy straight up abandoning Sora for Riku.
What?
Yeah, they ditched Sora because their mission was to follow the Keyblade wielder. So they do. They're like, sorry, Sora.
For what it's worth, they do look really sorry when it
They're
happens.
really sorry about it,
But it's still deeply fucked up.
It is. It's really sad. Now, this would have had real consequences, so long as the game was actually bound by material linear logic. All that really has to happen is Sora needs to give a long and impassioned speech determined enough to not be bound by petty things like prophecy or destiny or simple physics. He gives a speech to Riku culminating with the iconic, "My friends are my power" line. No, not that one. "My friends are my power," Sora yells. And then he gets those friends back. And also his power, which is the Keyblade. I think he gets the Keyblade first, actually.
This blunt weapon is my power. My friends are cool too.
Yeah, I mean, Donald and Goofy, you're alright. You kind of waste my potions, though.
Mm-hmm.
I want to point out real quickly that back in 2002, Kingdom Hearts was widely praised for integrating AI companions so effectively into its games. They didn't have AI companions that were this intricate, who could cast spells for you and heal and fight alongside you and take commands that would be active in real time, back here in Kingdom Hearts 1. Now it's become kind of a running meme that Donald Duck never heals you, but that's or at least never heals you when you want him to. But in 2002, it was a big deal that he would heal you at all without you having to ask.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's a good thing that Sora does get this Keyblade back, because the fight to the top of this castle is a pretty hard one, and the boss rush that awaits him is even harder. In the time it takes Sora to reach the very top of Hollow Bastion, Riku gets possessed by that fellow named Ansem we heard about earlier. He now wields a Keyblade of Darkness that can unlock and release people's hearts. He demonstrates this by running it through Maleficent and turning her into a dragon.
Submit!
Pretty much. This pretty much proves that Maleficent was a red herring for the real villain. If that's not enough for you, it's revealed that the missing princesses, showed here at the bottom, are the 7 princesses of heart. 7 women who are pure of heart, which Riku Ansem needs to steal the heart of Hollow Bastion and open up something called the Door to Darkness, which will lead to Kingdom Hearts. Those 7 princesses are Belle from Beauty and the Beast, Cinderella, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Jasmine, Alice, and Kairi. Kairi is a Disney princess. Actually.
She's very and Knuckles coded every time you line them up like that.
Princess.
Yeah. Notice how they're all pure of heart, right? So they have no darkness in their heart. Notice how
What the fuck did Ariel do?
Yeah, no, Ariel has darkness in her heart.
Oh, it was
she
the
eats
lust.
fish. She eats fish.
We had 2 very different answers.
No,
Oh,
if it's
yours.
lust, then Belle's out too.
No, Belle's fine. Apparently, she can fuck this fucking. Well, yeah, she's
It's okay,
She
you can read.
She can
Ariel's
be
a
a monster
thought.
fucker, and she's fine.
Oh wait, no, you know what? I do actually
She's fine
have an
because she's a
explanation.
monster fucker.
It's because of the spell. Ursula put a spell on her.
Right.
So, like-
right. Oh my god. Yeah, she's already
It's
been
the-
punished for her lust in the fiction.
It's the sin of
Goddamn,
knowledge
this is
because
too
she wanted to
much.
go to the other place. That's what it was.
No, like I'm saying the dark spell shadowed her heart forever or something.
Yes, I also take
why
this.
not?
Why not?
So-
It makes as much sense as Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, right.
So, the thing is, Kyrie's heart. So yeah, none of that actually matters, right? What does matter is that Ansem needs Kyrie's heart to finish his evil plan, which has been dormant inside of Sora ever since Destiny Islands fell. Kyrie's heart is outside of her body and is inside Sora. Now, in order to protect Kyrie, Sora fights the possessed Riku in what's probably one of the very best boss fights in all of Kingdom Hearts. And in defeating the possessed Riku, he frees Ansem into his own new physical body. The portal, however, is still open, and can only be shut from the other side by sealing the Hollow Bastion keyhole. So, Sora has to open this portal so he can close it from the inside. And to do that, he has to free Kyrie's heart, just like Ansem wanted. So, how does Sora do this? Sora
Very careful.
plunges the Keyblade of Heart into himself, releasing his heart and Kyrie's, opening the gate, saving the princesses, and waking up Kyrie. Sora, however, fades out as Donald and Goofy cry for him to stop as a squeaking orchestral version of Simple and Clean plays the scene out. Sora doesn't die, really, but he shuts his eyes and smiles as he fades out and falls away into darkness. He shows peace and content on his face that he managed to save his friends, even if that meant giving himself up. Now, the entire setup to this scene is total nonsense. The rules don't make sense, the concepts and objects are detached from anything we've witnessed so far. All these things are just being introduced after a deluge of words and set dressing. And this isn't even the final confrontation. We have a final boss later. Yet, it's the presentation of it all. Sora's emotional stakes, revolving solely around Kyrie, the way the game has trained us to see Player 1 as an unstoppable ray of light against impossible darkness. Now Sora's sacrifice is actually more moving. The fact that it's Donald Duck mourning Sora dying diminishes it at all. The fight against the Heartless actually doesn't matter all that much when stacked against Sora's personal motivations, his desire to save the people he cares about. This is an ethos that carries the game through entire console generations worth of storytelling. Now, the one thing that does diminish the scene, though, is that it's immediately reversed. Sora releasing his heart means he's a Heartless now. Now, that has major ramifications for how the rest of this game is going to go. Maybe even the future of this series, which it does for the future, yeah. But right now, it doesn't mean a damn thing. You get a little section where you actually play as a Heartless and hobble your way through Hollow Bastion, try to get to the bottom to catch up with your friends. And all it takes is Kyrie giving Heartless Sora a little hug, and then Sora's fine. Keyblade and back in the saddle.
Yay!
Part of me kind of appreciates that the game doesn't even try to explain how this works. The timing of it all is a little frustrating. Just as much is the fact that Kyrie doesn't really have any agency during all of this. The moment she wakes up, it's just to be kind of a Deus Ex Machina for Sora. And then she doesn't have any importance in the actual final scene. Sora literally tells Kyrie to go stay behind when he goes and fights Ansem. Now, let's take a moment. Let's take a moment and appreciate this man who was born to be...
Submit!
Yes!
Submit!
Submit!
Who you? Who the fuck are you?
Ah!
M-A-N-S.
You're stupid.
Got it memorized?
Yes.
Jump in the gun.
Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, a man who was born to be a JRPG final boss. He is the guy who has created the army of Heartless you've been fighting this entire time. They are all the ones that have this little emblem that's tattooed right over his titties. Ansem is the one in the cave on Destiny Islands, who pointed ominously at Sora and mocked him while sounding like Billy Zane, the one who manipulated and possessed Riku, and in doing so, allowed him to form this new body somehow. Ansem is the one who took over Hollow Bastion, the home world of the Final Fantasy guys. Leon, Yuffie, Aerith, Cloud, and Kyrie, filling that world with Heartless and setting his eyes on the hearts of other worlds, which he's all been gathering to connect him to the edges of the realms of light and dark to find Kingdom Hearts. So he is trying to find and open this door, which is also in and of itself Kingdom Hearts, and use the darkness inside for villainy and evil and whatever. His motivations and interiority pretty much don't matter or exist. What I love about Ansem is just looking at him. Look at this guy. Pirate boots, titties out, temporary tattoo, got little hair points. He's always
Once again, scientist.
At any point, has this man had an impact on you, perhaps?
Got his arms crossed, and he's always floating around like a fucking genie.
I don't think he
looks. He kind of looks like he was designed to be scary by like a 9-year-old.
Literally, yeah. He has a stand. Look at this guy at the bottom right.
Yeah, that's an enemy stand user.
Oh my god.
He looks like a stand user, and he is one.
Persona!
Yeah, Zayden's voice performance is also fucking iconic. Also, like, he really does carry this guy. Probably one of the best voice performances in the first game.
He would have like a devil persona, right?
I mean, I think that is the devil for sure. Pick one. You got a favorite?
Yeah, it's kind of a shame that Billy Zane never does reprise his role as Ansem, not even in Kingdom Hearts 3. But, goddamn, he really does carry the presentation of this first one. Now, by the time you do manage to defeat Ansem, he phases out of this giant-ass battleship that you fight him as in a later phase, and he calls out to Kingdom Hearts. He calls out to the door, hoping to use the power of darkness in Kingdom Hearts to defeat Sora at last. Sora just yells, "Now I know, without a doubt, Kingdom Hearts is light!" Now, Sora has no way to know this. Sora has simply decided that this is true, based on nothing except for what he just kind of believes about the universe, and now it's true. It just happens to be right. Yeah.
Sora's a demiurge?
What?
There are other characters you could call a demiurge. Sora is not one of them.
I hate that that's something you can say about this god-awful series.
I do too. Now, the light overwhelms and kills Ansem. This is the only case in the entire series where a light can kill a Heartless. Which, by the way, Ansem's a Heartless.
Woo!
So, yeah, a pretty incredible ending to the game. Extremely dramatic. But they opened the door to Kingdom Hearts. They opened the door to darkness. Now, I think it's kind of an amazing climax to this game as a whole, right? It would seem like the fabric of reality kind of bends to Sora's optimism, and that's very strange. But I think it's a testament to how powerful optimism is in the circumstance of this world. Like, as lighthearted as it all is, all of these worlds are literally ending before our eyes. It is an insistence on hope and good that lets Sora win in the end, which is a very fine thing to present to children, and I don't mean that as a detraction in the slightest. There's just a lot of grandeur with which this is all presented, and I think that might detract from that sometimes. It might make it a little overwrought or ham-fisted. I would not say the same about the sacrifice earlier with the Keyblade. That part is still incredible. Sora is right, and he should say it. So, Ansem's defeated, the door to darkness has opened, and on the other side is the Realm of Dark, an endless wave of Heartless that, if they can't close the door again, Heartless are gonna pour out and destroy all the worlds. Stakes are very, very high. Not really sure what we're gonna do. And, Mickey Mouse shows up.
Who the fuck are you?
So, it's very, very funny that hiding behind this door to darkness, which leads to an abyss of endless heartless and evil, is none other than Mickey Mouse himself, exactly where you'd expect him to be. Mickey Mouse showing up into the joy of Donald and Goofy is unintentionally very hilarious. Like, I gotta say, the tone and style of Disney and Square Enix has blended pretty effortlessly so far. It's been kind of masked the kind of tonal dissonance and aesthetic dissonance, but that's been going on here. And now that's all been shattered by juxtaposing the two opposites with each other.
Having to hear them yell out in their character voices, "Your Majesty," which is his title.
Yes, that is his title. He is a king.
They swear fealty to him. Donald and Goofy are his knight and court mage, respectively.
Yes, it's fucking nuts. Also, Riku's there.
So Riku's there.
Yeah, while Sora and Mickey Mouse seal the door of darkness with their keyblades, which Mickey also has, Riku seals the door to keep Mickey's endless abyssal hunger contained, as Kairi is whisked away back to safety to Destiny Islands. Another beautiful pre-rendered cutscene plays. Kairi shows up on Destiny Islands and finishes Sora's drawing from the very beginning of the game. Sora, Donald, and Goofy set off to find a way to get Mickey and Riku out of the realm of darkness, which leads us to the ending of Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, that's pretty straightforward, actually. Wrapped up pretty neatly. No... Yeah?
Unfortunately, I have to agree with you. That is about as A to B as these games get.
Yeah. Like, I gotta tell you, they did not think that they were going to be able to make other games. They left things generally pretty open. They give you a kind of secret cutscene at the end, hinting at future journeys to come. But no, they try to wrap up everything pretty tidy. Nomura, he also includes an even more secret after credits ending, featuring 2 hooded figures doing battle in an empty, darkened city, showing ideas that might propel a future game. For the most part, there was no plan to make any other games. Now, the overwhelming success of this partnership pretty much guaranteed that a Kingdom Hearts 2 would happen pretty promptly. However, if you think a game called Kingdom Hearts is going to be immediately followed, narratively, by a game called Kingdom Hearts 2, then you have not been paying attention. Our next game will be Kingdom Hearts Shade of Memories, released in 2004 for the Game Boy Advance. And before we get into this, let's take a little breather from that last game. I think it's a good time to check at my donations real fast.
I think you should.
Yeah. See what's going on over in this tab. I'm actually going to switch to face cam for a little bit. Bing bong. All right.
I think we'd get a big kick out of that.
Oh my god, hang on a fucking sec. Yeah. Jesus Christ! Holy shit!
Everyone's
Yay!
God damn! Wow. Okay, let's give a couple of call-outs. Yeah. So Terrafay with the 25, saying we will get you in the river. Thank you so much. Havoc Dog with 25. Thank you. Marie donating a total of 150 and 175 individually.
Hey, ding.
Dango Candlelight with the 50, Holiest Blade with 25, Saffron with 300 saying river or bust.
Saffron, thank you.
And Havoc with 50 taking us to an hour into this, and we are halfway to our goal already.
Kids, I want you to know, I predicted the first 500 would be done within the first game. You have outdone yourselves. I am infinitely proud and so excited.
Thank you guys so much. Let me see. We have unlocked also. Wow, my milestone tag is not looking very good. But we have unlocked another outfit swap, a tier list for the games, an outfit swap which will come later at our next break. The Sea of Thieves stream, another outfit swap, and Baldur's Gate 3. All right, we're back. So, back where we left off with Chain of Memories. So, Kingdom Hearts 1, pretty straightforward, pretty self-contained, pretty broadly linear for this series, but not necessarily in general. Buckle the fuck up.
I'm strapped in.
All right.
I'm scared.
Things get funny. Now, Kingdom Hearts 1 is typically sold in a bundle called Kingdom Hearts 1.5 Final Mix, with another game called Kingdom Hearts Re-Chain of Memories. That is a remake of the 2004 GameCube game, Game Boy game, Deck Builder, which immediately continued the full story of Kingdom Hearts 1, only now with full 3D graphics and gameplay. This remix of Chain of Memories combines the deck building mechanics of that original game with the platforming, level design, and rhythm of combat from Kingdom Hearts 1. I am begging you not to play that version. Do not play that. Now, you might be tempted to see the story play out with an updated presentation. I promise, if you want to experience Chain of Memories, go find an emulator. The pixel art, as you can see, is generally pretty solid. The game makes more tactile sense to be played in 2D. How is Kingdom Hearts as a deck builder instead of as an action RPG? Now, I'm not really the one to say this. I tend to bounce off deck builders pretty hard. But I will say that Kingdom Hearts does a pretty admirable job of preserving the rhythm of in-game actions, like attacking, casting magic, using items, summoning, in a pretty balanced way in this format. The game is most mechanically compelling against bosses because of this, in one-on-one situations where it's you and another deck user. Fortunately, Chain of Memories has a lot of bosses to go around. That is most of this game, actually. The main trio is still in that twilight space, the realm between. It is here that they find a place called Castle Oblivion, a mysterious place that seemingly disrupts Sora's memories. The moment they walk inside, the three of them forget every single spell and ability they know, prompting the diegetic reliance on cards to utilize the previous game mechanics. This game is segmented among versions of the worlds you've already been to in Kingdom Hearts 1, where people Sora knows seems to have forgotten he ever existed. In a way, you're repeating your role progression from the first game in miniature. And what's strange about this is that it's pretty in keeping with big studio experiments with the Game Boy Advance at the time. They would kind of like see how faithfully they can recreate their main releases on this new and promising handheld hardware. That's how you end up getting like a Call of Duty game for the Nintendo DS. Let's see. Now, at the same time, however, Chain of Memories does something different. They add more story content. They actually create a new original story that expands the context of what came before. And it is shockingly important that if you went from Kingdom Hearts 1 to 2, you're going to be a little confused. Now, after every world, Sora, Donald, and Goofy realize they're losing their memories of their adventure from the first game, while a guy in a black cloak named Axel taunts them. Axel will go on to be one of the most beloved characters in the franchise, but that's going to take some time.
I had a crush on
Axel.
him when I was like 14.
Oh, baby. Axel is
I
actually
still
based...
have a crush on him.
He's based directly off of Reno from Final Fantasy VII, and they're also both voiced by Quentin Flynn in like the like Advent Children movie and shit.
Damn,
Now-
I didn't know Axl Rose was in this movie, in this game.
Moving on. On the other side, we have a different character, a different new character in the series who poses some of this new game's first open-ended questions. It doesn't take long for things to get even more convoluted after the introduction of this girl, Naminé. Now, Sora's memories of Kairi are slowly being replaced with a different girl.
Who the fuck are you?
He has never seen this girl in his life, or spoken of this girl once. Now, Sora keeps talking about Naminé as though she's been his friend the entire time. And Donald and Goofy find this strange until Riku, who still kind of looks like when he was possessed by Ansem, he shows up and starts berating Sora, starts gaslighting him into further believing that Naminé was the third friend in their trio the whole time. The two of them fight several times, constantly going back and forth about who's forgetting who and who's breaking whoever's promise and whatever bullshit, until this Billie Eilish-looking girl shows up and explains some things. This girl, her name is Larxene, and she literally has a line where she goes, "I'm a bad guy." It's awesome. She makes fun of Sora for falling to the illusion. Like, she literally goes like, nice going forgetting everything, bitch. It's very funny. She makes fun of him for falling for the illusion. Not only Naminé's, but also Riku's. Now, this is not actually Riku at all. This is a second synthetic, identical Riku with a different personality and memories.
Oh my god.
Naminé
Oh my God.
and this Repliku are meant to fuck with Sora's memories for some unknown reason. And yet, even after Sora learns all of this, he learns how he's losing his own mind, he keeps insisting that he's gonna protect Naminé, like he promised, which he never did. Now, earlier I might have said that Sora pushing past all of this, insisting on his own priorities would have been like meaningful as he goes to fight Larxene. I'm still just kind of baffled that Sora is so on his own bullshit that he is checked out of reality entirely. And the follow-up explanation doesn't really help much either. See, Naminé is being compelled to fuck with Sora's mind by a group called Organization 13. Axel and Larxene are both members.
Who the fuck are you?
Along with another boss for Sora named Vexen. Their plan is to wipe Sora's memories and turn him into a blank slate so that they can turn him onto their side, using the power of the Keyblade for something. Now, we later learn that their plan is to take over Organization 13. Now, I didn't misspeak or anything. These are the first we have been introduced to this new faction of villains, but these 5 here are actually a splinter faction within the real organization trying to perform some kind of coup. We have not had...
Oh my fucking god.
We have had but one mention of Organization 13, and we have already learned that there's infighting.
This is like not knowing anything about like the Catholic Church or who the Pope is or any of that, but like you meet these 5 cardinals who are like, let's kill the Pope.
That's not even an exaggeration. That's exactly what it's like.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. Axel is actually an inside man for the real organization, here to take care of these problem figures for the real boss. The only reason he's fighting Sora is to maintain cover, which Sora is simply too zonked out on that Naminé Zaza to recognize, and still think Axel is a villain. The only thing keeping Sora going is inertia, the principle that somewhere at the end of all these boss fights is going to be something that made all of this worthwhile, and something that helped somebody. After several more fights with Axel and Repliku, both of those characters actually turned to Sora's side, against the pink-haired separatist leader, this guy named Marluxia, with the scythe.
Of course he has pink-wearing pronouns.
It's a hell of a fight, and he has a pretty cool final form. Repliku fucks off, seemingly aware that he's just an artificial copy of the real Riku, which he seems to known the entire time, but now he's actually distinguished himself and has dropped the evil plan act. Now, it's worth noting that even though Axel's motivations here are kind of murky, he does actually come through for Sora, even if it's one of the most out-of-pocket and violent ways that this game has ever introduced. I'm going to play you a little clip from the remade Chain of Memories.
Oh my god.
No! Please don't! I don't want to!
Goodbye.
Oh! Oh!
He blows...
To shreds, you said?
He just blows that bitch asunder. Yeah, it's really good.
He's fucking gone!
Yeah! Now, Sora has come to realize that Naminé was never his friend, but according to Naminé, that's not gonna help him enough. Naminé has permanently given Sora brain damage, basically, by putting him through all of this. But she also promises to repair his memories by sticking him in some kind of egg pod thing for a whole year. Sora, Donald, and Goofy all agree to this, knowing that doing so will wipe all of their memories of the events of this game, but more or less put them back to normal. Now, this sets up 2 things that I find hilarious. First of all, this is the second time not in this game, actually, that Sora has been put through some kind of narrative device to bring him back to level 1. This is a theme that is going to carry through every other game starring Sora. It's kind of charming, I think, a game feeling the need to justify starting you from scratch, when no one would really question it. Second of all, this means that if you, like most people, skipped Chain of Memories and just waited for Kingdom Hearts 2, then you and Sora will be in the exact same position of not knowing who anybody is or what's going on.
I can attest to this because that's how I played these games when I was little. I didn't have access to like Game Informer magazine. I wasn't plugged into IGN or whatever. I didn't know what was going on. I saw it on a shelf at the Blockbuster.
I didn't know what Chain of Memories like was or that it existed until I was probably like 23.
Easily.
Now, I'm going to tell you guys, I for my own part, I didn't play any of these games until like a couple of years ago. I played Kingdom Hearts 1 when I was a kid, over a period of several years and several visits to people's friends' house because I never owned a PlayStation. I liked it a lot. It stuck with me ever since. When Kingdom Hearts 3 came out, I decided to, hey, maybe I'll catch up a little bit. My new friend's gonna like this game. And then I'm like, oh, this is kind of fucking crazy. And now I know that's how I found out what Chain of Memories was. Now, Sora will not have any idea what is going on with Organization 13 or the people who were in the organization that he killed when he meets them later. The same cannot be said for Player 2, being Riku. Now, Chain of Memories kind of ends up following an A and B playthrough format, wherein you experience the game content as before, but condensed in mechanical scope. This time, it emphasizes speed and aggression, letting Riku hack through Organization 13 much faster than Sora did. His cards pretty much exclusively consists of like attacks and potions and shit, allowing for a playstyle that feels actually a bit more in keeping with the real-time combat of Kingdom Hearts 1. That means Riku's section is just about the only part of the remade Chain of Memories that's remotely playable or enjoyable, which sucks because you only unlock it after beating it as Sora. Which is extremely funny and very disappointing. Riku doesn't have the same memory problem that Sora is. Organization 13 figured that if they just cloned Riku, that would suit their needs, because Riku doesn't have a Keyblade. What utility does he have except as a person who can fight good? Riku does, however, have an emergent aspect of Ansem still inside of him, trying to overtake his heart and turn him into a bad darkness boy.
Submit!
Like that, yes.
Like that.
Now, the only thing that inside of Riku that represents the light inside of him holding on for his own identity is Mickey Mouse. Now,
come the fuck on.
Yes, there is an early section where Ansem tries to like take over Riku, and like there's a little light sprite that shows up, and you hear Mickey's voice being like, "Not so fast."
I just it's like which would be thematically appropriate. It's Mickey, who I don't think he's met.
No, Riku and Mickey have actually met. Remember, they both got locked in the Realm of Darkness together.
Okay.
But like, it's just very funny that Mickey is the dynamic opposite of Ansem.
It's like when you get stuck in a department store after you realize they've already closed because they didn't realize you were back in the menswear. That's what what Mickey and Riku did at the end of KH1. That's why they're bros now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and then you trauma bond with the wizard that lives in the ceiling.
Yes, that exact thing.
Yeah,
We love casting spells.
Thank you. Now, what's very funny about this is that everyone in the organization is intent on fighting Riku to put him through his paces so that they provoke that power of darkness to make him stronger. Now, this is a story conceit so wrapped up in anime bullshit that Mickey Mouse himself being there and playing a central role now does away with all like the clever blending of the two styles. It creates such total whiplash that I pretty much I can't take this particular game very seriously, but by God, it never stops being funny when other games do shit like this. Riku's campaign is equally confusing, because Riku's primary antagonist for most of his game is his own Replica, actually. Replica is perfectly aware that he's just an artificial copy, but the more he fights Riku, the more he comes to actively resent the guy, and Sora, and the organization, actually. This is weird, because the inclusion of Replica in this game is completely superfluous and weird. It doesn't make a lot of thematic sense if you're just playing it as Sora, but the game pulls off a magic trick. By punting pretty much anything to do with Disney stuff, they managed to correct the previous melodrama and anime bullshit into something that's kind of compelling, actually. Riku fights this emo bangs guy named Zexion in a shadow version of Destiny Islands. Zexion then retreats to keep on plotting, only to be killed and absorbed by Replica, who is trying to take the darkness inside of Zexion and give him more power when he fights the real Riku.
Submit!
Now, by the time Riku does meet his clone again, Marluxia's already been killed. We're in basically the post-game for Sora. Repliku has betrayed the organization, forgiven Sora, but he is still grappling over the existential reality that he has no identity, personality, or purpose in the world outside of being a false imitation of Riku. The two of them fight. Repliku has something like an existential crisis in his final moments. He says, "What will happen when a fake like me dies? Where will my heart go?" Now, that question does get a definitive answer one day, but I think this line is actually kind of remarkable. This is a kind of a throwaway character whose death and the death of this character, who exists mostly as a plot contrivance, feels like the first truly tragic moment in the entire series. Riku's actually sympathetic with his own clone when he dies. This is a real turning point in the thematic keeping of future games. We'll start to see a pivot towards themes of identity, individuality, the fear of living in someone else's shadow, and the insistence on defining something for yourself, despite your circumstances. This is going to drive the upcoming sequel to some of its greatest moments. Now, after this confrontation, Riku takes on the version of Ansem inside of himself, who challenges Riku to choose a side in the struggle between light and darkness. Riku firmly chooses centrism, choosing neither. He decides to let both light and darkness exist in equal parts. Then Ansem transforms. This was all a test to get Riku to arrive at this exact conclusion, concocted by this guy in the mummy wrappings whose name is Diz. That's a capital D, a lowercase I, and a capital Z. Before I go on, I should note that Diz stands for Darkness in Zero.
I hate this guy. Me and all my homies hate this guy. His name's stupid. His drip's stupid.
Fuck you.
Cover up more of your face. I will shit in your mouth if you don't.
Yes. His name is Darkness in Zero. It has basically no relevance to who he is or what he does.
You're stupid.
Now,
yes.
I don't know what to tell you. I wish I was making that up. Now,
I wish you were too.
He has some other plans for Riku. He offers Riku a chance to stand against the rest of Organization 13, who are also pretty evil, actually. Riku agrees to work with Diz, and also Namine, who he remembers not only to thank for keeping Sora safe, but also tells Namine that she smells like Kairi. Now, everything I just told you, now that has implications for something later, but please, if you will, imagine the entire sequence of events with Riku I just described, but Riku is sniffing people in every other dialogue. Again, not a joke. That does happen.
Chat, sniff.
That's gonna sound great in the VOD. Yeah, so he does actually need a final boss, though, so it turns out that there actually is a version of Ansem in him. So Riku demonstrates how he's a bad enough dude now and defeats that false Ansem, who and then ends up donning a similar black cloak to the organization. You've definitely seen the organization cloaks before, those big ass hoodie looking things. Now, if you were under the impression that those black cloaks were like a uniform for Organization 13, you'd actually be wrong. They're just cloaks that protect you from the darkness between worlds. They basically let them teleport between worlds at will. People who are not in Organization 13 also wear those cloaks. And it can be very confusing if you think they're somehow connected because their outfits are the exact same.
It's the fucking worst.
It's awful. Like, there will be characters who exist in, like, entire eons in the past who have the exact same cloaks that exist in the present here. And they have nothing to do with Organization 13.
Absolute shitstorm in establishing a visual language and cues.
Yes.
This is nothing.
Chain of Memories is a very strange curiosity as an entry to the series. One that's going to dictate what works and does not in a Kingdom Hearts title. It has the incessant melodrama, the emotional peaks and valleys of the first release, yet the budget, setting, and conceptual stakes are actually a lot tighter than they were before. There's no world-ending threats here. This is all contained in a single castle, before it was a universe of worlds. Mechanically, the first Chain of Memories showed that the tone and style of Kingdom Hearts could be ported to a completely different mechanical subgenre, and leave very little behind, actually. We will also see the hinted future narrative priorities. Absurd contrivances that lose all the meaning when the game drowns them with words and technobabble, and an obsessive compulsion to tie everything together, no matter how tangential. No matter how much it keeps retconning its own self. No matter how many times the games internally retcon themselves. A final scene during the remade version of this game shows Riku continuing to struggle with his inner darkness. At a curious little town, a group of kids on their summer vacation. Which is going to bring us into Kingdom Hearts 2, released in 2005 on the PS2.
Hey, this one is my favorite. This one is the best, and it is probably the best of all games.
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna tip my hand a little bit here. I would not recommend you play a Kingdom Hearts game, but I will recommend Kingdom Hearts 2. This game is actually a very, like, by my own standards, it's a very solid title.
If you are somehow compelled by a Dark Warlock to play a Kingdom Hearts game.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you do a charity stream and you, like, that's...
Yeah, if you do a charity stream and you have to think of some game to hold over people, to dangle over people's heads, it's like a joke game, make it Kingdom Hearts 2 and give yourself a good time.
By all means.
Yes. Now, even if you played Shaded Memories, Kingdom Hearts 2 is not going to start in a way that makes much sense to you. Yet, it happens to contain some of the most memorable settings and characters of the entire franchise. Destiny Islands and Traverse Town are kind of out of the picture for now, but Twilight Town, it exists in their place as kind of a tutorial hub area that feels even more iconic to the series as a whole. And since Sora's still technically on ice, we fill the oversized shoes of Roxas instead. Roxas might be one of the best player characters in the entire series, which is saying a lot considering the other game you play as Roxas pales in comparison to just the first 2 hours of Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm serious. Roxas is a young boy on summer vacation. He's got an attitude, gets into fights with Final Fantasy characters, loves to struggle, and is suffering from a split identity.
That is some. Can I say that is some fucking 2000s ass hair right there?
I know. This voiced by Jesse McCartney of all people.
Oh my god!
Bless him.
Yes. Epitome of such a game that is 2005.
Right there with Aaron Carter for like guys from the early aughts.
Well. The thing is that Jesse McCartney is like an actual voice actor these days. Like that's his main gig.
Yeah,
he was fucking Robin in Young Justice.
He cut his teeth on Kingdom Goddamn Hearts. Amazing.
Yes.
Got his chops right with the Keyblade.
Now, the more this section goes on, the more glimpses at a secret life of Roxas appears, a mysterious past, and a bizarre connection to Sora. Kingdom Hearts 2 does not begin with those plot beats. Instead, it starts with Roxas and his friends losing the ability to say the word photo. I'm quite serious. The first objective in the whole game is to find your stolen photos, which have also, and the very word and a concept of photos and pictures and photography, which has also been stolen.
The way this is presented to you as a player when this happens, you will think that your game is broken somehow. Everything is so in place. The lip flaps for the word photo are gone. Then the characters, it's complete silence. The mic's cut. There's not even like a fun noise or a beep, nothing.
Yeah, it goes like, where did all of our go? And you just don't know what they're talking about. And
it's very jarring.
It's just a dash.
Yes.
If you don't have the subtitles, you will think your game is, like, the audio files are, like, broken until the characters react and go, like, whoa, I can't say the word either.
It's so clunky. But I love it.
I know that Kingdom Hearts 1 is, like, well in the contained genre of, like, childhood fantasy, but Kingdom Hearts 1 at least started slow. We were on a beach with barely a suggestion that anything was weird. This is like the first thing the game asks you to do.
Like reality breaks. In 5 minutes.
You have to wonder, if this is where we're starting, where the fuck else are we gonna escalate to? Now, what's funny is that once you find the mansion where Roxas finds the photos, both in concept and in physical form, is that this actually leads to a building mystery, creating an atmosphere of creeping unease, even stronger than anything that happened in Chain of Memories. Like, legitimately, things get very strange in a way that's kind of compelling and not just jarring. The culprits, the ones who stole the photos and also the idea of photos, are these white noodly fellas called Nobodies. Strange enemies who continuously harass Roxas and his 3 friends in the last week of their summer break. Like the Heartless on Destiny Islands, the only way Roxas can even touch these things is with the Keyblade. Arriving in his hand when he least expects, it shows up as a digital manifestation of the Kingdom Key. Sora's Keyblade just appears in his hand. They show up frequently to interrupt the local sparring tournament called The Struggle. They cause all sorts of strange disturbances throughout the town, weird noises in the sewers, missing pets. They even steal Roxas's hard-earned skateboarding money.
Not the skateboarding money!
Yeah,
No.
there's a little mini game where you have to like raise money to go raise pocket change for spending at the beach. So Roxas street performs by doing skateboard tricks. Wait, no. He street performs doing something else, but he skateboards to deliver mail. Yeah.
You can also get on your skateboard to post around advertising posters of the local struggle.
Yes.
You do cool flips.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty fun mini game. During the struggle itself, these little white fellas are even accompanied by Axel, that red-haired organization loyalist from Chain of Memories. He keeps suggesting to Roxas a couple of times that the two of them are very close friends and have a past together in Organization 13. Roxas has no memory of this, and Axel is either frustrated by the professional inconvenience or personally offended that Roxas doesn't remember him. It's hard to say right now, so Roxas throws down and he beats Axel pretty good. Now, Kingdom Hearts 2's combat tends to control a lot more smoothly than the first game, allowing for much longer, more fluent combo chains than the first one that extend into often mid-air juggles. The real emphasis, sometimes in the detriment of this better system, is reaction commands. Little situational button prompts that trigger a special action or a chain of QTEs, which it is derisively referred to as the press triangle to win mechanic. Kingdom Hearts 1 tended to really push you to adapt to its more weightless mechanics, but what this more limited engagement style allows for is better appreciation of the spectacle. Now, Roxas shows off a lot of new animations that Sora did not have. His tutorial and tutorial boss is way more cinematic than the first one even attempted to be. It's like this is the action RPG experiment that Kingdom Hearts 1 tried to do, done correctly. A lot of refinement has taken place here. Now, the only direct echo from Kingdom Hearts 1, one of the only things that's exactly the same, is Kairi, the only legacy character with any lines at all, who is back on a much larger Destiny Islands than we saw before, who is still struggling to remember Sora after the weird Chain of Memories blackout. Roxas has more and more flashes of Sora's life, and Kairi does too. She eventually lets a letter in a bottle float out to sea to this friend that she's forgotten, hopes that he finds it someday. None of this is any good for Diz, who is still who's watching this whole thing unravel from a computer somewhere, accompanied by a hooded figure who introduces himself as Ansem. So,
Submit!
our boy is still around, maybe?
Submit!
Motherfucker.
Submit!
Now,
Submit!
Namine, of all people, ends up completely punting her loyalty to Diz by actively reaching out and talking to and bonding with Roxas. The more Roxas remembers of his life in Organization 13, the more Namine divulges what she and Roxas have in common. They are also nobodies, like the white noodly dusks he's been fighting. As a nobody, Roxas is a splinter version of Sora that theoretically should not exist. She warns Roxas that he is preventing Sora from being his whole self, and that Diz is actively working to rejoin the two of them, meaning that Roxas would cease to exist. Namine is characteristically sympathetic, naturally defending this young person who has been manipulated at the behest of detached adults who care more for their own agendas than for the well-being of others. I mean, yeah, does that sound like Namine's character arc in Chain of Memories at all?
It sounds like a Persona game.
Yeah, kind of.
Those rotten adults.
Yeah. This eventually prompts Roxas to ditch his friends, book it for the mansion, connect with Namine, and finally figure out what in the hell is going on. See, the insane or appropriate dramatic reveal at the end of all of this is when Roxas raids the mansion basement, discovering Diz's computer, which has been powering a Twilight Town simulation, which he's been trapped in this entire time. God. So, he's not trapped in the simulation in like a Matrix way where his mind is being projected here. The actual physical Roxas is trapped in this digital Twilight Town.
They stuck him in the disk drive.
Pretty much.
I'm sorry, your boyfriend is so small, we put him in the USB slot. He was right side up, then he was upside down, then he was right side up, and then he fit that time.
All at once, Roxas realizes that none of his friends were ever real. This entire life is just a mere fabrication to hide the truth about his real life in Organization 13, and to get him ready to be reunified with Sora. He lashes out at the computer and at Axel, and now wields 2 Keyblades. This is the only real positive resolution that Roxas gets here, when he actually finally remembers that Axel and Roxas were friends, and Axel never wanted Roxas to leave the organization. Not out of loyalty to the entity, but because he was afraid of abandonment by Roxas, who the two of them were basically their only friends. Perhaps it's knowing that Roxas used to have this person worth fighting for, that he at one point was a real individual with complex emotions and relationships, that means when he returns to Sora, he's at peace. Diz opens the pod, and Roxas smiles, looking at Sora with a sense of contentment and finality. Roxas's summer vacation ends. And Sora wakes up. Now, Roxas was kind of a weird section. We're introduced to this outsider character that we're suddenly asked to care about when all of our clues suggest that Sora's going to be coming back at some point, and yet they actually make us care about Roxas. I'm very happy to see Sora, and yeah, Roxas is gone, who I liked, but no, this is a great section when Sora wakes up.
I'm really sorry. How come that zipper on Pete? It looks like it's going all the way around.
All the way around, baby.
Oh, it goes around to the back too. It's for like squatting in the woods.
Yep.
Oh!
Yep. It's his gooch zipper. Don't question it.
Mm-hmm. It's also so for easy access via Maleficent.
Oh no. I don't want to think about Pete's big stinky. Yeah.
His what?
You fucking demons.
Grins.
We'll talk about Pete in a minute here. So, yeah. There's this wonderful new music theme when Sora wakes up, along with Donald, Goofy, and Jiminy Cricket. The music in Kingdom Hearts 1 tends to carry a lot of the moods in scenes like these. Yoko Shimomura is like an all-time video game music composer. She's on the same tier as Uematsu, easily. But the Kingdom Hearts 2 music conveys excitement in a way that the first game's music kind of gestured at. Now, Sora and his friends share in the mood. They're happy to see each other after so long, despite how confusing this whole situation is. They wonder what they were doing. They go, I think we were at Hollow Bastion last time, right? We were fighting Ansem. Jiminy Cricket checks the journal to track Sora's progress as always, only to find that it just says, thank Namine. They put this message in here in the past to remind them of Chain of Memories, and it doesn't work. No one knows who Namine is, or what that message is talking about.
This scene in particular spoke to me as someone with ADHD who tries and fails to leave notes because they don't have enough context, and I was wrong. I wouldn't remember the rest.
No, absolutely not. It's like, why did I write cauliflower?
Those are one and the same. Thanks for shit all, Jiminy, who has been here the whole time. The cricket.
Yeah, Jiminy Cricket's been your diegetic safe feature, basically. He's been writing your journal.
He lives in your pocket. He keeps track of like all the people and baddies you've met. Just there.
Yeah. Now, Sora leaves the mansion, finds and fights some nobodies, not knowing what the fuck they are, and explores this new, real Twilight Town. He finds the real versions of Roxas's 3 friends, Hayner, Pence, and Olette, who do not know Roxas, since he was never there. Now, this is kind of funny. You actually get to look at a comparison of the Roxas photo of the 4 of them and the real photo where Roxas isn't there. Now, the emotional connection that Roxas formed happened in a digital space, but it was a real bond. So, Roxas is a part of Sora again, and so is that friendship. So when Sora goes to leave the town, he cries and he doesn't know why. It's kind of a rare moment where Sora having no memories actually adds something complex and compelling to the scene, where Roxas and his sacrifice echo tragically after it's happened. Also, Mickey's there. He shows up to save them from some nobodies and tells them to take the last train out of town, and then leaves.
And then he fucks off. One of the things about Twilight Town is that this sequence, waking up with Sora, is an amazing series of character and emotional beats, just like this one. You wake up out of the pod and you get a lot of love for how glad Sora is to see his friends Donald and Goofy, and how happy they are to see him in kind. And similarly, ending your way out of the town, you get to watch this little boy sob.
Okay, I also want to say, like, you saying Mickey tells them to get the last train out of town like it's a fucking John Wayne movie.
Happy trails, pilgrim! You're banished to a life on the tracks!
One of the other things I appreciate about the Twilight Town trio, is that it's one of the few triads in the game where somebody restrained themselves from giving all 3 of them freaky deaky blue eyes. We got 2 brown eyes and 1 pair of greens.
Yes.
What a sweet reprieve, and then it's yanked from you.
Well, yeah. Now, the train that Sora takes leads him to a mysterious cartoon wizard tower just outside of town, where Sora finds none other than Mickey's old nemesis, Pete. Donald and Goofy know him, but he's a stranger to Sora. So when Pete says that he's gonna get his boss Maleficent to whoop Sora straight, Sora laughs at him. He straight up breaks the news that he killed her long ago. Pussy! Like, literally, Sora, Donald, and Goofy look at each other and go like, tee-hee-hee, we killed her.
To shreds, we say.
Yeah. Pete panics, summoning the first Heartless of the game, sending Sora to fight through them to the top of the tower, for the game's first big lore dump. None other than Yen Sid, Disney's pedigree wizard, fills Sora in on the world situation. The Heartless are back.
We love casting spells.
That actually accurately describes the organization, too.
Aw, jeez.
None other than Yen Sid, Disney's pedigree wizard, fills Sora in on the world situation. The Heartless are back after Sora's year on ice, but the Nobodies have also emerged, becoming just as much of a threat. So the wizard tells Sora precisely what these things are, creating one of the game's funniest internal contradictions. As you guys know, when someone's heart is released, when it's got too much darkness, it becomes a Heartless, right? Now, let's talk about the bodies left behind. Typically, they cease to exist. But when a person has a strong enough soul or will, that will now pilots the now empty husk of their body, which becomes a nobody. The contradiction presents itself immediately. The nobodies have no hearts, and the heartless have no bodies. The names really ought to be switched, yeah, I know. But this is actually a pretty great way to expand the lore and scope with this sequel. The Nobodies are a new class of enemy that actually has a wonderful sense of character through choreography and design. The Heartless
they are kind of sultry little bitches.
They're quite minxy.
They wiggle a lot.
They like gyrate at you.
Yes.
I was thinking about how the Heartless like really vibe really well with like the Disney aesthetic, and the Nobodies vibe really well with the Final Fantasy aesthetic.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The Heartless kind of look exactly like what like a shadow demon or whatever would be in a Disney world, right? You don't have to change this design at all to make it fit. Like you can't really see a lot of malice with something this cute, you know?
Yeah.
But they are, characterized in their presentation also. The Heartless are seemingly infinite. They attack you in endless predatory waves. They advance with a very straightforward malice. By contrast, the Nobodies are much more languid, lifeless. Their motions kind of follow a phantasmical inertia. They move with fluid dispassion, which makes sense, because the source of their emotions and their passion has been excised against their will. If you think they feel upset about that, you'd be absolutely correct. That's where Organization 13 comes in. Like Roxas and Naminé, Organization 13 are all nobodies. Their wills were apparently super strong, so they got to keep all their human bodies and their memories, and also get a bunch of kick-ass cool new weapons. Their goals are yet unknown, even by the wizard here. But the wizard will direct the Keyblades chosen to go out and show them what for. Now, if I can name all of these guys, I deserve a medal. I'm gonna try. Let's see.
Do it.
From left to right, we got Demix, Luxord, Zeldin, Zigbar, Axel, Zemnis, Syx, Marluxia, Lexius, Zexion, Lorxine, and Vexen.
What about the little dark-haired girl that's mostly cropped out?
Who?
At the very bottom?
I don't see anybody.
Yeah, I don't see anybody either.
So now there's someone behind her. He's got a really cool name. I feel like someone could help me spell it.
M-A-N-S-E-X. Got it memorized?
There we go.
So you might notice, I'll talk about this now. When somebody becomes a part of Organization 13, they got an X in their name, right? Roxas, being Sora's nobody, is an anagram of Sora with an X thrown in there.
Go fuck yourself, really?
Yeah,
yes.
that's how it works. Yeah. Now,
so what, Axel's real name is like Leia?
Yeah, that's literally how it's spelled. It's pronounced Lee. They came up with Axel's name before they had this rule, so they had to retroactively name him. So the name Lee kind of gets written out for Axel instead. So that's the basic premise of this game. Sora's gonna go out and fight the Heartless and the Nobodies, figure out what Organization 13's up to, and then stop that. Before he rides off to go check on Hollow Bastion, he gets the new mechanic of this game, with some kick-ass new clothes that actually fit him after his year-long growth spurt. Sora can now use second forms called drive forms, temporary transformations that give him a variety of powers. Double-wielded Keyblades usually. They have to charge by landing more attacks on more enemies. They're actually a pretty good way to accommodate different build styles. You like combat and aggression? Use the Red Valor form over here. You like magic? Try the Slippery Blue Wisdom form, where you get only one Keyblade, but you get to slide around and shoot beams. There's also a form that gives Sora a design and moveset like in Kingdom Hearts 1, which sometimes is awkward with this new game's control style, but it actually shows up. It's actually pretty useful in some later zones. Before we actually pan away from the Wizard Tower, we find out that the fairies from Sleeping Beauty, who gave Sora this power, have just remembered Maleficent's existence, and have spoken her name repeatedly after seeing her tattered cloak, which somehow brings Maleficent back to life.
It's because she's a fairy.
Yeah, exactly. Because like photos, just knowing they exist is enough to bring them back.
I think this also gels well with the concepts that Kingdom Hearts will then build on later, where in anything, no, you never truly forget anybody, and in that sense, no one is really ever gone unless they need someone to really be gone. And so,
exactly.
But a fear memory brings this whole wench back. Now we have to deal with her again.
Yeah. Now, after we leave the Wizard Tower, we show up in Hollow Bastion, actually, which has kind of become a traverse town for the second game. Its original inhabitants, including Scrooge McDuck for whatever reason, have moved back to fix up the castle and revitalize the town. There's a new security system that keeps the Heartless at bay, including some conspicuous enemies with a large book, which will, occasionally, drop a special item for you.
Uh-huh.
Now, I believe it's time to talk about Theosophy.
I I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I hate you so fucking much.
Who the fuck are you?
Who are these people? What is happening? I hate it here. This is stupid. Everything is awful.
Madame Helena Blavatsky was a Russian noblewoman and spiritualist grifter in the late 19th century. After a long and storied exodus to the United States, she quickly built a mystique around herself by spinning lurid tales about her travels in East Asia and her father's supposed hidden underground occult library. The rise of spiritualism in the eastern United States meant not only a larger renewed interest in the occult and the public consciousness, but a desire to reconcile those facts with modern science and to find tangible proof of the supernatural. Blavatsky proposed to her eventual followers, instead, a broader occult theory of history. Her ideas, which were largely plagiarized and stitched together like a Frankenstein powered by vaginal eggs, included a series of root races and a perennialist theory of human evolution. That is, the idea that all human culture and science originates in one common geographic and evolutionary point, which spawns ideas of a lost hyper civilization in the past, like Hyperborean Atlantis. What all this leads to in her own time were ideas that all the religions of the world were simply fragments of each other, including the idea that Hinduism, one of the world's oldest religions in fact, was a close but pale imitation of the one true religion, which Blavatsky claimed to be the secret master of. This is why Americans are so goddamn obsessed with karma, why all these ideas from Hindu culture get appropriated into United States, American pop culture, why the New Age movement took off, and how the
is this why fucking Oppenheimer was obsessed with fucking Hindu shit?
Yes, why the
Probably
fucking
definitely.
Bhagavad Gita. Yes, that is exactly why. That it's all rooted back here. In fact, she also incorporates the swastika into some of her imagery, and that's where the Nazis got it. And the Nazis also took from her these ideas of the root races, which became very popular in an early fragment of the Nazi Party called the Thule Society.
She didn't invent a lot of these concepts, but she
Yes.
packaged them together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She took the ideas version of a monthly subscription box and then gave it to everybody, and we're all worse because of it.
Yes.
She was the fucking Luke creative theology.
Yeah, exactly. No, these are all true statements.
You're stupid.
A lot of her ideas were bullshit. A lot of them were blatantly plagiarized from other things, yeah. But a big part of her religion that helped her justify all of these internally was a concept of an astral library called the Akashic Records, kind of like an interdimensional space which houses all knowledge that is, has been, or ever will be recorded. Any claim that she made could be explained away with, well, I projected to the Akashic Records, and found that my master Kutumi has already portrayed you as the seething soyjack, and I as the Chad. It's like an occult discourse trump card, one that has been weaponized today by vaccine deniers, white supremacists, and goop to peddle their wares. The Akashic Record is the item drop from that Heartless in Hollow Bastion. Goofy can use it as a shield. I wish I was making it up. I am not.
I really wish you were too. Could you look me in my eyes and say psych? Please? Please? No. Psych in my mouth? Please?
No.
You're nothing.
There's a pretty wild trend in a lot of Japanese media to take Western spiritual concepts and then integrate them into their own media without any regard for what the symbol means or what. Yeah, right? Now, this can be found in Neon Genesis Evangelion with its cool but meaningless Christ symbology, or in Nier Automata with its strange obsession with Kabbalah. Or I might be thinking of something else. I haven't played Nier.
Kabbalah?
Kabbalah, yes. What's so ironic and so funny about this is that Nomura must not have known what the metaphysical implications of having the Akashic Record be an actual physical book, or he didn't care and put it in anyway. Not only that, but the thing that he appropriated from a Western concept is actually a cornerstone of one of the strongest acts of cultural appropriation known to the occult world. And he did it in a way that diminishes all of its meaning to the player. Amazing. Like, he has somehow... This has somehow defeated cultural appropriation to me.
We love casting spells.
This is one of those situations where it circles back around to being okay again. We fixed it.
It circles back around to being so fucking...
Yep. I've talked about the Akashic Record being a thing in Kingdom Hearts. I decided to give it some thought and actually reconcile some of the broader implications of that. And I've come... Yeah, it's less insane and more just very funny at this point. Now,
it's an excellent study in how ideas move over time. It's also a hilarious study.
Yes. Now, speaking of Hyperborean Atlantis, we see some Atlantis in Kingdom Hearts 2. Would you like to see would you like to see what the Little Mermaid world is like?
Yes! It's my
patting you on your
It's this.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, what if Kingdom Hearts was Love Live? What if Kingdom Hearts was Taiko no Tatsujin? Did you want DDR in your Disney game?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Musical for everyone to have a lot of finny fun.
Being contrarian. My cousins would make me play all of the parts of Kingdom Hearts that they couldn't play. And this was one part where, like, it wasn't hard for me at all.
See, and if you do fail, you have to go through the entire song again.
You have to do the whole song again. Let me also say that as rhythm games go, this is a poorly built one. It's like bad.
It's really
the timing is poor. You can't fix it, and the circles are weird.
And I should say, the Little Mermaid world in Kingdom Hearts 2 is entirely optional. They do not tell you that it is optional. You do not have to do this world for any reason. It's fucking incredible.
Nah, but I do it anyways. Despite how dumb it all looks, I actually love going there because you just get to see Sora have the broadest smile on his face. You have to watch him interact intimately in these wonderful choreographed scenes with someone who is not of his world.
Yeah, he's having a great time, even if you, the player, are not.
You also get to see Donald as an octopus.
If you guys caught that, it's fucking awful.
Hey, Mojave?
Yes?
What's that thing?
What thing?
I think you know what thing I'm talking about.
I don't think I do.
The thing that is very upsetting to look at.
There are a lot of things on screen, baby girl. You gotta be more specific.
Yeah.
The thing that is extremely fucking upsetting to look at.
Because I'm looking at a man on the left-hand side.
Are you talking about Pete in the Lion King world?
Yeah, I'm talking about Pete. I don't like looking at that.
It's so good.
You could look at my little husband Boothang on the left-hand side. Hello, hi. Do you want to pop that wide open for me, sir?
So,
excuse me.
As
in lion culture, dark-haired males are considered more sexually attractive to most females.
You! No! God damn it! Shut up!
Say more.
Fuck up, idiot!
Surrender! Thank you, Ted. Now, as a whole, the gameplay quality of the Disney stuff this time is actually pretty good. The pacing and distribution of the story is very strange. Every world does feel a bit more sensibly designed this time. The worlds in Kingdom Hearts 1 are usually just like a weird recursive maze. In this game, you tend to have several branching paths converging from one major central point. And though there is some looping designs, they're much more linear and self-guided. It's much harder to get lost in Kingdom Hearts 2 than in the first game. Sorry. They're also generally just much better produced this time around, right on down to the voice work. Kingdom Hearts 1 ended up having a pretty good reputation, so a whole myriad of Disney voice actors reprised their roles in this game. If nothing else, just for love of the game. Fucking, Ming-Na Wen shows up to reprise her role as Mulan. The only thing that we do miss out on is Danny DeVito as Phil. We never get him, so we don't get to hear him ask you to get up on the Hydra's back, but we hear that line.
Oh, but we get James Woods though, right?
Yeah,
we do get James Woods.
James Woods has been Hades since Kingdom Hearts 1. He pretty much... James Woods is clutching onto that role for dear life. It's very funny.
Yeah, he's addicted to it.
We'll see if he comes back.
Yeah, we'll fucking see. Yeah, despite his reputation. So
he'll find his way back.
Yeah, and it's not just the Disney characters with the stacked casting. Jesse McCartney plays Roxas, and Christopher Lee plays Diz this time. The overworld map. Yeah, the overworld map is also distributed.
No, that's not true. You're fucking with me.
I'm not lying to you. It's Christopher Lee. It's Diz.
Mm-hmm.
Don't Google it. Don't Google it because it will actually spoil something.
No.
Yeah. The overworld map in this game is also way better designed. It's kind of distributed in a similar branching design. They kind of unofficially designate kind of chapters of worlds at once by putting them in like different little clusters throughout the map. And once you finish out one of those little clusters, it usually means a return to Hollow Bastion or a trip to the single most charming world of all, the Timeless River, a world which references back to classic black and white Mickey Mouse cartoons, where Sora gets this amazing rubber hose design. I love this world so much. Hell, there's even a Pirates of the Caribbean world, letting you see how the characters match up with models that look like human actors. And let me tell you, they don't. It's really funny. It's really good. They also just rip the main theme from that movie in this world, which is honestly a perfectly respectable choice. It's a good ass theme song. You fight organization members who try to mess with Beast and Sora. Hades summons Auron from Final Fantasy X to try to use him against Hercules, and it fails. There's a Lion King world where Sora gets a fursona. The Disney content is almost all great and mostly all pretty good. Oh, also Kyra gets kidnapped again.
Surprise.
Yeah, Shock. Axel shows up and kidnaps her. Wouldn't want her getting involved in the story, would we?
But we were all rooting for you, Axel.
Yeah. Yeah, Axel, remember all those good times we had back in Chain of Memories? Didn't you have those memorized? The problem here is that, for some reason, the game feels compelled to squeeze value out of these already good worlds by making you go through each of the mandatory ones a second time after the next major story set piece. It's kind of a shame, because that story set piece ends on a very climactic high note, and then slogging through worlds you've already seen just to level up more times for the final boss kind of sucks out the momentum. I think it would have been great to go right into it once you know what the score is, rather than just delaying the inevitable final confrontation. Kingdom Hearts 2 tends to distinguish Disney from the story pretty well, but the one intersection that actually does expand the lore is the Tron world of all things.
There's a fucking Tron world?
There's a Tron world, yeah!
Plain as the egg on my face. Look at him. He even gets a special outfit.
Yeah, pretty damn good one, too. I kind of like how they do with Goofy's hat. Yeah,
that's very sweet.
So, in Hollow Bastion, there's new Heartless that keep spawning in. And to stop it, Sora has to go inside of Ansem's computer to reverse the machine that he used to create Heartless in the first place. Inside that computer, in Hollow Bastion, is the Tron world, which now inextricably ties a Disney property to the metaphysical mechanics of Kingdom Hearts' basic enemies by creating a world within another world. It's pretty cool as a concept. But this world actually exists to put some breathing room on a lingering question. When you arrive at Ansem's study, you find Tifa punching the walls looking for a secret door. On one of the walls is a portrait of a fellow who resembles Ansem. You find the computer password behind the portal, DTD, which stands for Door to Darkness. After which, Mickey arrives and solemnly informs you that this portrait is not Ansem. Or at least, not the Ansem that Mickey once knew. Now, I like to cover games in their release order, because I think it's interesting to see how narrative priorities evolve with the gameplay ones. Going in narrative order sometimes creates some odd discord when enough prequels are thrown in the mix, for instance. I think For the narrative of Kingdom Hearts, release order is the definitive way to play the game, despite the fact that Square Enix packages them in narrative order. Release order is the definitive way to play this game, because the amount of retcons becomes a tidal wave of insane bullshit that would create equally insane whiplash watching the rules and assumptions change back and forth from title to title. This new detail, for instance, ends up cascading throughout the entire saga of games, creating one of the single funniest JRPG villains ever made.
Yeah.
Before you is Ansem, Seeker of Darkness.
You're stupid.
The heartless ruler of Hollow Bastion and villain of the first Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
He is not the real Ansem.
Oh.
Okay.
So, you see, Hollow Bastion used to be a different world, called Radiant Garden, before it fell to the Heartless. It was ruled by this guy, whose name was Ansem the Wise. He was a kind...
Who the fuck are you?
Ansem the Wise.
Is he a scientist too?
Yes, he was a kind, benevolent paragon of light and science, a scholar of hearts. He had a young, ambitious apprentice named Xehanort. Xehanort became obsessed with Kingdom Hearts when he learned of the great power it contains, just as much with the power to release someone's heart and create a Heartless. Ansem the Wise forbid him from carrying out experiments about this, so Xehanort exiled Ansem the Wise and replaced him, and no one noticed.
What?
Xehanort, yes, Xehanort began posing as Ansem the Wise and using the name Ansem, then used himself as a guinea pig for his own experiments, releasing his own heart and creating a Heartless. This Heartless kept the name Ansem, and went on to be the villain we know and love today.
What?
Yes.
You see how there's still space on the screen?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't.
So, what we'll call original villain Ansem the Dark, to differentiate him from Ansem the Wise, just to shorten him so we don't have to say Ansem Seeker of Darkness over and over. Now,
Or and Heartless or something, because I have a feeling.
remember,
I have
now,
a
you know
feeling.
how every Heartless, there is a nobody. And this nobody
no.
is
No.
named Xemnas.
No.
M-A-N-S-E-X. Got it memorized?
You're stupid.
Now, while Ansem the Dark was off doing Hollow Bastion stuff and then getting killed by a child, Xemnas was gathering nobodies, including Roxas, to form Organization 13. He is the villain of this game.
Yes, Ryuji. I'm sorry,
Yes.
we can't shut up.
Sorry, Ryuji, it's true, buddy. Now, having the villain of this game be a nobody of the previous villain, great, brilliant, good. I like that. That's good continuity. Takes the role building concept and extends it to its most logical extreme. Now,
Yeah.
that and introducing an entire pair of characters who have the exact same name, one who will rarely be mentioned by his actual name within this game, is bugfuck crazy. All of this is
It's ballsy.
all of this is pretty much relayed to you at once, by the way. There's like no slamming the brakes once Mickey opens his rotten little mouth and starts lord dumping at you. It's dizzying.
I know the feeling.
Yes.
You
Yes.
might want to sit down for this one, pal.
It's
it is-
crazy, buddy.
It's fucking dizzying to experience, and there's like nowhere that energy can go except to spiral down into even further madness. How the fuck is the game gonna salvage the mood? Salvage your sanity? Salvage its own narrative credibility?
Look out! Goofy!
I need to emphasize, this happens like immediately after you learn all this.
Come on, wake up!
I'm sorry about the ice cream.
What?
Goofy? This is not happening. It can't be happening. It can't.
They'll pay for this.
He's so angry. The way they have to deform his fucking like mask of face to make him angry in this game is so off-putting. The ridge of brow flesh that they give him.
Also, Sephiroth is there.
Right. Of course, Sephiroth, my friend Sephiroth.
Yeah, Sephiroth. God, another fucking
yeah,
folk wearing fucking white hair ass having fucking motherfucker keep track of.
I need
oh
to
my god, is he handsome too?
No. Sephiroth is just there. He just shows up, and Donald goes like, Sarah, it's Sephiroth! And we just have to deal with that. So, I gotta tell you, the way that they present this, it's like a major character death. That you go into a combat sequence after this where you have to select your party, and Goofy is not available. All of his items in inventory have been returned back to you. They treat it like it's an actual character death.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What the fuck was Donald Chuck talking about with the ice cream?
I actually don't remember. There was some Scrooge McDuck is making sea salt ice cream, and there's some like silly little argument about it or something. I forget.
Yeah, Donald probably knocked it out of his hand or something.
Yeah,
this is
probably
a scene that very much happens in the game rather than just like a weird one-off non sequitur in the way that it could be. Just like, oops, I'm sorry about the $5 I still owe you. No, he did a thing with the ice cream earlier.
Yeah.
But Goofy's dead and he can't hear him.
Yeah, literally. Like they treat
So.
and like let's. So, about 8 years earlier, Final Fantasy VII came out, and now that game was famous for the death of Aerith partway through the game, and that was a big deal because like a major character death a major player character death doesn't like happen in video games at all in this period. And it is portrayed exactly like this. Aerith dies and all of her items are returned back to you. Tetsuya Nomura, 8 years later, is referencing this by having Sephiroth be here, by having Aerith be a character in this game, by having Cloud be here. And it is played completely straight because of how absurd it is, and the fact that Goofy just fucking comes back later and is fine. He just goes, oh gosh, I get hit so many times. It's actually like a very, like, you'd think this is like something that's meant to be played straight or supposed to take this seriously. It's a fucking brilliant joke. And it immediately corrects for this by having one of the most dramatic and stunning moments of the entire franchise come like just after it.
Oh my god, it's so amazing.
Yes, Sora and the gang finally come face to face with Xemnas, who pits Sword against a horde of 1,000 Heartless. You fight every single one of them. Now, coming off the heels of the Goofy thing, finally grasping the stakes and the scope of the conflict vis-a-vis Xehanort, having that battle, you have like a fun little battle sequence where you fight a bunch of Heartless alongside the Final Fantasy cast. All of this is just a slow build of tension to this climactic battle, and once the fight begins, it is just amazing. The Horde is relentless, a steady mix of strong and weak enemies, most of which are designed for you to command grab and swing around, clearing large chunks of enemies and big AoEs. It's here that the game actually slips you into that retro form so you look and fight like Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora, which is appropriate, because this is the first time in Kingdom Hearts 2 that you feel as overwhelmed as you would have been back in Kingdom Hearts 1. It narratively loops itself with the first game, especially by being in Hollow Bastion, to create a powerful sense of personal progress and escalation. In the remastered version of Kingdom Hearts 2, they simply use the exact same intro cutscene, lifted directly from the first game, pixels and all, which looks a little awkward with the lower resolution, but I think getting to see exactly what this would have looked like back in 2005, playing it now, is a big rhetorical flex. It is a statement that the fight is just as incredible now as it was more than 18 years ago. And they're absolutely fucking right. This is probably the high point of the entire series as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why there is such a great twist that once you actually do get through this fight and reach Xemnas, the extremely awesome battle that just went down takes kind of an ironic turn. he finally explains the organization's plan to you. He wants you to fight these Heartless, so that you can release their hearts with the Keyblade and have them accumulate into a new Kingdom Hearts. One that is now the hearts of all people. Sora, in fighting these Heartless this entire time, has been doing exactly what the organization wanted. So, yeah.
That 1,000 guys you just felled is 1,000 guys more for their cause.
Yeah. Feeling good now, buddy? Yeah. So, he struggles with this revelation. He almost gives up, and the Heartless almost get him. If not for Maleficent, of all people. Now, Pete and Maleficent have been showing up as kind of B villains throughout the game. Kind of like a Team Rocket in terms of like how threatening and immediate their danger actually is in the grand scheme of things. Hell, Maleficent actually tries to steal Christmas in the Nightmare Before Christmas world. Yeah, they're there for like some harmless little fun. They're there so you have a reason to always be fighting Heartless. Now, she also feels slighted by this plan because the Heartless are all hers. She's been raising this army for Xemnas, and now that she's just another pawn again, she's been trivialized. She's not the main villain again. So, she holds a grudge, and she protects Sora long enough for him to escape. And long enough for him to decide that the only way to stop the organization is to just keep on doing what they expect him to in the first place, and hope he figures it out later. If it means fighting more Heartless, then sure. And this is what leads to doing all those other Disney worlds again, which is kind of a shame. But like I said, the game starts to kind of drag here. But there is some actually worthwhile stuff here. You find some more organization members. You kill a second one after you kill Demyx and Hollow Bastion. Crucially, Sora keeps running into a fellow in a black cloak with a suspicious Batwing-looking sword. He's tall. Too tall to be the guy you think. But the sword and the stance he has are uncanny. There's a sense that Riku's back on track. He's actually on Riku's tail again. A fact that's only confirmed later when Mickey reveals that he knew where Riku was the whole time and didn't say anything.
What an asshole!
Yeah!
It's because he made a promise. He was being a good friend.
Yeah, they have a bond from when they were stuck in the department store after hours.
Exactly, in the big bad Coles.
Totally, yeah. In Shadow Macy's.
This
Which is just like a normal
has bonded us forever.
I am thou art I.
There's only one way out, Riku. The perfume department. Soda!
Now, I could have done without the second pass of the Disney Worlds, but I do like the stuff between Sora and Riku. There is tie-ins to Chain of Memories that make this a little confusing, maybe a little alienating. Because, like, in Chain of Memories, you see Riku do that kind of like that kind of this stance the whole time. And, like, it sits in your memory if you played that game, but if you don't have that same context, it doesn't hit as hard. Which is kind of a shame. Now, you actually go to Tron again, right before going back to Twilight Town. This time, you're clearing out the final source of corruption in the machine, which gets rid of the Heartless problem in Hollow Bastion, and returns it back to its original name, Radiant Garden. After this, it's just a trip to the Twilight Town mansion basement, a portal to digital Twilight Town, where Sora uses another portal to reach the final base of the organization. Axel arrives when Sora's overwhelmed by nobodies. He admits to Sora that he kidnapped Kairi, and sacrifices himself to save Sora. There's a legitimate sense of atonement here, which is good. Axel's had a pretty complicated back and forth presence in the story, so it's nice to see him finally pick a side. While he dies, he fades out, and he seems to be talking to somebody else, and not Sora. Yeah. So, this takes us to our final world of this game. The world that never was. An appropriate metaphor for what it is that the nobodies represent. It's a moonlit city with no people, but all the lights are on. Stunning and dynamic visually, but it's drained of all of its life and passion. It's a perfect place to set up the final confrontation. You stalk the dark streets in the shadow of a great white castle up above. looking up at the heart-shaped moon that is Kingdom Hearts, with anticipation and dread. It's here that the remix of Kingdom Hearts 2 adds probably the single most important moment to cap off Roxas's arc in this game. The original version does provide some resolution later, but here we see Roxas actively resist his own oblivion, his own assimilation to Sora. So the two of them fight each other inside of Sora. Roxas is naturally resentful, maybe even jealous, ready to punish Sora for depriving him of being his own person. Roxas kinda liked just being a normal kid, and that whole part of his life was a lie. So while the battle is very fast-paced and demands precise timing to get through it, the musical theme is a sad and understated flute theme, backed by a sweeping piano carrying the pain of lost youth, and the equal pain in defining something for yourself when you had nothing to begin with. It's the best boss encounter in the whole game, easily. It's everything that dramatically served the Riku fight in the first game, working here even more. And when Roxas dies for the last time, he meets Axel halfway, and the two of them remember their friendship finally, before both of them fade out and die. It's like, that's the thing about Kingdom Hearts, is that even when you grasp that the story is really stupid and that nothing is going to make any kind of sense, the game manages to ground itself in these more intimate moments, where it forces you to focus back in on the personal stakes and the motivations of the characters we've come to care about so far. All the nobody plans and everything, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. The actual conceptual stakes of your quest aren't as important.
I have a side joke with my fiance about like this exact sort of phenomenon. And we call it "I am not immune to shonen anime."
Yes, literally. No, that's exactly what this feels like. It's like, it feels like stupid and overwrought, but like it actually is like it actually somehow gets you to care. And again, the music is really pulling a lot through. The theme in this fight is fucking gorgeous. The last three organization members, besides Xemnas, are Syx, Xigbar, and Luxord. You have to fight them all on your way up to Xemnas, and it's here that the game decides to step back and clarify some things. First of all, it takes a moment to address the fact that there are not 13 people in Organization 13. Remember, 5 of them died back in Chain of Memories. And, again, confusing somebody who would have skipped that game. The second thing it addresses is what the organization is actually going for with this whole Kingdom Hearts plan. They just want to be people. They believe that with Kingdom Hearts, they will get their own hearts back, where they used to have none. This is, on paper, compelling and kind of dark, because without hearts, they have no emotions, so they go back to reclaim that part of themselves in a destructive and callous way as a result of feeling nothing. It is, unfortunately, completely inconsistent with how the organization nobodies are actually portrayed. The desire to feel real, complex human emotions is a fundamental emotional need, and the way they express this desire comes across as very emotional every time they talk about it. That, and Roxas clearly and frequently expresses feelings of betrayal, shame, guilt, envy, relief in his earlier section. Axel is obviously in love with Roxas, and Naminé just feels so many things. So, something isn't right here. Either hearts are not actually the source of people's emotions and individuality, or the organization it doesn't lack hearts. It is going to take 8 years until Dream Drop Distance to finally clarify this at all, but for now, it's just wildly confusing and absurd. Made suspect by just how compelling the organization's real deal actually is. People talk about this all the time, how like the organization all feel like very distinct and have like a lot of wild, colorful personalities, and they're always talking about how they have no emotions and are real people. So
it's truly bizarre.
Yeah, internally in Kingdom Hearts 2, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but this is one of those inconsistencies the game actually, like the series actually will address later. In a way that
one of the better addressings of this is as Axel is on his way out, rather than one of those canned lines about, that would feel great if I could feel anything. Sykes has a line. This guy on the left has a line. I would laugh if I had a heart. It's like, just laugh, motherfucker. You can do it. Axel looks Sora in the eye as he's noping off the server, and he says, you made me feel like I had a heart, which is one of the nicer, honest to God, looks inwards that these guys have, wherein they recognize, I think what I'm feeling is feelings. And he dies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's and the thing is, most of everybody in the organization has memories from when they were a whole person, a somebody. Roxas doesn't, because of the special circumstances by which he was made. Given that he existed at the same time as Sora. But it's the idea that they have to remember how to feel again, that all these experiences could just be exactly what they had before, and they just have to accept that what they're doing is feeling things. They know what this is like. But they're in it's almost as if they're in some kind of denial about this fact.
Denial, that's a great way to put it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, the real emotional center of this whole area comes from a set of the game's stranger reveals. Naminé arrives, suddenly, unannounced, to rescue Kairi from being locked up. The two of them run away, and Naminé starts mysteriously fading away. The two are attacked, and then rescued by that tall guy in the cloak with the sword. Kairi thanks this guy, just flippantly calling him Riku, flipping open the hood to reveal Ansem the Dark in there.
God damn it!
Meanwhile, Mickey catches up with Diz, whose bandages have come off, to reveal himself as Ansem the Wise, the original, real classic Ansem. After defeating Zigbar, the eye patch guy from last slide, Sora finds Kairi being attacked by Heartless, and then this Ansem-looking guy shows up to come help rescue her. Sora's happy to see Kairi, and glad that she's safe and all, but it's a pretty understated reaction. And she hasn't really been the focus this entire time. Sora just kind of figured that Kairi was off and safe the entire time. He was looking for Riku this entire game and only just learned that Kairi was in danger. Now, Sora tells this Ansem-looking fella that even though he kind of sucks, he is grateful that he came to help Sora. Kairi corrects Sora immediately, tells him that it's Riku that he's talking to. Sora shuts up. He kind of breaks down. He drops to his knees and clutches Riku's hands and starts weeping when he learns that his friend is safe, and he's here, and he's found him, after being mere steps behind him the whole time. Now, Riku has been kind of ashamed to look this way. He's become so wrapped up in his own struggle with his darkness that he now looks like Ansem, and he's been hiding himself from his friends the whole time. Sora doesn't even care. He doesn't even ask what's happened at first. He's just happy that it's his friend. It's actually kind of beautiful and extremely gay, which rules.
This is one of my favorite scenes in this game.
I'm sorry, one more time.
It's also trans.
It is also pretty transgender. It's no, it's okay. You're still you, even though you look kind of different. It's okay that you're not passing right now. It's still you.
I think one of the things that you also get because of these scenes in rapid succession is you get this tall guy's reveal as secretly being Riku inside. You get Darkness in Zero's reveal of bandages off and he's Ansem the Wise, the sweet blonde man. But I also need to make it exceedingly clear, the entire time he was under those bandages, the parts of his face that poked out were clearly just melanated.
Yeah,
it was so poorly shaded that the dude was just brown. And so when his wraps come off, part of what happens is that a soul of black shit comes off of him, and then he's that guy on the top left. Oh! This is also what happens as a result of Riku's brush with darkness making him look like this. This continues to happen in these games.
Oh my god.
I nearly nuked a woman's stream because I typed white man jump scare when that reveal in the top left happened.
I just realized this means there's another fucking Ansem
somewhere.
somewhere there's another Ansem.
He could be any one of us.
Yeah. Now, that's all well and good, but Ansem has to shoot Kingdom Hearts with a big laser. It's not really clear what he's doing with it. Maybe he's trying to, like, destroy Kingdom Hearts or stop it or digitally capture and contain it in his weird Matrix world. But for some reason, the laser doesn't work. He starts going like, I was wrong. There is no formula for hearts or something like that. He tells everybody watching, the entire gang, that the laser's going to explode, and that, quote, anything could happen if this laser explodes. So the laser does explode, and anything does happen. Ansem disappears, completely gone, vanished from the story, like from thin air. Real? And Riku goes back to normal.
Hi!
He just...
What's this?
And he went to Journeys.
He's just back to normal now. That's all we really get here. Laser explode, Riku normal now.
All of this happens within like 20 minutes if you're taking your time, these cutscenes, by the way. Being introduced to dude in cloak, looks like the guy that you killed at the last game, then you find out it's Riku in there, Sora gay cries, a laser explodes, then Riku's back to normal. Zero stakes. This happens faster and is therefore limper than losing the Keyblade 1.
Yeah, it's so much faster than that. It's wild.
Zero stakes.
I have I don't have any way to logically explain why Riku just looks like himself now. All we get is a brief explanation that Riku had a blindfold in those flashback cutscenes where he fought Roxas. And that was the only thing keeping that darkness at bay. He had to remove it while fighting to retrieve Roxas for Ansem the Wise. So he took the blindfold off so he could beat Roxas, and that turned him into Ansem. Mickey says that the reason the blindfold worked was because, quote, his eyes couldn't lie to him.
Fuck yes.
I have.
Fuck.
I'm not gonna bother unraveling that. I don't know what that
means. Okay, you got to do the voice when you're quoting Mickey.
His eyes couldn't lie to him. I'm just gonna assume that Ansem the Wise is gone because we have no other way to resolve his character arc, and Riku's back to normal because it'd kind of be silly if he looked like Ansem the Dark for the final boss.
Yeah,
and that's
all the Ansem though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
For now. For now.
What do you
I'm
mean?
declaring that all of the Ansems. If I see one more, ooh.
Now, right before the final boss, though, Kingdom Hearts offers up one of its most comprehensive and actually most compelling explanations of any of its weird story beats that we ever see. This part was in the original, and it's meant to be the actual resolution to all the Roxas and Naminé stuff, which is made a lot better retroactively by the Roxas boss fight. The ghosts of Roxas and Naminé appeared, and they put their heads together to actually really figure out what the hell they are. Naminé is a nobody, right? But who's her Heartless? Who does she belong to? Who's her complete other half? Well, I mean, it's Kairi, right? She looks pretty much just like her, but she's blonde. But that doesn't make any actual sense. Remember, Kairi never became a Heartless, and she is literally incapable of doing so, being a Princess of Hearts. She has no darkness in her heart, so she can't make no bug boy.
She's like her own nobody, sort of.
Kind of. Well, sort of. You see, remember when Sora released his own heart back in Kingdom Hearts 1? He released Kairi's heart just as much as he released his own. So, in releasing two hearts, he somehow produced two nobodies when he became a Heartless. One of which, Naminé, is just as much Sora's aspect as she is Kairi's. Now, what is interesting about this is that this means that Roxas and Naminé are inextricably tied together, both born from that sacrificial moment, a physical embodiment of Sora's love for his friends. They are a physical representation of his driving compassion, which is why Naminé spurred Roxas to go kick ass and get out of Twilight Town, because of her compassion and love for Roxas, which is core to their very being. I think this is kind of awesome. Now,
Sora non-binary moments?
I like to posit that Sora doesn't know what a gender is, but
there it is.
Yeah.
He's an ally for sure.
Yes.
He's just happy to be there.
Mm-hmm. Now, Xemnas, on the other hand, is even more representative of what he is than Ansem the Dark was. I like Ansem as an object of camp, right? But Xemnas actually articulates the organization motivation pretty movingly. Xemnas laments the fact that, lacking a heart, he is shunned as an aberration by actors for light. So nobodies like him have no choice but to turn to darkness, because they're offered no alternative. His desire to be a whole person is deeply human, yet he is vilified for it. Unlike Ansem the Dark, Xemnas is a tragic figure, in theory. In practice, he is also a giant blue-eyes white dragon robot and a lightsaber-wielding juggernaut. The boss fight with Xemnas is pretty amazing. It combines even more over-the-top QTE set pieces. There's a ship battle. Xemnas throws buildings at you, and Sora just slices them in half with his Keyblade. It's, in terms of spectacle and power escalation, it's pretty high for the series as a whole. You also get to fight alongside Riku, which is pretty satisfying. He helps disrupt Xemnas' attacks, uses shields, and ranged weapon attacks. It's a very Naruto and Sasuke working together moment. And that really helps sell the mood. To the very end, Sora and Riku wake up after the fight on a beach in the Realm of Darkness. The same one where we see Xemnas in some opening cutscenes. They sit on the beach and reconcile their differences and their jealousies. They choose instead to value their friendship over anything else. Riku admits that he was always jealous of Sora in a way, but Sora goes, well, I do have the one thing that you never could. I have you as my friend.
Aww.
It's so stupid, but it somehow works.
I am not immune to shonen.
Yeah,
you know?
Literally. A letter in a bottle washes up on the beach. It's the one from Kairi. Opening the letter somehow gives the two of them the strength to get back home, all the way back to Destiny Islands, where they reunite with Kairi. And also Donald and Goofy. We get a little glimpse at Roxas and Naminé passing on in peace. A real conclusive ending to just about everything that's happened. There's a sense... Yeah, there's a sense that every personal arc is wrapped up, again. But, like the first game's very conclusive ending, we get a little bit of a teaser. A letter shows up from King Mickey, whose contents will propel the next chapter of this story.
Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 3.
Bio break.
I have a bit of an outro for this game first, but Kingdom Hearts 2 is a real milestone. Even when it's driven by gimmicky frivolity, the game does things that are really artful and compelling. Hell, it was second in running for many Game of the Year awards back in 2005. Second only to Resident Evil 4. One of the greatest and historically significant games ever made. Now, this game is the best of the series. The only one I will recommend you play if you're new to the franchise and want to know what it's about, really. Now, if you want to get really lost in the output of these games, let me assure you, we have a lot to cover still. Kingdom Hearts 3 was delayed so much that 14 years spanned the gap between Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3. In that time, many other side experiments would be released, sending us on a journey to untangle the web and make sense of it before the definitive next chapter. And just for my own satisfaction, and to make things even more frustrating for all of you, as we go on, I'm going to keep a little tally of something. The next few slides contain the total amount of concurrent versions of a single character that could exist at a single time. There are now 3 Soras: Sora Prime, Roxas, and Naminé. There are now 2 Rikus, Riku and Repliku. There are now 2
but
Kairis.
we're not counting Ansem Riku.
No, different guy. There are now 2 Kairis, Kairi Prime and Naminé. There are two different versions of everybody in Twilight Town existing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 4 Xehanorts already. Xehanort, Apprentice Xehanort, Ansem the Dark, Xemnas, and Ansem's possession of Riku, who we will call Dark Riku going forward.
Oh my
god. Ansem,
with,
Possession, Riku is Dark Riku. It's Ansem in there, but it's Riku.
Yes. It is It ends up manifesting as a distinct being. So, before we go on to our bio break and go on to our next game, I want you guys to guess, what game do you think comes next?
It's one of those weird ones with like all the numbers in it. It's like the days over whatever the fuck.
Well, I thought it would be Kingdom Hearts 3, but I looked it up. It says there are 13 games in this series, and that Kingdom Hearts 3 came out in 2019.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So there's a bit of a gap.
Spitzy, do you have any guesses?
My heart says 358 days over 2, but I wonder if we're not going birthwards.
No, it's Coded.
Fuck! Coded! No!
We are back. Let me open up the stream notes.
Here we go!
All right. So I could have given you the entire lore of Kingdom Hearts Coded while I did that break. Like this is as tangential as a Kingdom Hearts entry ever gets. So here we go. Kingdom Hearts is very frustrating to talk about sometimes because sometimes the supplementary material is load-bearing and significant and really should be considered mainline content. Other times, the content is frivolous and serves only to add little color to the main story. Sometimes only given significance retroactively, when released in HD packs to suit the narrative order. Coded is the worst offender. Coded is yet another retread through the world progression of Kingdom Hearts 1, but the story it adds is functionally meaningless, and the platform was on mobile phones in Japan at first. And this was before smartphones. So you're playing this on like your BlackBerry or some shit. Now, the footage you see in the background there is from the later Nintendo DS release, Recoded, which has been streamlined into the HD releases to be a simple series of cinematics. It's honestly not a bad way to experience it. Unlike the other DS releases, you don't really miss anything mechanically if you skip this one. The story, however, is probably one of the funniest.
Oh boy.
Jean Baudrillard's Simulacra and Simulation grapples with the notion that the signifiers of a consumer society have constructed a false simulatory reality for those of us who live in it. That the idea that our lives are nothing but a computer simulation wouldn't even matter if it were true, because our material lives are already governed by falsities, rules, and trappings of simulacra. In effect, what would you actually do if you learned that you live in the Matrix? How would your life actually change? What good does that knowledge do, since there is nothing that you as an individual can do to escape that simulation? The idea that the Matrix movies use to riff on this, as well as guide aboard Society of the Spectacle, is that through this revelation that your life is governed by arbitrary societal conventions and consumer engines, you are liberated, free to define a new reality for your own self. What would Sora do with this information? So, after Kingdom Hearts 2, Mickey gets a hold of Jiminy Cricket's journal. Before Sora went on ice, Naminé and Ansem the Wise put a secret message in there that would guide their next steps, somehow. In order to crack the code, Mickey scans the journal in his computer. The computer then generates a digital world in facsimile of Sora's journey in Kingdom Hearts 1, including a Data Sora copy who Mickey guides through the simulation. This Data Sora travels about through all the worlds from before, finding software bugs and Data Heartless. All he's missing is Donald and Goofy. But in an attempt to avoid an interloping Pete and Maleficent, Data Sora winds up in Disney Castle. There he comes face to face with the real Mickey, Donald and Goofy, who have somehow been sucked into the simulation as well, unbeknownst to them. This is all explained to Data Sora by a Data Riku, who serves as a digital guide through the world in Mickey's computer, generated by Sora's journal, written by Jiminy Cricket.
That's right.
Eventually, Data Sora goes to Data Hollow Bastion with Real, Donald, and Goofy, where he finds that in retracing the real Sora's steps, he has gained the same personal stakes and the same feelings as the real Sora, which leads to a steady generation of a heart, a real heart for this Data Sora. However, this means that Sora's Heartless is in the Data world, and has been growing steadily stronger, and might even escape into the real world. Sora defeats this Heartless, and suggests that after finding the data for the secret message, Mickey deletes this datascape. And Data Sora. So, Kingdom Hearts Code... Yeah, which means Kingdom Hearts Coded is the story about how Mickey created emergent, sentient, simulatory life in his computer that, when given conscience, asked to be killed.
On your BlackBerry.
On the Nintendo DS.
Localized entirely within your pocket.
Hang on 1 second. I gotta go get my phone real fast, just so I can see what chat's saying about all this.
Oh my god.
They're mostly just saying, what the fuck? We made it just to kill.
I guess so. That makes sense.
Put you down like a dog now!
It's fucking crazy. So yeah, that's Kingdom Hearts Coded.
Oh.
Also, this happens.
Jesus.
This is the game! This is where that all happens.
This is literally the only thing that this game has gone down in history for, is because of this line.
They put bugs in him.
They put bugs in him.
They did put bugs in him.
This is honestly one of the more reasonable things I've seen in this stream so far.
The bugs in him?
Yes.
Huh.
It's pretty straightforward. They put bugs in him.
Yeah,
well, you got me there.
Which brings us to our next game. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days. Released on the Nintendo DS in 2008. Now, you may have some questions about this title. The reason it is called... The 358 signifies the roughly year-long period, minus the week in Data Twilight Town, that Roxas was a member of Organization 13. The over 2 is meaningless. Titles are perhaps the least meaningful thing in all of Kingdom Hearts, so don't worry about why it's called that, guys.
No,
I have my own opinions about the over 2, but I'll take them offline.
My brain is short-circuiting looking at that title.
And don't worry, there are worse ways to pronounce it. According to the original Japanese title, the entire phrase is Kingdom Hearts 358 days over 2.
Which is just even more meaningless. People will really insist that it's actually called that, and it's like, that
this
doesn't
is
make it
alphabet soup.
Yes, it means nothing.
Just because it's on the box doesn't mean it's right or good, but it is there.
So, released after Coded on the DS, Kingdom Hearts Days, we'll call it that for simplicity, adds some extra context for Roxas while he was in the organization. This is another game that got the retread cinematic treatment like Coded, which is almost a shame. The original game didn't have a world progression. It had a mission structure. Roxas would go out and fight Heartless in little Disney World sections and then fuck off, after some pretty brief and unimportant vignettes. The progression loop is incredibly tedious and repetitive. You do, however, miss the mechanical implementation of Roxas if you skip this. In Kingdom Hearts 2, he was mostly just a mechanical and narrative stand-in for Sora, allowing for an innocent slice of life section to start the game off that Sora was unsuited to have, given his experiences. In Organization 13, Roxas is more of a standalone figure. There's no trace of Sora in this game, so he plays wildly differently. He's lightning fast, oriented around quick dashes and air combos, tracking very quickly from enemy to enemy. He fights with purpose, direction, geared towards the systematic efficiency that the organization needs in the Keyblade wielder. More important than the plot, though, is the characters, as a rule for Kingdom Hearts. And this game really digs into the tension between the Nobody's perceived lack of identity and their unrelenting desire for one. Roxas makes best friends with Axel, and a secret 14th member of the organization, Shion, this girl who looks like Kairi with black hair, who only has a face and voice when people are niceys to her.
You tried to tell me, you tried to gaslight me and say she wasn't real.
There's a reason I did that. So, the three of them
Who the fuck are you?
The three of them become best friends, far more loyal to each other than they ever were to Xemnas, which is both a huge problem for Xemnas and also exactly what his plan was. Roxas grows progressively weaker as the game goes on, falling into a coma during the Shade of Memory sequence, having headaches and dizzy spells, all while Shion, also a Keyblade wielder, gets along just fine. She starts looking for answers to who she is and what she is, and comes into contact with Riku, still blindfolded and still trying to protect Sora and keep his location a secret. It's through Shion that Riku learns about Roxas, learns about the key to waking up Sora, and how Shion learns about Namine. See, Shion is constructed from Sora's memories of Kairi that Namine stole back in Chain of Memories. So, Shion is also another Sora and a Kairi, just like Namine was. Now, that's all very confusing, and the game does a very bad job at explaining that. But I will say this. Remember back we were talking earlier about how Repliku was an artificial copy of Riku who dealt with the existential implications of that and wanted to be his own person, and all that entails, right? Shion is not just an artificial copy of Sora, she's an artificial copy of Sora's idea of somebody else. So, the existential nightmare that ensues in is pretty fucking bleak. And as a result of this weird connection, Shion's existence is actively weakening Roxas, drawing from Sora's power into a true new empty vessel, a real construction from nothing, Shion. Now, the organization... Yeah, Shion is meant to be, like, the organization's ace in the hole in case Roxas or Sora don't work out, as the Keyblade wielder for their plan. Shion will not let this come to pass, even if she has no choice, so she asks Roxas to kill her to stop the plan and save himself. She dies in Roxas's arms, and Roxas says perhaps one of the funniest lines in all of Kingdom Hearts. Shion, who else will I have ice cream with?
I need you to understand that the impact of these lines is played 100% straight, and if you are foolish enough, they will punch you in your gut. The ice cream counts so much if you choose to let it matter.
It matters to me, Spitzy. I want you to know, as somebody who purposefully, like, when I played Kingdom Hearts 2, when it was my turn on the PlayStation, and what I would do when, like, the tutorial section was done is I would turn the console off and start the game again.
You and me are holding hands. Do you want to go to Cold Stone together? I keep a save slot of each of these games in their tutorial section so that I can go back to those days every time. I keep Destiny Islands pristine in 1. I keep Twilight Town safe in 2.
That is beautiful, actually, that you guys both have that experience. I love that.
These games are awful, but what they do to you is so real.
I am not immune to shonen.
Yes.
We are not immune to shonen.
Now, what's frustrating about this whole arc is that it is legitimately very compelling and interesting. It gives us more time to empathize with Roxas, gives more context to why he left the organization, introduces a new character who's a great variation on the previous themes of existential identity crisis. However, it is swiftly and immediately retconned. Shion dies, and somehow everybody forgets about her immediately. It's literally as if she never existed. There's almost no trace of her in, like, Roxas's own, like, physical remembrances or records. The organization has a record of her, but as long as that's kept tucked away, Shion will never be remembered again and will never come back. That's why she is never mentioned in Kingdom Hearts 2 at all. Which is, again, very frustrating. Roxas leaves the organization, but because Shion is dead, he doesn't really remember why. Axel doesn't remember either, so he's more personally betrayed by the departure, because he doesn't really understand Roxas's motivation for this. This is when Riku just shows up and takes advantage of that situation, and you get to play through that boss fight that was in the background of Kingdom Hearts 2. Roxas' submission to the Data Twilight Town, and Riku's transformation to Ants in the Dark. We finally see all those things. Also, Mickey shows up for like one cutscene, and yet he's still on the cover.
He's just that
branding,
bitch.
Baby. It would be reductive to call Days a waste of time. It does ruminate on some of the open-ended contradiction of the Kingdom Hearts 2 nobodies. It develops Axel a little better. It gives more weight and consequence to the events of Chain of Memories. In isolation, it's kind of a narrative mess, and not really one of the mechanical trailblazers for the series. Good side content feels more distinct from the others. It has its own identity, kind of like Chain of Memories did. Has its own aesthetic, narrative, mechanical identity from what came before. And to allow this, and to make a more distinct game from Days here, which doesn't feel very distinct on its own, unfortunately. Kingdom Hearts corrects this, not by looking in the little intermittent gaps of the chronology that's already happened. It looks backwards in time. Our next game is Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep on the PSP, released in 2009.
Oh my god.
Man,
Yeah.
I remember when these games were coming out, people were pissed because they kept making like this one's for the PSP, you know?
If they waited a few more years, it could have come out on the Vita and actually gotten some more love. Which is a bit of, people actually owned a PlayStation Vita. Nobody fucking bought a PSP. Which is really a shame, actually. I like Birth by Sleep best of all the supplementary titles. Its experimental mechanics mesh the best with the main game loop and its narrative. Its narrative elements add a sense of worth and meaning to many of the franchise's open-ended questions. It features 3 new player protagonists, each with their own interlocking campaigns, each one trekking through the same general world progression, but engaging in different story content in each of those worlds. They play substantially different from each other. Terra is an aggressive melee-only build, Ventus is an agile fighter geared towards the game's new targeting mechanic, Shotlock, and Aqua is a magic user primarily. Their mechanical variation is made possible with a new system called the Command Deck, where typical battle commands like attack, cast a spell, use an ability, use an item, can be combined and reconfigured to produce wild new effects and combos, feeding a meter that triggers a variety of themed ability states. Mixing and matching commands... Yeah?
Hey, Mave?
What's your question, Dorothy?
Isn't that just Roxas?
Oh, you think it's just Roxas. Oh, no. You think that... Ventus looks like Roxas. I promise, that's not Roxas.
It's not Roxas. You see it says not Roxas right there. That doesn't spell that.
That's what his name says. I'm not Roxas.
His name's Ventus.
I've seen Terra before, and I've seen Ventus. This is the first time I've ever seen Aqua. Ever.
That's
really?
That's a real shame, because Aqua is awesome, actually.
She's the coolest and the most lesbian Kingdom Hearts character.
She's so good. Now, I gotta say, mixing and matching the commands in is actually some of the most fun I've had in just menus in a Kingdom Hearts game. It's the first time that I've really felt the RPG side of the action RPG hybrid. Especially in the ways that commands and Keyblade combinations are paired with certain characters you meet. Terra's first themed deck is Maleficent's, actually. My only wish is that it were made for better hardware than the PSP, one that was more popular and could render things a little bit better. If it waited for the Vita or the 3DS or something, the game would have had much better decorative and level design. Probably the greatest sacrifice in this otherwise more traditional Kingdom Hearts experience for a handheld title. It is 10 years before Kingdom Hearts 1, and your 3 main characters are preparing to become Keyblade Masters under the watchful eye of Master Ericus, in a world called the Land of Departure. Now, we've given up on the idea that the Keyblade has chosen Sora specifically. Anyone can wield a Keyblade now if they've got what it takes, because Keyblades can be summoned by your heart or whatever now.
So it's kind of like it's kind of like how in Dragon Ball basically everyone got key powers.
I was just about to liken it exactly to Dragon
It's a bit
Ball.
more like how Goku was the one legendary Super Saiyan.
Yeah, that too.
And then the next arc introduces 3 more Super Saiyans, and also Broly.
Shonens do that a lot.
Yeah, they do, and I kind of love it.
I'm gonna be king of the pirates!
Not now, Luffy. God damn it! The One Piece marketing has made it here too. Damn it!
We're not safe, no matter where you go.
Now, the 3 of these characters are best friends, each of them keeping a little star-shaped wayfinder charm, which is supposed to represent how they'll always find each other and be together forever. Ventus is the youngest of the 3, the most endeared to the rest of them, and the most energetic. He also looks and sounds just like Roxas. Terra, on the other hand, happens to look a lot like Apprentice Xehanort. And when it's time for Hionakwa's Keyblade exam, Ericus fails Terra for allowing the darkness in his heart to briefly surface. This is all constructed by another character, who we'll discuss later, who mysteriously goes missing shortly afterwards. And Terra has to go out and find him to prove his gumption. Ericus tells Terra that he's not allowed to be a Keyblade Master, but he's allowing him to do this to maybe quell his lust for power. Literally, he is given a seat on the council, but not the rank of master. Now,
this is outrageous. It's unfair.
This is the first moments of gameplay, but the most important story content in the main half takes place in the past. A lot of this game is going to be finding out details of things that happened before the beginning, piecing them together from the overlapping perspectives and of these different characters, what people decide to tell the different characters. So kind of it becomes very interesting depending on the order. I picked Terra first since he's kind of first in the order. His campaign starts and ends before everybody else's. But I'm not going to play it out that way. I talked about Shaded Memories in one campaign to another. I'm going to give you all the story at once. Woohoo! Before we unravel the gameplay, we're going to unravel the backstory. It starts with Master Xehanort. Get ready, motherfuckers! Here he comes! Oh wait, Ericus.
No.
And then this other fella named Vinius. We'll get to him later. And here is Master Xehanort.
No! 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 No!
Who the fuck are you?
Here he is, everybody!
No!
He's here! Oh, baby, yes.
Donate, slap his bald head.
Donate to slap his bald head. Now,
$1, 1 slap.
Now, anyone who has played Kingdom Hearts 2 will recognize immediately that something is very wrong.
He's bald!
This game takes place in the past, but now Xehanort is like a really old man, far older than the portrait in Hall of Bastion would have suggested. That will be explained by the time we're done in this game, but for now, let's examine the actual person and pick apart the main villain of the whole series. Master Xehanort, who is voiced by Leonard Nimoy, I wish I was making that up,
Nope.
is a creepy old man and a Keyblade Master. He is from Destiny Islands, the same world as Sora and Riku, and an early cinematic shows that he too once had ambitions of leaving this world that was too small for him to go do greater things. When he was young, he learned about the true history of Kingdom Hearts. The real Kingdom Hearts. Not the fake ones that have been in the previous games. The Kingdom Hearts that was in the first game was not the real Kingdom Hearts. The Kingdom Hearts that was in Kingdom Hearts 2 is not the real Kingdom Hearts. The real one. The real one was fought over long ago in a great Keyblade war in which thousands of Keyblade Masters turned on themselves to fight over the heart of all worlds and of all people, which was the real Kingdom Hearts. Back then, there was only one world, but the war fractured it into many disparate worlds. Kingdom Hearts was too dangerous to be left up in the sky, so it was sealed away, only to be unlocked by the 7 pure hearts of those princesses. Now, Xehanort thinks that another Keyblade war would be kinda neat, believing that the universe has become a little too overwhelmed with light. He would like to create a world where light and darkness exist in perfect balance. Now, light and dark existing equally isn't bad in theory. Riku did disenchanted memories. Until you realize that means Xehanort comes to the conclusion that he should just be a bad darkness boy all around. And also kill a lot of people. Now, Xehanort's plan.
I've got it! I'll create world peace by becoming evil!
Yes, that is literally his whole idea. He also does this a lot.
You were supposed to bring balance to the Force, not destroy it.
He's always wiggling his little fingies, always playing an invisible piano.
Okay, God, he really is. That man gesticulates.
Like, yes, Ventus. He's so good. Yeah, what Nimoy does such a weird voice, but it's amazing.
It's like he's...
I'm sorry, what?
Gargling.
Leonard Nimoy voices Master Xehanort.
No!
Yes.
I'm not lying. He does. You want to know who voices his friend, Master Ericus? Mark Hamill.
What? It is Star Wars. Mark Hamill's here.
I love that they put Star Trek and Star Wars on opposite sides. It's awesome. Nomura totally did that on purpose. Now, Xehanort's plan to acquire Kingdom Hearts in this game involves a secret and powerful weapon called the Keyblade.
Wild. What's that?
I'm not like the English word key. It's like the Greek letter. The one
I
see. But it's pronounced like key. You'll also
sometimes pronounced Kai.
Yeah, you will hear it pronounced like Xehanort will explain the name like based on the ancient letter key, though some say Kai. The Keyblade will over and over he does this.
The most confusing pronunciation of the two.
In the subtitles, it looks like an X. But they always say Keyblade. So, if
that is the Greek letter Chi.
Yes, it is also pronounced Kai. Yes, that is correct. So, if you're not looking at the subtitles, you will just be confused as hell. It's also a giant sword now. Just appreciate this stupid fucking weapon with me. It's two kingdom keys and the cross, and like it's just holding the like cross guard as a hilt, which is uncomfortable as hell.
So stupid.
Yeah, it is. You can't really get a sense of it now until you see people wield it later. It is a gigantic weapon. It's so big and awkward. Now, in order to get this is also an incredibly important weapon. It is the actual key that sealed away Kingdom Hearts at all, and Xehanort wants this to bring Kingdom Hearts back. To do this, he needs a warrior of equal parts light and darkness, respectively, in order to wield and summon that weapon. Ericus tries to stop him, so Xehanort fucks up his face. He then goes off to find Ventus. This is way back in the past. Ventus hasn't become friends with Aqua and Terra yet. He's just a lonely little boy who can wield the Keyblade, and Xehanort sees potential in this guy. Ventus won't go along with Xehanort's plan. He won't fight Heartless good enough. He won't give in to darkness. So Ventus nearly dies in the trial. Xehanort has another idea, though. He extracts the darkness that does reside within Ventus, which is apparently so strong that it can be its own distinct being. This guy named Vanitas, the dude in the helmet with the cool keyblade that has the eye on it. Yeah. So, now his plan is to... So, what happens next is Ventus does not survive this, right? Xehanort has just extracted a part of Ventus's very essence and turned it into another being. So, while he's dying... One second. I've been talking a lot. I need some more water. So, he goes to take Ventus to go die on Destiny Islands. He admits that he kind of feels bad about what he's done to the poor boy and wants him to at least be comfortable. Which is very funny, because when he does take him to Destiny Islands, he, like, slings Ventus's limp corpse over a palm tree, which looks very uncomfortable. Just kind of puts it there. However, as Ventus is about to die, a baby is born on the island, whose heart reaches out to Ventus and forms a connection that keeps him alive. This baby is Sora.
I hate it here so goddamn
He's
much.
such a little font of light and healing. What the fuck?
What?
He's God's most specialist boy.
He's
Truly.
such a special fucking boy.
It's actually crazy. Like, Sora himself,
like a
I think,
shonen
counts
protest.
as a princess of heart at this point.
He might as well be.
Yeah.
So,
For real?
with Ventus alive, Xehanort can now have he and Vanitas fight, which will cause him to refuse, which will create the... I'm gonna call it the Kai Blade now, to make it less confusing.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
what blade?
Womp womp.
Which will summon Kingdom Hearts as Xehanort's plan. This plan is apocalyptic and will destroy the world a second time. This isn't like Ansem the Dark, who just wanted the world to be filled with Heartless, or Xemnas, who wanted to be a whole person. This is genocide, accelerating the same mistakes from the past for the sake of a future that no one really asked for. And although the body count is pretty low right now, let me tell you, that's about to change. But first we get some Disney stuff. That's where, like, a lot of the plot information is unearthed in Terra and Ventus's campaigns, where they briefly encounter Xehanort, taking little breaks from the Disney World progression. We see some classic princess movie worlds, but also some Disney worlds in the past, like Peter Pan, Disney Castle, and Hercules, which appropriately features Zack instead of Cloud. It's kind of neat. It's neat, I suppose, to feature worlds from those other princesses of heart like Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. But the Cinderella world is probably the single worst Disney world out of all of them. It has very little to do with the gameplay, which is bad in of itself. It's a big escort mission. But it has everything to do with the music. It's just one track, a repeating track, repeating whatever you do, over and over and over again. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. It's on a constant fucking loop the entire time.
Awesome.
It's fucking evil. It literally drives me insane. I have to go through that, and it's like the first thing you experience. It's like the second or third thing you experience as Terra, and it's maddening.
I'm just gonna put this out here. It registered on me 0% as I was playing the game. Completely forgettable.
Thank God for you.
Teehee.
Yeah, I can't say I'm drawn to all the Disney stuff here, especially with the kind of thin level design. But Terra's campaign has an interesting twist to the progression, where he tends to interact with the Disney villains more than the protagonists. The very first world he goes to is Sleeping Beauty, where he immediately finds Maleficent and accidentally lets slip to her that there are other worlds. immediately setting the precedent that Donald and Goofy hold themselves to, where they try to not tell people this. Because the last time someone did, an evil witch started causing a lot of bad things.
I forgot that it's Terra's fault that Maleficent is this way.
Yeah, Terra's fucking stupid. Yeah, he has, like, no idea. Like, he has the worst judge of character of anybody.
No, it's coming back to me. Like, at least one, if not two different worlds, the bad guy of said property is like, you will do nicely. Here, let me give you the lay of the land from my position exclusively. Now go.
Hades does it, Maleficent does it.
He keeps getting duped by bad guys.
It's very funny. Which won't show up in any major way later. Obviously not. So, later, Terra goes to, a world called Disney Town.
Fuck off!
I'm not making it up. Literally, Ventus shows up and he's like, hey guys, I got tickets to go to Disney Town.
Shut
That's right,
up!
it's a place that requires tickets, and he keeps trying to go there.
It's so
with his
good.
friends.
So he shows up in kart races on his cool motorcycle, and he beats Pete in a race and sends him to a psychic prison for his numerous crimes in that world. And this is apparently how Pete and Maleficent met in the first place. Maleficent promised to let Pete out if he would serve her in return, and then she just kind of forgot. You don't fight Heartless or Nobodies in this section at all. They haven't been released yet. You fight these weird triangle guys called the Unversed. I can't say I'm very moved by their visual design, but their lore is fucking crazy. Every Unversed embodies an emotion that has been released from Vanitas that turns into its own monster. The darkness inside Ventus's heart made manifest is so powerful and getting so emotional that it's creating little tiny emotion monsters just because Vanitas exists.
Imagine having a terrible, horrible...
Sorry, Dion.
The same thing happens when I forget to take my Boosterone.
Damn it. Yes, Bitsy.
Imagine having a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day so fucking bad that you just make a new creature.
Literally,
a million of it.
He keeps creating beings. It's so funny. Their characterization is actually kind of interesting. The Unversed are very fast, very jittery. They're erratic, kind of strange and angry. Appropriate for the emergent Vanitas that created them. They always jitter. They kind of like dash around the screen, and they're kind of, erratic in their animations. It's also in this section that all 3 characters briefly stop in Destiny Islands in the past, where they find a little baby Sora and a little baby Riku, where they set the 2 up for their future rivalry and their promises to protect one another. Terra even hears out Riku's wish to become powerful to protect his own friends. He even offers to let Terra then offers to let Riku hold his Keyblade, putting Riku through a little ritual called the Mark of Passage, where one Keyblade wielder passes on the ability to use a Keyblade to another person. So by holding out his Keyblade and letting Riku hold it, Riku became a candidate for the Kingdom Key back in Kingdom Hearts 1.
So it's like he was baptized.
Pretty much, yeah. It's like being knighted for being a Keyblade wielder. You just have to
the other
baptism.
baptism.
You just have to touch the Keyblade. That's all it takes. You hold that thing. That's it. Speaking of baby Sora and baby Riku, baby Kairi shows up, which is pretty cool. The midway point of the whole story is a brief stop at Radiant Garden, a few years before it falls to darkness and becomes Hollow Bastion. In Terra's campaign, Terra fights a younger Zigbar, currently named Braig, because he doesn't have the X yet. He's still a whole person, and really, really wants a Keyblade for some reason.
He looks a lot like another guy I've seen before, with like 2 guns that like spin him around a little bit. I don't know.
No.
Not ringing a bell.
I always thought he looked like Shang from Mulan.
Yes, I do see that.
Yeah. It's here when Terra fights somebody Zigbar, where Xehanort provokes Terra to channel his inner darkness to beat the guy. That's how Terra shoots some like darkness beams at him, and that's how he gets the eye patch. Which leads to Xehanort obviously manipulating Terra over and over again. They have a relationship exactly like Palpatine and Anakin Skywalker in Star Wars Revenge of the Sith. Xehanort constantly goads Terra on to go do darkness stuff, slowly pilling Terra on his own ideology, and obviously manipulating him to some weird unknown purpose. Now, I don't mean any of this as a criticism. I love Star Wars Revenge of the Sith so much. I'm not gonna rag on this game for being unoriginal. If Nomura wanted to borrow a little bit from Star Wars to help him better write this game for the PSP, that's fine. I like Sheev Palpatine, and Xehanort's a pretty good Palpatine. Now, Ventus, in his campaign, he meets the somebody form of Axel, whose name is Lee, as we discussed earlier, and Syx, whose original form is named Issa. This explains, one, that Syx and Axel were actually once friends, and Syx was jealous of Axel's friendship with Roxas, and 2, Ventus and Axel being friends here actually gives some retroactive foreshadowing for the Axel and Roxas stuff. In Aqua's campaign, she meets a young Kairi and her grandma, immediately recognizes Kairi as being pure of heart, and she gives Kairi her Wayfinder charm, the little star thing, that protects her. That will later inspire a lucky charm that she makes back in Kingdom Hearts 1. Kairi also just walks up to Aqua and bleh, touches her Keyblade unceremoniously. She goes like, what's that? Now, I didn't cover this earlier, but in the end of Kingdom Hearts 2, kind of like around the boss rush with the organization, when Riku shows up, he just hands Kairi a Keyblade. He just gives her one. Yeah. He also has a Keyblade at that point. It looks like his older sword. It just has a little tip on it that makes it look like a Keyblade. I don't know where he would have gotten the Keyblades. Or how he would have known that Kairi could have...
He just went to Kmart.
Yeah, you got it in the Shadow Cold.
Yeah, in the Dark Macy's, back with King Mickey.
It was a blue light special.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Yeah. So, see, prequels are uniquely positioned, generally, to give context for future events by explaining them back in the past, looping in the historical events established as a way to create continuity backwards in time. This thing with Kairi is valuable, since the Wayfinder charm explains how she got, like, launched over to Destiny Islands, of all places, after Hollow Bastion falls. This Keyblade thing, though, I'm not all that upset that these guys can all wield Keyblades, especially in the context of the past Keyblade War. That's cool. What I hate is how, like, mundane and trivial passing on wielding a Keyblade ends up being. It complicates more than it explains, which I tend to credit this game for being a good job at not doing. Yeah.
These games don't complicate things.
No, this particular game ends up explaining a bit more than it complicates, which I tend to like. By the time Ventus does come back to the Land of Departure, Ericus has figured out Xehanort's plan to use Ventus to create the Keyblade. He won't let this happen, so he tries to kill Ventus. Terra recognizes just in time. He shows up just in time and recognizes this as monstrous and stupid, so he has a boss fight with Ericus. He does beat him, he doesn't kill him, but Ericus does, turn down and submit. Just as he's vulnerable, Xehanort comes around and kills the guy.
Submit!
It is exactly like that. It's literally the same as Anakin attacking Mace Windu and Palpatine showing up to finish him off. It's very, very funny. Yeah. It's like, in a way it feels very, very appropriate that, like, this game series has relied so much on this dichotomy between light and darkness without really examining what those things actually mean, which honestly makes it makes narratively looping itself with Star Wars a pretty good idea. I'm not that upset about all this. So, the stage is finally set for a final confrontation. The climax takes us to a Keyblade graveyard, a world created by Xehanort to honor the fallen Keyblade warriors. Ventus, Terra, Aqua, Brave, Vanitas, Xehanort, and Mickey Mouse all converge here for one climactic showdown. Now this is the part where things get funny. Buckle up, everybody. So,
oh boy.
Terra's campaign ends with a showdown against Xehanort, enraged that he would manipulate Terra into doing the bad things and taking advantage of his best buddy Ventus. While Terra and Xehanort fight, Ventus and Vanitas fight below, and Kingdom Hearts appears in the sky. It is here, in the final moment where Xehanort wins, that he decides he's done. His plan with Terra, all along, was to turn Terra towards darkness and weaken his heart so that he could possess Terra.
No!
Yeah. Keyblade Masters.
You're one of these guys.
Who the fuck are you?
Masters can release their hearts and implant them in other people, more or less at will. If you look at Xehanort's pose, it actually mimics Sora's pose, where he releases his heart in Kingdom Hearts 1. Now, with Xehanort's whole-ass heart inside of Terra, Xehanort lives on to see his work come to its fruition in this younger body. So, what's left for Terra? What happens when your heart and body are subjugated? What's left? Well, all that's left is his will, or his soul, or whatever. And it's through Terra's strong will that he animates a suit of Keyblade armor that he has for one final boss fight. Terra fights this new Terranort and wins, after which both the armor and Terranort teleport away to Radiant Garden. Meanwhile, at the end of Ventus's campaign, he and Vanitas finally fight. Vanitas has finally formed a body and face of his own, and because of Ventus's connection to Sora, presumably, he just looks exactly like Sora. When they do fight, Vanitas takes over Ventus's body and now wields the Kai Blade. Ventus fights Vanitas inside of his own self, breaking the Kai Blade, sealing Kingdom Hearts back away again. So, yeah, we did it. We plan thwarted. Good job, Ventus. Meanwhile, Aqua and Mickey are fighting the physical fused Vanitas and subdue him for good. Their combined effort killing Vanitas. They kill Ventus's own darkness. So, a part of him has been destroyed again. So, now Ventus is dying. Aqua's campaign ends probably with the most consequences out of all of them. After the battle ends, Aqua takes the comatose Ventus off to the land of departure, which is being destroyed. In the middle of this, Aqua leaves Ventus in a chair and uses a little trick that Ericus taught her to turn this world into a different one. Castle Oblivion, which is where we learn Chain of Memories. So, the entire time that those organization guys were in the castle, they were technically there on Xemnas' orders, because Xemnas was compelled to go find Ventus, for reasons that he didn't understand. I'll explain the logic there in a little minute. But now walked away like this, Ventus can snooze for a little while and be safe. Only one thread remains, and that's going after Terra. Aqua does not know that Terra has been possessed, so when she fights Terranort, she has no fucking clue that it's actually Xehanort. What's weird about this scene is that not only does Terranort have a look and attitude very similar to Ansem the Dark, he uses Ansem's stand way back in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The Devil Stand.
He uses that one, yeah.
The Cum Guardian.
What?
The Cum Guardian, yes. In his very final moments after the fight, Terranort falls into a portal into the realm of darkness. Aqua, thinking that it's Terra, launches her armor at him to shoot him out of the portal and saving Xehanort. And she lets herself fall into the realm of darkness in his place. So, that was a lot. So, let's see where this leaves things. These 3 campaigns end, and here's where we got. Xehanort has possessed Terra's body, has lost all of his memories, and puts him in a position in Radiant Garden to become Ansem the Wise's apprentice. So, the Xehanort, who turned himself into Ansem Seeker of Darkness and created Xemnas, was not the original Xehanort, but Terranort. So,
okay.
Yeah, so Ansem Seeker of Darkness and Xemnas have weird little fragments of Terra inside of them, which is why Xemnas is, like, weirdly compelled to go find Ventus. Because he has these weird memories he can't explain of being the kid's friend. Now, Ventus's heart, in the meantime, has to go take refuge over in Sora's while his body recovers. So, Ventus has been living inside of Sora the entire time. Presumably Sora's heart got a little crowded while Kairi was there.
Yeah, it's a fucking 3-bedroom apartment at this point.
Yeah, Sora's
the actual like
B&B.
The actual term that the fandom like lovingly coined was the Sora Heart Hotel. So you're not far off.
Yeah.
That sounds like a fucked up harem anime.
So,
what if the Kingdom Hearts was Sora Heart all along?
Oh,
God.
You know, that might as well be a line in the series.
I'll only accept it if Goofy delivers it. Sorry, go.
Nah, it's gotta be Donald.
Maybe
it's gotta be Donald.
Kingdom Heart.
Now, meanwhile, Aqua's just fucking trapped in the realm of darkness. Just like Riku was at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1. Now she's in the Dark Maces.
Rip bestie.
So much has changed about the world because of this game. This literally sets up the initial conflict that creates Kingdom Hearts 1. All of the characters are hiding in the margins, awaiting tragic fates, waiting to either fade into obscurity or be looped back into the mainline games. Now, the series eventually decides on the latter, actually. They actually make finding Terra, Aqua, and Ventus the main priority in that secret message back in Kingdom Hearts Coded. Our knowledge of the past now directs the characters' actions and motivations in the present. Also, we now know why Roxas looked like that.
Yep.
Like, you may have wondered, like, if Roxas is just another Sora, why does he look nothing like Sora? Now, the thing that Birth by Sleep really does represent to the series, though, is what Kingdom Hearts looks like without Sora, Donald, and Goofy, right? The dynamic of the main trio is clearly in reference to Sora, Riku, and Kairi, right? There's stand-ins for those characters. But to put that dynamic in the center of things, to remove some of the more recognizable series iconography, Birth by Sleep takes on the challenge of standing up on its own. And it really does. Through mechanical experimentation, a new set of themes that develop on what came before, and the best version of the series' main villain yet. Unfortunately, it's that last part that really seemed to resonate with the developers as well. Now, why would they make Xehanort this really cool and charismatic guy, this evil wizard kind of figure, and make him so interesting and just have him die off? What a waste that would be. Correcting that mistake, though, leads Kingdom Hearts to take what narrative credibility it still had and reduce it down to atoms. In our very next game, Kingdom Hearts 3D. I'm sorry, I thought I slide. There are now 7 Soras!
That's what I'm fucking talking about! What if one boy was 7 kids?
We cap out at 7 Soras. Sora Prime, Roxas, Naminé, Data Sora, Shion, Ventus, and Vanitas. I also love that this slide shows that Roxas and Ventus do look exactly like each other.
It's really unexcusable. So you can't even tell them apart with like their facial expressions, because this one here, Roxas is the smiling one, and then Ventus is looking all determined. Because people will swear up and down, it's like, oh well, Ventus is happier, and I'm like, Roxas is emo, and I'm like, that's the same dude.
The same guy.
It's just the same guy. It's just like one of them's wearing armor, sort of.
One of them's even got people clothes that looks like the other one's thing.
Yeah, they have the same slap bracelet. God damn it.
Jesus.
One of them's a sweatband, actually. That's grosser.
Yeah.
The one at the end, his boots kind of look like them feet shoes.
He boots do kind of look like them feet shoes.
He's got the one of those.
What if Vanitas' feet do just look like that? What if they're just kind of mitts? I think before we get into Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, we should take a quick little break because
I'm gonna at least stretch.
I'm gonna need my full power to take on this one. All right, we are back. Let me get my notes open once more. Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, released in 2013 for the Nintendo 3DS. Now, I probably have the least amount of actual game experience with Dream Drop Distance out of all of them. Its story and lore additions are going to get pretty fucking crazy, so we'll focus primarily on those this time. I want to talk about what I know about the vibe and the game loop of Dream Drop first, before we get into it for real. So Sora and Riku have begun their own trials to become Keyblade Masters, just like Aqua was. For their exam, the wizard, Yen Sid, sends them into the realm of sleep, which contains versions of other worlds that have locked themselves away into dreams after getting a little bit too much darkness in them, right? A lot of the worlds from Kingdom Hearts 1 will show up again because they almost fell, and we're like, oh no, there's a little bit too much darkness, I'm gonna go sleep this off. The two kids assume younger versions of themselves as an excuse for Sora to be level 1 again. But this also contributes to the look and feel of this game being very in common with Kingdom Hearts 1. In fact, more than any other title. This game adds a new goofy mobility mechanic called Flow Motion. A new creature type called Dream Eaters. They're these little pudgy kitties over on the right. The good ones are called Spirits, and they function as sort of creature catcher-esque AI companions to help you fight the bad ones, which are called Nightmares. You find
a little disappointed that they don't look like tapirs.
Oh, that'd be pretty great.
For the Baku. I'm trying to think. There might be one in this game. I don't remember the entire compendium off my head. But you're so right.
Now, you find the first one of these in Traverse Town. making this the first time we have ever revisited the real Traverse Town since Kingdom Hearts 1. This also serves in as a tie-in with, of all things, The World Ends With You games.
What?
So you
Big
have
Shibuya is real!
Yeah, baby! You have a return to worlds from the very first game, and more Disney worlds from that era of titles, including Hunchback of Notre Dame, where Sora gets called a slur. You have a greater emphasis on AI companions that have been missing from the previous 2 games. You have a refocused emphasis on Sora and Riku going on a parallel journey, all while a mysterious cabal of villains works in the shadows, the real scope of which won't be revealed till the very end. This game does the most legwork to set up Kingdom Hearts 3, and I think a big part of that is returning to form like this. The game feels like classic Kingdom Hearts, in a way the series actually hasn't in a while. It's just as thorough a production as Birth by Sleep, even more so. Now, it has a lot going for it. Get ready for all of this to go off the rails. There are brief cutscenes that take us away from the main content over to Radiant Garden, where you find that members of Organization 13, like Axel and Zexion, are alive and well. If you're confused by this, so is Axel, who receives a long explanation that they are only returned because their Heartless and Nobody forms have both been destroyed. Because of this, they are now their original whole selves. Axel now going by Lee, and Zexion going by Ienzo. 1 second, gotta take some water. I'm getting very thirsty, guys. A Complete History hasn't run this long since fucking Resident Evil, Jesus. Part of me feels a little bad.
If our host is that thirsty, we can dunk her.
God damn it. Part of me feels a little bad picking on this bit of lore, since it is kind of nice to see the guy that I know as Axel again, but I gotta gripe with the fact that this really fucks with the sense of consequence in the world.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel like stakes don't really exist here.
Yeah. Now, one of the criticisms levied against the Dragon Ball franchise is that because of the magical wish-granting balls, death can be swiftly undone at the end of an arc, leading to no real change in the status quo, especially in the more modern iterations. Because of something later in Kingdom Hearts, this isn't quite the case with this lore, but it does suggest a narrative priority where death holds no consequence on whether or not a character can be given, in any situation, and have it make any goddamn sense. The actual stakes of this whole Nobody and Heartless thing comes later. As Sora progresses through the Dream Worlds, he and Riku are each harassed by what seem to be shadows of Xemnas, Ants of the Dark, and a young man who looks a lot like Terranort. The assumption at first seems to be that these are nightmare versions of these characters, somehow replicated, like the shadow of Ansem that took over Riku in Kingdom Hearts 2. What's astonishing is that by the time Sora catches up with Xemnas and Xigbar in the world that never was, it becomes clear that this is the real Xemnas, the real Ants of the Dark, and it's not actually Terranort, but a younger version of the real Xehanort.
God fucking damn it!
All of which are alive and well.
Okay, wait, so he's the bald guy.
This young version in the middle is...
Yeah.
Yeah, he is the same guy as the bald one, but younger.
Okay.
Allow me to explain how time travel works in Kingdom Hearts.
No! I want to go home. I want to
stay on this ride forever.
I have the rules for how Kingdom Hearts time travel works.
They don't even have rules for the Keyblades. You're telling me there's rules for time travel? I don't believe you anymore.
Baby, this is improv. We are saying yes and.
I am going to read these rules to you, and I would like you to withhold... I would like you to withhold your commentary until I am done reading these rules.
Okay.
Only a heart can travel through time. One must reduce themselves down to a heart, willingly or otherwise, in order to travel through time, and they could only travel to the past or back to the present from which they came. Specifically, those moments occupied by a specific version of themselves, or some other anchor. Once you visit your past self, that version can travel through time in their own body at will, and collect hearts and time travel them with them. If a heart travels to the future, it can be implanted into a new body, usually a replica body, such as the one made for Repliku. Once a heart travels back to the past, or their fake body is killed and the heart released, they have no memory of the experience, being sent back to the point in the timeline from which they came. How are we all feeling?
I feel like I'm in a math class, and you just said something that's a little bit more complex than I'm really capable of grasping at this point. I almost have it.
Idiot, you're stupid.
I knew one of those was coming.
I almost have it, but I also know that, like, I'm looking at the clock, and we are 5 minutes into a 2-hour lecture.
Only a heart can travel through time. How does that make you feel?
Like I'm gonna throw up.
It's like, I go here and this is still, like, painful for me. I'm actually still stuck on, remind me what's a heart again, if this is what it can do.
I know, right?
Don't answer that. Please, please, please.
I
You're
know,
everything?
I know. Now, while Xehanort was on Destiny Islands, wistfully imagining himself doing evil one day, he was visited by a time-traveling Ansem the Dark before he formed his body, who puppets this big burlap sack cloak. This is the one that pointed at Sora. It sounded like Billy Zane. Ansem the Dark taught young Xehanort how to time travel, and clued him in on his true evil plan. Young Xehanort then travels forward in time, collecting the stray hearts of several iterations of Xehanort, including Ansem the Dark, Dark Riku, and Vanitas, and more, which had been removed from their bodies on account of being killed. You can time travel a little bit after you've died. Young Xehanort has brought all of these aspects into the present, into new bodies made from data to carry out Xehanort's will in the present. Of course, he had to go back to Destiny Islands at some point, right? Like his time travel would have ended, right? But
sure.
He continues on his journey to do evil stuff later, which leads him to his old man, evil wizard Xehanort. Now, he comes up with the plan anyway, because even though young Xehanort forgot, his heart remembers.
Oh my god.
You got all that? We've created a fucking time paradox just so all the main villains can exist at the same time. Now, I could have explained a lot more about the specific logic and rules for every little thing that's gone down in these games, but like,
I don't think it helped.
Time travel necessarily creates so much narrative conflict and dramatic confusion. I can't not talk about this. Usually it's like silly, follows inconsistent logic, but it made it so much more complicated than it could have been. So, it would have been so much easier to not explain time travel at all, and yet they feel the need to, for some reason. I don't know what kind of plot hole they were avoiding by doing this, but they created so many more. Now, the actual consequences of all of this are just to explain why the original old Xehanort is back, and to set up his actual evil plan. See, Ansem the Dark and Xemnas were defeated, so the original Xehanort is back to life now. He wishes to gather 13 aspects of his own self, the only bitch he trusts, and uses them to form a new Organization 13, the real one, apparently. His goal is to have them go out and find and kill the 7 Princesses of Hearts, use their lights to create the Kaiblade and summon Kingdom Hearts, which was always the plan. The only way to stop him from doing this, of course, is to get 7 Keyblade Masters of Light to find him, which will also, in killing the 13 Xehanorts, will also create the Keyblade and summon Kingdom Hearts. Like, at the very least, they'll be making sure that Jasmine is okay, right?
Yippee.
So, this sets the stage for the final confrontation. However, Xehanort is one Nort short, and he's going to use Sora to create his final Xehanort. Now,
God.
After Sora fights Xemnas and falls into a coma, only to be kept by an aspect of Ventus still inside him, it's revealed that Xehanort can make other people Xehanort. Now, there are something like 4 or 5 naturally occurring Xehanorts out and about, so to fill out the roster, he just puts chunks of his own heart inside of a willing vessel, or one that has the vacant room to spare. This is referred to as Nording. This is why so many of the original organization nobodies like Zigbar and Syx are in this Xehanort cabal. They have no hearts, so there's room to spare. This begs the question, though. How did Xemnas time travel if he doesn't have a heart? Now, this is where the game corrects its own bullshit in a way that actually retroactively explains some of the narrative conflict back in Kingdom Hearts 2. Nobodies can eventually grow their own hearts and become distinct and whole individuals. And Xemnas knew this. He had a heart. He knew that he did, and he lied to the organization about it to manipulate them. I actually find this fascinating. It makes Xemnas even more predatory and deceptive than he was before. It means that there was a tangible cause for the organization's denial, that Xemnas was leading them on so that they could do his bidding. That's actually kind of brilliant. Of all the weird, stupid shit that happens in Dream Drop Distance, that's probably the best thing that they added. Because it retroactively makes all those moments in the early, it gives a confirmation to all those lingering questions from Days and Kingdom Hearts 2, where it's like, how are these guys feeling without hearts? They do. They do have hearts. They just don't know it, because they've been tricked into believing that they don't. You may have also, there's also a minor detail that's just so funny I can't not mention it. You may have noticed, most of the outfits in the last few games, including Sora here, have big ol' X's on them, right? There is a lore reason for this. Anyone who bears an X in this series, on their physical bodies or in their names, like Organization 13, is marked by Xehanort, who now knows exactly where they are at all times, and also makes this person a potential vessel for his plan. Just by wearing an X can he track you and Nort you.
Oh my god.
Waiter, can I please get one JPEG of Ben Affleck?
There he is.
I know. Thank you.
What makes Dream Drop Distance so fucking frustrating is that all the broader lore is just as confusing as the narrative device for why we're all here. Remember that we're all in, like, sleeping versions of all these worlds? They're all, like, dreaming, basically. Now, the way that this game works is that you concurrently play as Sora and Riku. You play through most of the same worlds, go through mostly the same progression at the same time, but occasionally, Sora will just kind of conk out, and then you switch to playing as Riku immediately, who might sometimes be in the middle of an encounter. The reason for
that's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool.
It's extremely cool.
It's an extremely cool way to do it. Now, when Riku fights Ansem for what must be the 40th time now, he learns that during his whole exam, Riku has been inside of Sora's own dreams, acting as his dream eater and protecting him from Xehanort.
Woo! Get right!
Now, yeah, that's all very cool. It makes the bond between Sora and Riku so much more tangible, but boy howdy, it calls into question a lot of things in this game. For instance, what the fuck is even happening anymore? What is real?
You ask this now?
I have the game has given me no choice.
If my dear host is lost, what hope do we have?
Yeah, I struggle so much with Dream Drop Distance. It was
Come to my house.
Writing this part of the script gave me like a fucking stress migraine.
The way this is literally my second favorite Kingdom Hearts game. In a world where 2 doesn't exist, this is the one that I like the most.
It causes me so much heart. A part of me is really excited to play this just to see what compels you about it, because there are things about it that are good and worthwhile. I'm excited to test it out. I want so bad to see Xemnas choke slamming Mickey Mouse up there in real time. By God, that's the funniest fucking image in this entire series. There's a few other boss fights. There's a cool section that shows that Roxas, Ventus, and Shion are still taking refuge inside of Sora, and also Ansem the Wise is there for a little bit. Lee ends up saving the day, and then gives up and decides to go by Axel again. It's not his fault, the name is just much cooler. Sora's safe, though since he came so close to getting ignored, he is level 1 again, so he has to go out and grind, while Riku, who did pass the exam, becomes a Keyblade Master. With the power he used to save Sora and fight off the darkness that was inside of him, called the Power of Waking, he can now travel between the realms of light, dark, and sleep pretty much at will. Also, Axel can wield a Keyblade now.
Woo! Good for him!
As a treat!
I mean, sure, he deserves one. Why the fuck not?
I think what it is that qualifies you to be a Keyblade wielder in this universe is just looking cool enough, and he's looked cool enough since day one. Give him his fucking stick.
Axel has been effortlessly cool enough. He needs a W. Now, Dream Drop Distance does more to complicate the conversation about these games, narratively and mechanically, than any other game in the franchise. The level of production and the critical story content call into question why we're calling these side content at all. Especially with how it now loops Birth by Sleep into the main content, where before it could have been pretty self-contained. In trying to make it seem like this was always where the story was going, Dream Drop irreparably damages the cohesion of everything that has come before. It's not that this game is even bad, it actually seems pretty fun, and gives even more complexity to Riku, who's afraid that his time in the darkness means he no longer deserves to wield the Keyblade. It's a good game, but it is so much more drowned in stupid anime bullshit than previously. It's like the underlying game here becomes lost in the babble, like the other games don't. So, the solution? Let's just get rid of the game, and just have the babble. How about a movie? How about a phone game?
What the hell am I looking at?
We are getting deep into the side content here. I have decided to loop all these things together because they cover mostly the same time period.
There's somebody in the chat with like a crying horse emoji. We don't have that.
So, this is a group of games under the Kingdom Hearts Cross subsets. They include Back Cover, a prequel movie, Kingdom Hearts Union Cross, and Unchained Cross, a mobile and browser game, respectively, the latter of which you cannot access anymore at all. There is another one called Kingdom Hearts Dark Road, which I decided not to include for this project for reasons I'll explain maybe later. There are going to be more mobile games to come. This contains deep history. All about the Keyblade War, the destruction of the Keyblade, and the sealing of Kingdom Hearts. I am not going to go into the beat-by-beat progression of this movie. I am not interested in game criticism about a piece of tangential side media, so we're just going to go over the plot here. In a place called Daybreak Town, there was once a guy called the Master of Masters. He's this pointing guy in the middle. He can see the future. He foresaw that the utopia of this primordial world would one day come to an end. A Keyblade War would break out over a thing called Kingdom Hearts. He writes his findings in a book of prophecies. He gives these prophecies to 5 of his 6 apprentices, and assigns each of them all to form different unions, each performing different tasks to prevent the Keyblade from taking place. A 6th apprentice, wearing a similar black cloak, doesn't get a book. He gets 2 things: a big black box of unknown content, and a Keyblade. this Keyblade that he's holding is Xehanort's Keyblade. Or the Keyblade that will become Xehanort's later. The eye on the end of that Keyblade is the Master of Masters' own eye, which he removed from his body. As the Keyblade is handed down from generation to generation, it will look into the future and report back to the past, and the Master of Masters will record his findings. And I gotta say, that's kind of fucking awesome. Like, that eye, that is his own physical eye.
Because of course it is.
Yeah, of all the stupid shit, that's actually pretty great.
It's some shonen bullshit.
Yeah. So, the Master of Masters, although visually indistinct from either Lushu or anyone else with a black cloak, is one of the more intriguing figures in the entire backstory. His prophecies are intentionally vague, and he clearly left some things out to the foretellers, so he clearly has some kind of agenda he's not letting on. This agenda, it turns out, is diverting and thwarting the 13 Darknesses. No, not Organization 13. The 13 sentient beings that comprise the original fractured source of all darkness in the universe. One of these 13 Darknesses resides inside each of these Lost Masters, including the Master of Masters and Lushu. So, he has to be a little sly, a little silly, in order to keep them all off balance. Now, one of the foretellers designates the young Keyblade-wielding generation of this time to sleep in a datascape based off the Book of Prophecies, so that they might live past the Keyblade War eventually. One of these guys, Ephemer, is the folks in charge of them all, the guy with the white hair in the front. Every single one of these kids is given something called a Chirithy, a special dream eater made by the Master of Masters, to take away these children's memories of the Keyblade War, which they have nightmares about every single night, because every single one of them has PTSD. That is literally the canon reason.
Well, at least they have some sort of medication that works, I guess.
Every single one of these children has been put into a Matrix world where they will remain in stasis, having nightmares about the genocide they lived through. This is a phone game for babies.
Yeah.
This is all, like, incredibly historically significant internally. Ephemer, the guy who founded all of this, goes on to found a world called Skala ad Kaelum, a world that fosters many of the Keyblade masters like Ericus and Xehanort in the modern era of the games. He is also a direct ancestor to Xehanort. He selects 4 other Keyblade wielders to lead the factions inside the data world, among which are this black-haired girl and this guy with the hat named Brain, who is somehow connected to Ericus. And you see that guy with the blonde hair next to Ephemer right there? That's Ventus.
Woo! Give it up for Sora number 8?
Sora Primordial Sora.
Ventus, the first one?
Ventus is one of the single oldest characters in the entire franchise, rivaled only by Marluxia, who is also here. This guy with the pink hair is the villain of fucking Chain of Memories.
I was about to say, pink hair looks real familiar.
Yeah, it's that guy. In his somebody form way back in the past, he is named Lorium.
Of course he is.
Yes. His story, Ventus's, is that a 5th faction leader, or I'm sorry, a 6th who isn't present, named Strelitzia, this girl with the orange hair over there, is murdered. Your player character, who you customize yourself as actually a named guy, is supposed to find out who did it. You would think it's Marluxia, right? However, turns out that Ventus was briefly possessed by one of the 13 Darknesses, who made him commit the murder. That aspect of Ventus lasts so long that it turns into Vanitas. I would have loved to go on about the story of this mobile game and the one called Dark Road, which involves Xehanort. I decided that for the sake of this project, I would deliver the things that are relevant to Kingdom Hearts 3 and will establish things going forward. Some of the more out-of-pocket and crazy plot beats. I am not interested in ever playing this game. It is too much for me to ever give a full critique to. Maybe one day I will, so I can form a full professional opinion, about this gacha game for children. Eventually, all the foretellers begin to distrust each other, all start to kill each other, and the Keyblade War happens. It would seem as if the Master of Masters purposefully set events in motion that would lead to the Keyblade War in the first place, despite trying to prevent it, presumably. The Keyblade War breaks out, but Luxu wanders away in the desert, carrying this box and this new Keyblade. The Keyblade breaks into 13 fragments of darkness and 7 fragments of light, which will one day be reunited in Xehanort's attempt to restart the Keyblade War. The box, carried by Luxu, bears the Master of Masters maxim, which will be repeated ad nauseum throughout our final game. May your heart be your guiding key.
Whoa.
I will say, that means fucking nothing. We have one more game to talk about before we get into 3.
What?
Yep. It's a very short one. Don't worry. Oh god.
So true.
I'm always saying that. You cut out a lot, dude. I'm sorry. So, Kingdom Hearts 3 was supposed to come out in fall of 2017, when it was first announced back in 2015. That was 10 years after Kingdom Hearts 2, and when the first trailers dropped and the gameplay footage for the Hercules and Big Hero 6 worlds were debuted, it was kind of unbelievable. People were starting to think this game was never going to get made in the first place. However, as the years went on and the delays came more and more frequently, pushing the deadline back a year, then 6 months, and even then, the main release took an extra DLC to finally feel narratively cohesive. The anticipation built, and people wanted to know what the fuck was going on. So, in fall of 2017, an HD pack called Kingdom Hearts 2.8 Final Chapter was released. An HD version of Dream Drop Distance for PS4, the back cover war movie, and a 2-hour title called Kingdom Hearts 0.2 Birth by Sleep, a Fragmentary Passage. It offers a short glimpse into what Kingdom Hearts 3 will look and play like, with a little nugget of story content to build some continuity and set the new release off into the night. It was a little scrap. It's sometimes barely even mentioned in summary videos of the franchise. I don't blame people for not talking about this, because it kind of feels like pandering. It's an understandable thing to release with so many delays and an entire console generation skipped between numbered titles. The developers need to cut their teeth on something to get used to the new parameters before releasing the next game. This covers the 10 years that Aqua spent in Dark Macy's. Time works differently in this area, so the game goes by very quickly and very strangely for her. In one moment, she's in the fallout of Birth by Sleep, seeing shadow versions of Vanitas and Terranort come back to taunt her. The next, she fights a shadow version of herself. And the next, Mickey Mouse is there. By the time we catch up to Mickey, it's the events of Kingdom Hearts 1, where he's looking for the dark version of Sora's Keyblade that he has in Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. This is all about how he accomplishes this, setting up the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, where he seals the door to darkness with Sora. Now, Aqua does not get to leave. In fact, she will remain in the realm of darkness, holding off a relentless horde of Heartless for another year. The ending cinematic shows Mickey finally telling Riku and Sora that he knows where Aqua was. His logic seems to be that if he told them now, it'd distract them, and they'd want to go help her. Which, what's fucking crazy about Mickey's inclusion in Kingdom Hearts is that basically anytime he has a major interaction with the plot, which he must do for branding reasons, it makes him an unspeakably bad person.
Yeah, he is truly like playing a monarch, you know?
This foolish human emotion called love has made you weak.
It's like, he's out here like, if I told you, you'd want to go help her. And like, Riku and Sora are like, of course we would, yeah! Someone should really go help her. It's fucking crazy.
I'm sorry, Sora. I can't let that happen. She's in timeout in the Shadow Macy's. She needs to learn her lesson.
So, This means that all that's left is for Riku and Mickey to go find Aqua, and for Sora to level up a bunch, and learn the power of waking. That's it. That is literally all that's left in Kingdom Hearts 3. And we're back. Alright, everybody. This is the moment that I've been waiting for this. I haven't saved the best for last, but by God, what a way to send all this off into the night. Notice how everybody's here on this cover. All the trios. That's important. Alright, are we ready? Here we go. So,
here we go!
Kingdom Hearts 3 really made people wait. And in that anticipation came high expectations, many of which were not met in the eyes of the audience. Many people were disappointed by some very valid critiques of the game as a whole. A pretty underwhelming story overall, and a seeming lack of the core series identity. I'd say the identity is there. It still plays, looks, and sounds like Kingdom Hearts. And the story is very poorly paced, as a whole. It might have the very worst distribution of story and Disney worlds of any of the mainline titles. But it's all build-up to the grand finale, which is all this game was going to be about in the first place. Consider, though, there is not one Final Fantasy character in this entire game. There is no secret fight with Sephiroth, even. In the post game of Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, you could go back into a previous world and find a secret fight with Sephiroth. That is not at all present in Kingdom Hearts 3. Now, these are not like foundation, these not being there doesn't necessarily break whether or not you can call this an earnest Kingdom Hearts game, but they're foundational aspects of that original crossover pitch. The elements that make the inclusion of the Disney material worthwhile in the first place, because they're contrasted with the Square Enix house style. And there are many aspects of this game that are truly bound to upset people. I'll admit, there's not much in Kingdom Hearts 3 that really feels new. The game loops in almost every core mechanic of the previous games, including shot lock and flow motion, even second forms. But there are no new characters, no new world concepts, nothing that wasn't hinted at in a previous title. Nothing about this game really shakes the foundations, not in the way that Kingdom Hearts 2 did. But that's not really what Kingdom Hearts 3 is trying to do. It is a promise to end this saga of games, definitively. It delivers on exactly that. No more and no less. And I could accept that with time. With this in mind, Kingdom Hearts 3 does do a very admirable job of closing out the trilogy, of wrapping up everything in a neat bow so that a new trilogy can bloom instead. Everything that you expect to happen, happens for the most part, which is not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing to have your expectations adequately met, forgiving if they are not surpassed. Kingdom Hearts 3 is probably the best game to come out since 2, but it's probably the weakest of the numbered games. Kingdom Hearts 1 established a fascinating and compelling set of worlds. Kingdom Hearts 2 took that and delivered a mechanically and emotionally compelling story into that world. Just because Kingdom Hearts 3 does not do something novel, though, does not make it a loser. It is a good game. Let's talk about how. A piece of Kingdom Hearts 0.2 plays after the opening cinematic of a young Xehanort playing chess. Sora hems and haws in the gummy ship for a little while. Shockingly, the cutscene actually shows a full render of Sora, Donald, and Goofy in the cockpit, fully rigged and animated. The technical gulf between this and the past games is immediately visible, just in how dynamic everyone's expressions and face animations are than they used to be. Sora gets excited. He revs up the gummy ship for the first time in 14 years, launching himself and the audience off into the most anticipated chapter in the Kingdom Hearts story. Kingdom Hearts 2.9!
I hate you people.
Shut the fuck up, you idiot!
This
I hate
is
you people so goddamn much.
the actual screen that appears.
You're stupid.
This is how they start the game. 14 years and this is what they do. It's so fucking mean. The joke is... yeah, I know, you hate me so much. Oh my god.
You're stupid.
Okay, now you're just being goofy. So, this joke, in my opinion, is... Hey. This is, in my opinion, just as masterfully set up as the goofy death fake out. Just as hard set up. Just as aware of Kingdom Hearts' own reputation. Right? It's actually, like, just as self-referential as that first one. The thing is, Kingdom Hearts 3 does everything in its power to earn that joke by following it up with the best Disney world of them all. It is. I mean it. The Hercules world in Kingdom Hearts 3 is probably the only world that's worth talking about in this much detail. Nomura has played around with Hercules pretty much in every single game in the franchise. Disney has probably considered him a careful and caring steward of this IP, that it was pretty much a given from the start that there was going to be a Hercules world in this game. So, in the development hell that dragged Kingdom Hearts 3 all the way to its release, this world was allowed to flourish in that time, serving as sort of a tech playground for the devs to find their footing in preparation for the main game. This actually kind of does feel like a 2.9, and it's wildly impressive for technically a tutorial level, because it's all mechanics that you know. Like, it's all the mechanics that you know. It's got extra forms, it's got your magic, your shot lock, flow motion, reaction commands, and summons. And there's even new summons. There are ones where you summon, like, what are like aspects of Disney rides, like teacups that kill Heartless. It's really bringing together all the mechanics of the previous interstitial games. The titles released while this game lay slumbering in a 14-year hibernation. Plus, it's all of Olympus, not just a pithy little coliseum that doesn't actually render any spectators, or the dreary underworld in all of its foggy corridors. You see the city of Thebes, you see all the way up to the mountain, the seat of Olympus itself, while all the familiar characters make appearances. Pete and Maleficent show up to harass you, just as always, and throw in more Heartless. Xigbar shows to taunt you about the folly of your main quest. Kingdom Hearts doesn't just feel like it's back, it feels like all the familiar sensations of like an entire game over its whole runtime, condensed into this world. It's light, it's colorful, fun, exciting. There's a sense of looming consequence and existential stakes, though, with the inclusion of Xigbar and Maleficent. Everything is on the line. But like, guys, it's Sora. The guy on the box is having a great time. Why don't you? Yeah. And the voice performances and animations this time are truly just fucking knockout. And in a very rare move, they actually include, like, some crowd life NPCs that you can talk to who are, like, fully voiced. Like, it's been so long since the PS2, we don't have to give, like, Olympian.png to, like, have a text box show up or anything like that. It's a real this feels like a full modernization of everything that's come before. Twilight Town is your new hub area and main base of sorts for the whole game, featuring all the familiar shops and environment puzzles and NPCs you know. Scrooge McDuck is here. Merlin and the Winnie the Pooh book is back. The Dog Street Gang is here. Hell, Ansem and Xemnas show up very, very early to make fun of Sora and then just peace out. Kingdom Hearts 3 has to feel a little bit like coming home, so it makes you feel that way at first. You've been gone from this world for so long. But Sora's been gone for like maybe a couple of months or so in game time. So it's no more chilling at Destiny Islands, there's no like rest period, it's back in the saddle pretty much right away. This game doesn't have to do any work to make you happy to be back in Twilight Town with Sora. Not like Kingdom Hearts 2 did by giving you that time with Roxas. You know the score. It's fight Heartless and nobodies, till the cows come home. And I want to take a moment to address what I said earlier about Kingdom Hearts' identity over the years and whether or not it's like strayed away from that or anything. Sora's outfit here has changed a lot from before, right? Like take a look at that while he's being puppeted by Ratatouille down there. You'll notice the little bits of plaid in his jacket. It like the jacket feels like another chunk of modernization, and yet Nomura still puts little bits of Y2K in there. It's still the same guy. It's like all around. There's still that same sense of sincerity, even as being slimmed down just a little bit. Also, can we talk about Goofy? Can we talk about Goofy here a little bit?
Go on, man. What do you want to say?
What are we saying about him?
I'm scared to say anything because I feel like I'll get beaten to death like he's a chimpanzee.
Like in Nope?
Yeah, exactly like that, yeah. It's, he does that pose so many fucking times, and it's awesome. It's the most, like, Goofy looks like he's about to turn into a Heartless. Man, that would be so fucking bold. I think that's kind of a big weakness, though, because Kingdom Hearts 3 is pretty afraid to be bold, though. It doesn't have to try very hard to impress us, so sometimes it does not. Some might say this is unfair to this game because of studio interference, and I would agree with that. Kingdom Hearts 1 actually had very little Disney oversight. Nomura admitted that he didn't really show game footage to the reps at the time. They didn't really know what he was working on. Now, there are Disney reps peeking over Nomura's shoulder at any given point, making sure he doesn't mess with their IPs too much.
Yeah, it's a brand now.
Yes,
Capital
very
P.
much. Yeah. It's like, especially with like the intersection of technologies coming in here, like we're mostly in worlds that were 3D animated in their original releases, right? Yeah, we're getting and the sheer fucking money well that is Frozen is something that like Disney will not let Nomura fuck around with too much. Yeah. Now, Kingdom Hearts could be canon to Toy Story, but only because this world exists in complete plausible deniability. It happens between series iterations in a whole copied world that the toys are sucked into, so there's no potential for intersection with the main story. And it hits on, like, pretty much none of the main themes of that series, except for the fact that toys have hearts because they're also people, right? Sora does absolutely nothing to interfere or interact with the main story beats of Tangled or Frozen, the latter of which just features a shot-for-shot recreation of the Let It Go scene, with Sora, Donald, and Goofy awkwardly watching from the background. I will say, the one very funny thing that does happen here is Marluxia and Larxene showing up to make fun of Sora, and because it was Chain of Memories, none of them remember those two at all.
Jesus.
Really simulating that experience of all these side media happening, and you being confused, like, who the fuck is this guy?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will say, Kingdom Hearts 3 is very uniquely positioned, where the Pixar movies and the modern Disney titles are computer animated, so Sora fits even more seamlessly into these worlds than he did before. It means that, fucking Rapunzel and Elsa and Woody's models here all are just much better versions of the ones in those movies. Like, Elsa looks exactly like she does in the movie. The problem is that there's no risk going on. There's no experimentation. There's no narrative cohesion between the games and the titles it's borrowing. The first two games wove the story progression into the Disney worlds in clever ways. In Kingdom Hearts 3, you show up to a world, you get mocked by a Xehanort who fills it with monsters, then you leave without fighting that Xehanort. That is it. All the actual story content happens in cutscenes, taking place somewhere else, showing arcs like Axel and Kairi training with their Keyblades, Aqua and Ansem the Wise being stuck in the Realm of Darkness, other former Organization 13 members plotting against Xehanort. Sora does not interact with these things, pretty much. Now, This is where things get nuts.
The darkness of being alone is a power even greater. Darkness is the heart's true nature.
Whatever you're talking about, I don't care. Put Buzz back the way he was, then get lost.
Or else what, Toy?
Yeah.
Let him cook, guys.
I am a toy. And a friend. My guess is no one's ever loved you before.
See, every now and then they give us something that gives me some hope, you know?
Yeah.
Because
it is still a Kingdom Hearts game.
It still is Kingdom Hearts, right?
This is so coded.
Why did you drag that guy for filth? Jesus Christ. No one ever loved you, huh?
It's so good.
Oh my God.
When he just tells Xehanort that no one's ever loved him. It's so good. And like, what's awesome about Kingdom Hearts 3 is that the parts of it that aren't bad are actually pretty fucking good. The gummy ship is finally good now. You don't just have like this big 2D overworld that puts you into like little Star Fox missions. You get a fully like active 3D overworld where you can freely fly the gummy ship around, which is still just as low poly as it used to be, while everything else is so much more lushly detailed. There's asteroid fields and like ship graveyards. It's so much like has so much more character than it did before. And the costume changes in this world are fucking wonderful. I love Sora's monster persona in the Monsters Inc. world, and the pirate outfit they give him in the Pirates of the Caribbean world makes him blend into that world in a way that he previously didn't. It really fucking rules. There's also this the Pirates world in this one. It's all the At World's End stuff. So you get the big like whirlpool ship battle, which fucking owns, and they keep hearing about the heart of Davy Jones and getting very interested, only to find out that it's his actual physical heart, and they get very disappointed. It's like, I think the actual line is, oh, so that's what they meant by heart. It's fucking awesome. Monsters Inc. has probably one of the funniest interactions with the lore I've ever seen a Disney World do in this series. This world is filled with Unversed, those monsters from Birth by Sleep. Sora, Donald, and Goofy don't know what these things are yet. Eventually, they find Vanitas, who has time-traveled forward and is slowly regaining his body and strength. He's doing this because the leftover Scream energy in Monsters Inc. is filled with so much negative energy that he can harvest the refuse and reform his physical body.
They should have used laughter from the beginning. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we wouldn't have had this. We wouldn't have had another. Would have took us down another Xehanort, huh? Big Hero 6 is probably the wildest of all of this. It's the least popular of the new titles released. Probably the best pick for a Kingdom Hearts world. Sora fits pretty seamlessly into this world, especially when put next to Hero from that game. They look so natural next to each other. In this world, Dark Riku is back, which means that even though Riku in like concurrently has a new voice, new attitude, new design, we get little glimpses of the old one, where he's kind of bratty and Sasuke-esque. What he does is he resurrects the old Baymax that gets lost in subspace at the end of that movie and turns it into a heartless version, which Sora and Hero then save and create a second identical Baymax. Yeah! So, by the end of this world, there's just 2 Baymaxes now. The absurdity of this Big Hero 6 world is actually in thematic keeping with Repliku and Chain of Memories. Baymax has a heart. He is created from an artificial being, just in line with Repliku's origin and his jealousy that comes from this. When I say that Kingdom Hearts 3 isn't trying, I mean that sometimes the pieces all just kind of fall together effortlessly. They fit so neatly and obviously together that it's compelling and it doesn't have to try to be, even when the stakes are low like this. It remembers the older versions of itself and unites them all here, even if it's not doing anything new or moving the plot along in the Disney stuff. With one big exception, though. So, this gets wild. The introduction to the Toy Story world features an opening cinematic to a fictional game called Verum Rex, which appears to resemble a modern-style Square Enix JRPG.
Oh, is it the framing device like in Toy Story 2 where Rex is playing the video game?
Yes! Yes, it is! Rex is obsessed with this game, starring a guy who looks like Riku named Yozora. Which is exactly like the Buzz Lightyear game back in Toy Story 2. When Sora shows up in this world in his little toy form, they all mistake him from Yozora. And there's this weird meta bit where they treat Sora like he's from a video game, which, I mean, he is. Buzz Lightyear even calls him out about it. He's like, that's easy for you to say. You're from a video game.
I mean, they've played with that before.
That's kind of funny.
With, like, the data versions, because he is made of data.
Yeah, like, that's actually, like, all the shit about data in this game is actually, like, they kind of acknowledge that everybody is aware that their world is a fundamentally digital place. So, like, when you get shit like the data people, it's like that in a way they kind of know that this is this world is made of ones and zeros. So
I think it's fun that it's, of course, you're from a video game, because why else would a little boy from an anime world exist in a world full of toys? Because someone ordered a figure off of Taobao.
Totally.
He's like a non-nendroid.
Oh god, do you think all of Andy's Funko Pops he gets in college, do you think they ever get as existential as Woody and Buzz do?
I think the default state of a Funko Pop is one of existential dread at the pain of being given life.
I think they might be soulless.
No, they have to be.
I hope they are, for our own safety.
What's wild about Verum Rex in this Kingdom Hearts 3 world is that it's developed by Square Enix. Like, literally, you see the box, and it says it's published by Square Enix. Now, this is a very weird self-referential joke. And it doesn't seem that weird at first. Like, hell, Kojima Productions and all their games are all referenced in posters in many a Metal Gear Solid. Now, people have noticed a lot of similarities between Verum Rex and the cancelled Final Fantasy Versus 13, which would have been made by Tetsuya Nomura. I can't speak to the kind of game that Versus 13 would have been, but a lot of its DNA appears in what ended up becoming Final Fantasy 15, and many of the characters in iconography appear in little glimpses in Verum Rex. This exact pose that Yozora has right here, is on the cover. Is on one of the covers of Final Fantasy 15. Yozora's plaid accents here literally show up in the KH3 outfits. Nomura really wanted to put his own little authorial stamp on this fake game. There's a lot about Verum Rex that looks like an isolated piece of self-parody, in Kingdom Hearts 3 at least. But Nomura kind of held on to the idea. He almost made an actual release of Verum Rex after Kingdom Hearts 3, only cancelled because he felt compelled to focus on the next Kingdom Hearts title. Also, Nomura's kind of got a lot going on. He was making Final Fantasy VII Remake at the same time as this, which is why that game was also delayed to hell. Now, the thing that's so interesting about Nomura is that once he has an idea, he can't let go of it, which will cause some very strange story decisions when Kingdom Hearts 3 does wrap itself up. Verum Rex is a great piece of foreshadowing woven into the Disney stuff, but that part of the game is pretty much stalling, right? Now, at the very beginning of the game, we actually start with Riku and Mickey, who are in the Realm of Dark looking for Aqua, but they give up part of the way through because Mickey says that the trail's gone cold or something, whatever the fuck that means. I don't think Mickey is trying very hard. Now,
oh, of course, I just hate women.
Riku can travel to the realm of dark thanks to the power of waking. But as Sora grows stronger, he finds himself able to trace Aqua's heart somehow, and he follows this to Destiny Islands. On the beach is Ericus's Keyblade, which Aqua's been hanging on to this entire time. This all coincides with Riku and Mickey taking the plunge again, and finding Aqua for real. Aqua's been alone for a long time. She's been given no cause for hope, no protection, no real way to keep the darkness from corrupting her. So it does. It preys on her isolation, her justifiable anger at Mickey for leaving her there alone for all these years. She tells Mickey that he's too late, and she's become taken by darkness. And now that Mickey's here, all bets are off. Now,
ain't that just like abroad?
Like, Kingdom Hearts will rarely actually address the awful implications of the things that Mickey does, but here they really examine, like, no, what Mickey did was kind of messed up. And I'll remind you that this, like, complex clashing of motivations here is all happening around Mickey Mouse. Now, so, where was my notes? Yeah, so all the bets are off now that Mickey's here, so Riku shows up to fight her in his stead. Now, I'll remind you guys that Aqua's entire campaign in Birth by Sleep was like going back, tracing back through Ventus and Terra's steps to go clean up after their messes. She's the only one of those three who actually became a Keyblade Master, and she straight up turns a world into Castle Oblivion. She is one of the strongest player characters in the entire series. So, this Darkness Supercharged version is kind of a hell of a fight that Riku almost loses. Sora shows up though, fortunately, so the two of them get to beat Aqua's ass together to save her. As she plunges into the darkness, Sora is the only person who reaches down to save her. After an entire decade, there's someone who's finally come to help Aqua. And again, you get this moment where the kind of throwaway prequel, like what was once like throwaway prequel content, has actually turned around to like looping in with the main bits of the game to become extremely compelling. Saving Aqua is incredibly important, actually, to the arcs of pretty much all of these characters at once, including Riku somehow. So, Riku's final words were, "Where will I go when a replica like me dies?" We actually get an answer. See, Sora encountered a Dark Riku in the Big Hero 6 world, but that was just a time-traveled copy of the original replica. The one that Riku defeated, the one that actually cleaved off from Riku and formed his own heart, has been with Riku the whole time. He's been the one actively protecting Riku from the darkness during his travels there, not only in Kingdom Hearts 3, but also throughout the series. Even more than the fucking blindfold did back in 2. He tells Riku, pretty frankly, that despite the ill will between them, he'd rather stay with Riku than just fade away into nothing. And he has a piece of unfinished business. It's really weird how fucking fake data clone Riku has turned out to be one of the more compelling characters in the entire series. It's like, he's only in Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories just to have an excuse to fight evil Riku with this cool design again, and he's turned out to actually have, like, stand on his own and have a distinct personality and will in the world.
You guys couldn't just write a new guy? You guys couldn't just, like, give that to someone else with, like, a new haircut, a new color of eye, anything?
Fucking fascinated that they didn't do that. The equivalent of wiping the darkness off of Aqua with a towel happens, and then she's pretty much just good to go. This is a little frustrating to me, because this is the kind of thing that would have made Sora level 1 again, and it has absolutely no impact on Aqua whatsoever. But I'm choosing to believe that she's just built different and Sora's a little bitch boy. And as it is, I think the Aqua fight would have fit better in the midway point of the Disney stuff. You know, have her kind of weak and progress along with you while you go do other Disney shit, and then reunite for this section. You get to Castle Oblivion and restore it back to the land of departure. One quick flick of Ericus's Keyblade, and it's back to normal. Ventus is sitting there, waiting inside. And so does Vanitas, ready to take Ventus's heart out from under him and assimilate it into his own. Now, you get to play as Aqua, and it does actually feel pretty seamless with the previous little demo game. Vanitas is really fucking strong, obviously, so he too almost beats Aqua's ass. It's at the very last moment that Ventus's heart leaps from Sora back into his own body so he can wake up in time to save everyone. Vanitas leaves, outnumbered 3-1, allowing for what is a truly touching reunion, a folding of the prequel characters into the mainline dynamic. So, the stage is finally set. Sora, Riku, Kairi, Axel, Ventus, Aqua, and Mickey Mouse all make up the 7 Guardians of Light who will stand against the true Organization 13. We have the showdown before us that was always coming eventually. Any one of these hooded folks is strong enough to make up a major boss, some of which the final boss of the previous game. This is a culmination of nearly 2 decades of games. So why am I not as moved right now? Probably because there's not a single new thing about it. Sure, it's a lavishly produced and climactic version of things we'd only seen it on handheld consoles, but there are no new characters, no new concepts, no new emotions that we haven't experienced in another Kingdom Hearts game. Sometimes the exact same emotions. The immediate encounter that
I fucking love that picture of all the fucking different weird fucking versions of this one character just standing around together.
I know, right? All these 4 Xehanorts.
Oh yeah.
Oh baby. Now, I should note, by the way, that Leonard Nimoy died before Xehanort.
He did.
Yeah. So he does not play Xehanort in this game. They get Rutger Hauer instead.
He also died.
Oh yeah, he died pretty recently. So, which is actually very convenient because now after this game there will be no more Xehanort. We're done, finally.
The evil is defeated.
Yes. So, the immediate encounter that ensues, it's a battle against 1,000 Heartless. Pretty cool, right? It's just like that one in Kingdom Hearts 2. There's even nobody's Dunverse now, right? Except it's not. There's nothing climactic or dramatically significant about these guys. There was no pitched battle or severe tonal whiplash that came right before this moment. Xehanort just casually summons these guys to start off this new Keyblade War. Even though this just delays the war a little bit further. Why include this? Technical flexing, for one thing. This is meant to show a side-by-side comparison that illustrates the gulf in technology between the last generation and this one. It includes Heartless, Nobodies, and Unversed, giving a sense of totality to the scene. Instead of climaxing the tension, it serves to dramatically preface the boss rush to come, give you a little power rush moment of spectacle, grandeur, before going in to fight the Xehanorts. It's not that the scene isn't serving a dramatic function. It's just I liked the purpose and utilization of the set piece better the first time. Plus, Kingdom Hearts 2 had this after its big joke. This one comes right before it. People who like Final Fantasy, this gets fucking crazy.
Oh my god.
No! Donald! No!
Oh my god.
Fucking on site!
Oh my god, girl!
How do you like that, Obama?
I think he should have done that in DuckTales.
Yeah, now it's Donald's turn to fucking die.
Oh my god.
So...
Oh my god.
in chat, do you need a rundown on why this is so funny?
Can you take us there, please?
So, this spell that Donald uses, called the Zeta Flare, has only been used in a mainline Final Fantasy game once, after Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. Only in Final Fantasy 16, in a big fight with Bahamut that takes place in the middle of the game, a spell so powerful that it could destroy the world immediately. One that... Now, the Flare spell is like among the most powerful set of spells in the Final Fantasy continuity. So strong that even like Exa Flare, which isn't as strong as this, is enough to like kill the people who use it. Donald Duck is the first one to ever use Zeta Flare. And it just uses it on Terranor immediately upon him showing up. So, the only people who can use fucking Zeta Flare are literal gods in Final Fantasy. So, Donald Duck is now in the running for the strongest magic user in the entire Square Enix continuity. It's fucking incredible. Now, things do get a little dark, though. The Swarm of Heartless ends up being overwhelming. The self-referential tone of the previous gag and the epic Swarm battle is immediately undercut by a towering mass of Heartless called a Demon Tide. It is a staggering amount of Heartless. The amount suggested by what was hidden behind the door in Kingdom Hearts 1. This is what awaits the world if they all fail, most likely, and it is too much for the 7 of them to handle. The Heartless overwhelm them, and Sora watches, powerless, as they kill each of his friends one by one. All but dear. He and Riku die, while he just watches. Now, Sora has cried on camera before, right? We've seen him express sorrow, sometimes even rage. But rare are these moments where Sora's consistent positivity turns into despair. Sora straight up screams and falls to his knees and weeps and all but gives up. It's probably the only time we've seen Sora really, truly heartbroken. Because this is what's going to happen if he fails. Everyone he loves is going to die, and it's going to be his fault. Riku knows that this isn't who Sora is. He doesn't really believe that all hope is lost, but there's nothing he can do to save Sora. So, Riku dies protecting Sora from one final wave of the Heartless that swallows them both whole. There have been moments of major character death, moments of tremendous loss and even pain, but nothing as devastating to everybody involved than this. There's a straight up end screen after this that says, "And then the 7 Guardians of Light all died, and Heartless destroyed the world." It's fucking crazy. This is obviously not the end. There's gonna be something after this, right? But Jesus Christ, what a way to contextualize what's gonna happen if they fail. Now, Sora doesn't die. Something really weird happens with Sora that has far-reaching implications not only for what Sora can do, but for the future of the games as a whole. Sora wakes up in a world of reflective ocean and a blue sky called the Final World. His only company here is a Dream Eater, a Chirithy, just like the ones that accompanied the Children of the Keyblade War. It's not spelled out with total clarity, but this would have been Ventus's Chirithy. It explains why it's stuck here in this role between life and death, much like Sora is. Considering that Ventus has been teetering on death most of his life, this makes sense. The Chirithy explains that Sora's actually been through here before, a couple of times. This is parallel to the world that Sora goes to in the Dive to the Heart sequences, right in the very beginning of Kingdom Hearts. Sora's here, and not dead, for a very simple reason. It's Kairi, and his connection with hers, which has persisted since the very beginning of the series. All of Sora's friends are in this limbo world, including Kairi, so if Sora can somehow find them and send their hearts back to the moment before they died, he can leave this world and save them again. Now, Sora has to figure out the power of waking here to track all these hearts and go through these different versions of these worlds and free them from these badass wizard guys called liches over there on the bottom right. Doing this lets Sora leave, basically come back to life and return to the moment right before all of his friends died. Sora intuitively figures out not only how to bring people back from the dead, but also how to time travel.
God damn it!
Now, Sora doesn't have to like reduce himself down to a heart to do this. He just can.
He's God's specialist boy.
He really, truly is. He just figures that shit out.
I guess.
All the rules for bringing people back from the dead or time travel just don't apply to Sora. Riku has the power of waking too, but he would never pull off something that could undo this kind of consequence. Now, there really is the power to undo all the stakes of everything in the entire series, in all the continuity. So...
You know what? It's the end. Let's just do it. Who cares?
Yeah, why the fuck not? You would think that, actually. The Chirithy gives Sora a little parting warning, though, that overusing this power is very, very dangerous. Traveling between realms and worlds like this is a very good way to get lost and not come back. It's in this next part that really feels like the actual Deus Ex Machinas as a result. It actually feels like 3, but only 2 of the 3 feel awkward enough for me to complain about. It's not the Zeta Flare that stops Terra this time. It's actually the lingering will of Terra himself, still in that armor from Birth by Sleep. You actually fight him as a secret boss in Kingdom Hearts 2 in Hollow Bastion of all places, and I'm not going to nitpick on how he gets between those places. I'm just going to assume it's been in the Keyblade Graveyard this whole time, reawoken when it finds Terra's reconstructed body. That's all well and good, and it paves over the continuity-breaking joke with Donald, but the armor doesn't show up again for the final boss rush. Why is it even here? At the end of the encounter, the wizard Yen Sid pops in to powerbomb the Heartless away. He just launches a giant AoE beam of light that makes lets everybody get away. This is cool, but he's never actually done anything in combat. Why hasn't he been helping this whole time? Why doesn't he help in the fight to come? We don't ever know. The set piece that actually is cool is this. The Demon Tide comes around again, and Riku has to stop them again, but this time, just before it stops Sora, he sees a flash of a young white-haired boy named Ephemer. His spirit reanimates all of the Keyblades that are scattered around this graveyard to fight at Sora's command, as in, Sora rides a giant flying wave of Keyblades and shoots them en masse at the giant death orb of Heartless. And every time you launch an attack, every single Keyblade is paired with a command on the left, and each command displays the username of someone who played the mobile game. Every single Keyblade here represents a variation of that game's player character. Now, if you actually spent a lot of time with your mobile game, this is your reward. Hell, if you spend a certain amount of time, your name will be displayed here. It is the most dedicated of players have their names immortalized in this one very spectacular section that loops in the very far-flung past of the series with its presence. If your name's on that list, this is probably even more meaningful. As an outsider, I don't know that for sure, but I still find this very special. There's been a whole community of players whose game is perhaps the least connected to Sora and his journey, who have been rewarded for their effort in that game. They've finally had their participation rewarded by sending Sora off to fight the final bosses. And I think that's probably the best way they could have integrated the player character from the mobile game into this. It's fucking amazing. Which brings us to the actual final thematic meat of Kingdom Hearts 3, the final boss rush. And I gotta say, you really gotta commend it for, swinging for the fucking fences here. It is a 13-man boss rush against all the familiar villains that manages to tidy up nearly every loose end in the whole sprawling franchise, except for the mobile game stuff. Those things in the mobile game, it cleverly leaves open-ended to be picked up on by later titles, with a clear indication on what matters going forward. That's more forward-looking direction than I can say for some of the other games. You fight big groups of these bosses at once, 2 to 3 at once, usually with an AI companion to help you out in the form of one of your fellow Keyblade boys. Each one paired to a boss encounter connected to their own stories. So everybody gets a little bit of thematic resolution here. Let's start with the members of the original Organization 13, who have showed up in this new Organization 13. Zigbar, this bitch with the eye patch, is one of the most frequently recurring members of all of them, and one of the most enigmatic. He was actually Norded way back in Birth by Sleep. He shows up at the Keyblade graveyard, and he's got the gold eyes. That shows that you've been Norded. And in the Hercules world in this game, he seems to be on the trail of a mysterious black box, and even says the whole heart guiding key line, pretty much confirming that that box is the Master of Masters one. You don't actually see him die in this battle, even after you beat him. Appropriately, Riku helps you with this one. And against Dark Riku, after the real Repliku uses his last strength to defeat Dark Riku. The replica body goes hollow. Here to reclaim it is Demix, of all people. This little shit here with the weird mullet undercut, who you fight back in Kingdom Hearts 2. The entire game, the other former nobodies have been working behind the scenes to pull Ansem the Wise out of the realm of darkness and appropriate the replica building technology for some other purpose. Riku seems to have an idea what's going on. He just asks that Demix takes care of the body. Mickey Mouse helps you with a boss rush against Luxord, Larkseed, and Marluxia. God, I hate saying these names in succession. Luxord played a pretty minor role in Kingdom Hearts 2, so his death is kind of unceremonious. But Marluxia caused Sora all kinds of grief in Chain of Memories. Both of them seem to forgive Sora, mutually hoping to meet again someday, under better terms. Larkseed is vague about her real purpose in siding with Xehanort, but all three seem to have kind of been along for the ride, so to speak. No one really wants to just be a Xehanort, to be a pawn in some evil wizard scheme. And yet they took part in this, out of weakness, greed, confusion, regret, or sometimes just being plain bamboozled. Vanitas is different, though. Sora and Ventus try to get through to him, actually, to make him accept that being a part of Ventus means he's got some light in him. Vanitas just replies, "I am darkness," before dying. And I suppose that there probably were some guys here who were just evil down to their core. With Vanitas, you don't really expect more than what you see. I should note before I move on, though, that Vanitas is also voiced by Haley Joel Osment, just like Sora. And he's trying to just sound like evil Sora the entire time. And it's probably the most fun that he's ever had voice acted for this whole series. There's not a lot of twists when it comes to Vanitas, but there is one in this fight that I really like. Aqua and Ventus end up tag teaming with you to fight against Terranort, who uses the Guardian just like he did in the final boss with Aqua. At the end of the fight, though, Terranort prepares an attack, but gets interrupted by the Guardian. See, Terra's heart had to go somewhere this entire time, manifest somehow while being trapped in Terranort, and later Ants of the Dark, as the Guardian. Finally, with Terra's will present in this world, and Ventus and Aqua back to anchor him, and Terranort sufficiently weakened, Terra breaks free after his 11-year-long purgatory. He wrests his control back from Xehanort into his reconstructed body. Having Terra be the Guardian the entire time is a fucking brilliant twist that actually even better folds Birth by Sleep into the earliest entries of the franchise. When Sora goes on to keep the fight up, the Wayfinder trio just collapses and hugs each other, finally under the same stars again. It's Axel and Kairi you gotta team up with next, going toe-to-toe with Xemnas, Saïx, and a mysterious hooded figure. This particular reunion is certainly touching, made slightly awkward by the fact that now Roxas and Ventus are in the same room. Sora recognizes the hooded figure through his connection to her and Kairi as Shion, the first person outside the organization to remember her at all. All those memories come flooding back to Axel, who kind of breaks down about it. She flips up her hood and reveals she has her original face. She is back again, finally. In response, Sykes goes apeshit, and Xemnas attacks Axel with lasers and kidnaps Kairi for the third time! We had gone so long in this game without Kairi being kidnapped. Now, Xemnas only flees because Roxas shows up out of the blue in a new and improved data body, just like Shion. How Ansem the Wise and his team got this heart from inside of Sora is still a mystery to me, but to have the Twilight Town gang back together after their own purgatory does also feel satisfying. Sykes is not very happy about it, though. See, when Sykes was his original somebody, Issa, he and Lee were best friends, and he became jealous of Axel's friendship with Roxas and Shion. He resented all three of them quietly, and that drew him closer to Xemnas, and then later Xehanort. With his last words, after you beat the shit out of him, Sykes makes up with Axel at last, before Sora goes on to fight the remaining Xehanorts. Now that we're finally here, let me recap. There have been 13 Xehanorts! Xehanort Prime, Answer Seeker of Darkness, Xemnas, Marluxia Xehanort, Xigbar Xehanort, Terranort, Dark Riku, Luxord Xehanort, Larxene Xehanort, Shion Xehanort, Young Xehanort, Vanitas Xehanort, and Sykes Xehanort. God, I feel like I'm going insane listing all of these. Jesus fucking Christ.
You're stupid.
All of this is stupid.
The final boss, you know is coming. Master Xehanort has had a vanishingly small presence in this particular game, which it's kind of a shame, because he was such a charismatic presence in Birth by Sleep. His main three avatars have been frequent ringers throughout, though, so you fight the three of them all at once, sending the time-traveled versions back to their origins in the timeline. It is very sad, because you hear Ansem's new voice actor say submit, but it's not with the same pussy he puts into it in the first game. Can we hear it real fast?
Submit!
Yeah, God, that goes so hard. Yeah. Clearly, they didn't get all 13 of his vessels, because Shion is still alive. So Xehanort needs one last little MacGuffin to make his Kai Blade. And that MacGuffin is Kairi. Again. Xehanort kills her. Doesn't steal her heart, doesn't, put her in stasis. Kills Kairi in front of Sora. Sora does not take this sitting down, but Xehanort simply pieces out to some unknown world with Kingdom Hearts up in the sky. The real one this time. And thus, the final stretches of Sora's power of waking come into play. Riku tells you that Xehanort is a portal. Which begs me to wonder what the fuck I'm even doing here, trying to unpack all of this. Yeah. Apparently, this actually means that Sora can use the power of waking to travel through Kingdom Hearts to reach Xehanort somehow. But this is the words that we have chosen to explain it. We could have chosen any amount of words in any kind of orders to shorten this concept, but Xehanort is a portal. This is what we got. Sure. Fine, I guess he is.
Can we get it in a Mickey voice?
Xehanort is a portal, Sora! There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, fucking course. No. There are no rules. There are no masters. We've done so much to unmoor this series and this reality from anything that is allowed to happen, things that are connected to other things. Sure, a guy is a portal.
I could get hung up on lines of Nomura dialogue for ages, and I guess I've already kind of done so. It's not like I have even that much to be upset about, because the final confrontation is just knockout stunning. I mean it. Scala ad Caelum is tied into the very genesis of the Kingdom Hearts timeline. This world is positioned on the ruins of Daybreak Town after the Keyblade War, built by Xehanort's own ancestors. This is the place where Xehanort became a Keyblade Master, and the physical place from which all other worlds began. It is visually striking in a way that no other world in Kingdom Hearts has ever been, yet it's devoid of people in a way much like the world that never was. It's of immense historical significance to the franchise, and of tremendous personal significance to the villain here. It is, until the final few phases, a very lonely and quiet encounter, where you seek out and defeat these cloaked armored figures to drive out the final form of Xehanort, this crazy horned armored guy. I really appreciate that we're not turning this final boss into like an enormous battleship or a dragon or anything, just a very large and imposing figure. What I don't enjoy is that I feel like we have strayed very, very far from what was interesting about Xehanort in the first place, his ideology of balance. His entire belief system that got corrupted pivoted around a balance of light and darkness, a coexistence of the two forces, and nothing that has happened in this final encounter demonstrates any of that. He's just a big, bad darkness boy, which is very dramatic and cool, but you never get that hint that Xehanort could be sympathetic. Not until the very end of things. Xehanort actually gets a pretty good and tragic death after many, many phases of bosses. The other Keyblade Boys of Light close Kingdom Hearts from the one side, then manage to find Sora in this empty world at the end of his battle. It's touching watching Xehanort hand the Keyblade over to Sora, admit defeat so honestly and openly to this boy who he's caused so much pain. And what's crazy is that of all people, Master Ericus pops out of Terra to bid Xehanort farewell, and to reconcile, for both of them to pass on and die. It's heartwarming, yeah, but this implies that Ericus was trapped in the Guardian with Terra for more than a decade, and Ericus wasn't strong enough to get out somehow? I'm trying very hard not to get caught up on, like, plot holes here for things that, like, support a good narrative climax. But sometimes the conceptual implications of something kind of subvert the arcs of entire characters. That being said, Sora is pretty consistent. Sora picks up the Keyblade and he's allowed to seal Kingdom Hearts for good as Xehanort finally dies. That's it. There are no more Xehanorts. He is done.
I don't know if I'll ever trust that.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong to feel that way. Everyone is pretty proud and celebratory. They won. But Kairi's still dead. And now Sora knows he can bring her back. He knows this. He's done it before, and he's willing to do it again. He also knows that this might be the last time. It's pretty sad when he turns to say goodbye to his friends, for what might be for good. So you end up with what turns out to be a pretty happy and conclusive ending for everybody. All characters, from all eras of the franchise, collide into one. Roxas reunites with his friends from both his disparate lives, even reconciling with Cyax. He gets to hang out with his friends in the real Twilight Town. All of them! Ansem the Wise returns and reconciles with the somebodies who once betrayed him for Xemnas. Naminé comes back in a new data body. The Wayfinder trio is back to life and together again. Mickey's there. There's a very heartwarming cinematic where all these scattered friends are playing, enjoying life together, all on Destiny Islands, where everything began. The final shot shows the tree that Sora and Kairi once sat on, way back in Kingdom Hearts 1. Kairi is back from the brink, and Sora disappears, lost in the worlds between. We're not done yet.
No.
If you're somehow feeling unsatisfied by something that just went down, there is a little bit of DLC to round up the remaining questions and send this whole saga of Kingdom Hearts off into the night. This is the definitive end of the Xehanort arc, so a little coda explanation called Remind gives us a better look at how Sora found Kairi and what's next for the franchise. We see Sora reconnecting with the Ventus Chirithy, who sends Sora back through an alternate boss rush, where he bounces between Riku, Aqua, and Roxas in the new Keyblade War. You get to fight some new bosses, get to play as Roxas for a little while, which is very satisfying. The background behind Terranor and Shion's inclusions in the organization is expanded and explained. Zigbar is revealed to be Lushu, the Lost Master with the black box all along, who has been bouncing between vessels and living countless lives since the Keyblade War. The Master of Masters finally makes an appearance in a mainline game, in a flashback with Xehanort. The classic Final Fantasy characters make an appearance. You get to see Leon and Yuffie and even Aerith talking to Riku about how the hell they're gonna find Sora. I think there were a chunk of players who felt that there were things missing from Kingdom Hearts 3 as a means of continuing the franchise into something else, right? Or that fragments of the core identity were not emphasized. Remind seems like an attempt to please those disappointed people, and it adds and to set some new beats going forward. Kingdom Hearts 3 as a whole says here ends the tale of Xehanort. Remind says here begins the tale of the Lost Master. In a secret ending to the main game, and the end of the DLC, Sora and Riku separately wake up in Shibuya, in modern Tokyo. Watching Sora from a skyscraper is Yozora from Verum Rex.
What the fuck?
Oh, fuck baby. And that is where Kingdom Hearts 3 finally comes to an end. And to close this out, let's talk about where things are going. In the wake of Kingdom Hearts 3, the franchise has managed to maintain its role in the popular conscience as an artifact of 2000s nerd subculture, a relic of the PS2 era's design and aesthetic, and the grandfather of modern action RPG hybrids. In 2021, Sora was added as the final expansion character for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, the single most requested add-on character of the entire list. There is a rhythm game called Melody of Memory, which also has story content. I have decided not to cover it because I have nothing to add there. I'm not invested in rhythm games, sadly.
We're 6 hours in. Let us live.
It's because you love us and you like us.
I decided to show restraint.
Yay.
Once.
In August of 2022, Kingdom Hearts 4 was announced. A short 3 years after the long-awaited release of KH3, it seemed like a miracle that Kingdom Hearts 4 was even happening, and that it was going to include Disney content at all. Disney's interference with the release of 3 made it questionable if the partnership was even going to last into the 2020s. Think of it this way. Kingdom Hearts 1 could never have come out now. It only could have been made under Eisner's Disney, and Iger's Disney is a different story. And I admit, I was a little disappointed in Kingdom Hearts 3 in some ways, especially after investing so much in the story of these games in the bizarre way that I have. At the announcement of Kingdom Hearts 4, I felt some fatigue, even cynicism, about the thing that has somehow endured from deep within my memory. All the back to childhood visits to my cousin's house, where she first sat me down with the PS2 controller and showed me this weird, lovely game. Will Kingdom Hearts 4 breathe life into the franchise in ways that 3 did not? That all depends if Nomura can keep staying sincere, staying unabashedly true to himself. These games are not all good. Even the good ones are not perfect. But they are idiosyncratic, true, and sincere. And that is just as special nowadays. Kingdom Hearts 4 may take 5 years to come out from now. It might be released next month. There is no way to tell what the future holds for this franchise. Many people have tried, and many people have failed to pick apart the lore of the series and try to tell what direction it's going to take. And I'm not trying to predict the story. I just want to understand the driving spirit of the games, why they still feel meaningful to the people who played them as a child, what compels people who are new to the franchise, what moves the people who make these games in the first place. This has been my attempts to make sense of this franchise, to wrap my head around why it is that I myself am drawn to it time and time again. Why no matter how wild these games get, or how cynical I become, I keep coming back to Sora. Will Kingdom Hearts 4 stray away further from what Kingdom Hearts what it is? Only if the game does not stay true to its original intent, if it stops taking risks, and gives up on the ideas it was so excited for back in 2002. No matter how much Kingdom Hearts modernizes itself, I will still find myself drawn to the undeniable sense of charm and artistic courage that brought me back to the series 20 years later. And I'll come back to it again, whenever Kingdom Hearts 4 does arrive. I know it'll be a while, but I can wait. I'll see my friend Sora again sometime, regardless of the facts. Even if my eyes lie to me, my heart never does. And that's Kingdom Hearts, everybody. God.
Oh my goodness.
Have gone on so long. By God.
Jesus.
Thank you,
we did it.
Thank you, guys.
All
right. I'm going to do a little intro, and then we're going to have a bit of a roundtable for the stream. So first, I'm going to give a quick little shout out to Dorothy. She streams over at Radio Free Dairy. She could not be with us for this plug right now, but I will do it in her stead. Go follow that.
That is Radio Free Dairy, spelled Derry.
Yes. I frequently hang out over at that channel. I'll be over there on Sunday, decompressing with some Persona. Also here is my cohort Neon. He and I run run a big old Discord server where we host our community, the Lake Mojave Historical Preservation Society, where we do fun little collaborations with our best streamer buddies. You can look forward to the two of us doing fun things in Baldur's Gate pretty soon, and Sea of Thieves.
And Sea of Thieves.
Yes. Yeah. Do you have anything else you wanna plug, Dion?
I run the sealycourtofficial.tumblr.com.
Yes. Dashes in between those words.
Yeah, dashes in between the words.
Yeah. And my good fellow Spitzy over here, my other person who is so normal about Kingdom Hearts with me. I'm gonna see if Twitch will let me do a native shout out to you as well. And
Yahoo! Hi.
I have to wait 48 seconds. Whatever, I'll do my own.
I appreciate it.
I'll pop onto Dion once this is all done. So with that, you guys can find me on Tumblr, on Discord, Lake Mojave, on pretty much every website. All these VODs are up on YouTube. You can watch the rest of the Complete History series. This has all only been possible because you guys stuck around and really swung for the fences with this charity, so I really appreciate you guys. Until then, for everyone on YouTube, have a lovely evening, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.